This conference will now be recorded.
All right, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Today is March 4th, 2025. This is a meeting of the Heber City Council, the work meeting that's now starting at 4 p.m. I want to welcome all of you that are here in the chambers or online with us. I also want to welcome 3 of our council members that are here. Doesn't look like any are online. So the 3 that are here in attendance are Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Cheatwood, and Mike Johnston, and myself, Mayor Heidi Franco. So we're going to dive in to the first agenda item, which is the Utah Valley University students with their affordable housing campaign. And Dr. Farrah Sanders is here to, I think, introduce, and you're welcome to bring up your students as you give the different parts. We welcome you and we're excited to talk with you.
Hello, I'm Professor Farrah Sanders from Utah Valley University in the Communication Department, and in particular the Public Relations and Strategic Communication Program. Some of you know me as my role as a chair on the TAP Arts Committee. So today I'm here in a different role. We are so honored. We've been working a little bit with Sid on some plans to possibly help the city with some affordable housing and communication and just some ideas. Now, for the last 3 years, we have done some survey work with Heber City and Wasatch County residents. And so today we're going to tell you a little bit of the summary of that, but then also some ideas the students have. Now, while the goal is very broad, and we know the goal won't be anything we're achieving in the next 30 days, we wanted you to know about kind of where the citizens are wanting to go based on our research that we have. So we thought that was important to bring to the table. We also wanted to let you know that we will bring back to you reports of evaluations based on what you're okay with them doing. We would like to extend it further, but unfortunately, these wonderful students behind me are going to graduate and get their bachelor's degrees. They'll be doing that the first week of May. But if all goes well, we'd like you to consider possibly working with us down the road, because we're going to launch in 2026 a student-run public relations and communication firm. And since we have a campus here in Heber City, we think it might be something down the road that maybe the council could look at. So you are the first in the public to know that, by the way. So something new. So we have our first group. We're going to have 4 groups today. They'll present for 3 to 4 minutes each. You're welcome to ask them questions. They're going to present some ideas they have about expanding communication. One group even has an idea about possibly looking at some city policy. Again, we understand that this is open discussion and these are ideas for right now. You might see our photographer, Lexi, she's around here, and she'll be popping in that back door. So every once in a while, you might see her snap a picture. They do have handouts for you, so they'll be giving you those and approaching you as well. So we'll have our first group, and this is our Summit Strategies PR group, and they'll come right up. Just so you know, we did submit these slides last week, and some of them we've had some tweaks. What you have before you is 100% updated, so you may hear them kind of make some adjustments as we go along. And I am helping this group because our group member, Nick, his wife is in labor right now. So he is here online, but I am going to chime in for his part because we've got a baby coming. We're very excited about this for our class.
And welcome, Nicholas. We're glad that you're here, and we're really glad that that little one's on the way. Hope all goes well there. If the green light is not showing, then yes. Yes, and try to speak closer to it. You can certainly kind of move it around. The cord should be long enough to pull it out a little bit if you can. There you go. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Jimena, and I'm joined by my team members, Hallie, Lauren, Ashley, Hadley, and Professor Sanders is filling in for Nick. And together we are Summit Strategies PR, and we are public relations and strategic communication students from Utah Valley University. And for the past 6 months, we've been researching the affordable housing situation in Heber City. So we're grateful for the opportunity today to share our findings with you.
So Heber City is experiencing a population growth, and in that causes less accessibility to housing and strained infrastructure. And we understand that Heber City is trying to keep a small town character feel. However, that can be threatened if there is no action taken towards the accessibility and affordability, which can also affect the quality of life and wildlife preservation in the area.
Perfect. So filling in for Nick. So there has been research done over the past 3 years of a survey that has been handed out to the residents of Wasatch County, specifically Heber City. And from this survey, we found 3 main points that we just wanted to share with you all today. The first point is that 47% of respondents want more single-family homes. The second is over a third of the respondents are dissatisfied with their life in Heber City. And the third is 78% of respondents know someone in Heber City who is struggling with housing insecurities.
Now, while some of that can be daunting, we felt it was important that you know what the findings were. So with that in mind, the larger goal is, of course, to enhance affordable housing. And you go ahead and move to the next slide, is to enhance affordable housing options, which we know the city is working on. Also with the concept of possibly single family homes in there. And then as well as we did find that residents were really concerned about what happens with wildlife and water protection. And I'm talking about the natural aquifers that we see in our beautiful city. And so they would like to see that addressed with new developments. But for today, because we have 30 days, this particular group has an objective of they would like to increase the awareness of the CRA. And with that, they want to increase that awareness to help citizens know about how quality of life is being addressed by the city and the importance of it. And so they're going to talk to you about some strategies and tactics they have to do that.
Perfect. So then with that goal and objective in mind, the key public that we are going to be reaching out to are going to be the renters and the first-time home buyers of Heber City. And the key message that we want to share with them is we just want to let them know that their voices can be heard. We're going to have a QR code that is going to be able for them to scan, that will lead them to be better informed about the CRA. And so we just really want to let the citizens, first-time home buyers and renters know that they can attend these city councils and be a little more educated on that.
Yeah, like we said, our strategy is to help educate the Heber City residents about the CRA. And by doing so, we are going to create informative flyers about the CRA. And within this flyer, we are going to provide a QR code linking them to the CRA video that is in the website that you guys have created. And we are going to distribute those flyers door to door and throughout the community. And to maximize that outreach, we're also going to be creating posters, again, informing about the CRA, and we'll distribute those along Main Street since we know the CRA is focused on Main Street and in Main Street businesses. We'll assess that the residents' understanding of the CRA through a post survey that we're hoping can be presented in the monthly newsletter.
So regarding our budget, to be able to print 2,000 flyers and 20 posters at the UVU library, it'll be about $138. And then with our time creating the surveys, posters, flyers, and then distributing those, it'll be about 12 hours per person, $10 an hour, which goes to about $720, but we're students, so we're getting credit, so that's totally free to you guys. And then with our schedule, the first 2 weeks will be focused mainly on the survey, creating that and then distributing it to the newsletter, as well as in week 3 that will get published in your monthly newsletter. And then week 3, we'll also design and print our flyers and then pass them out week 4. And then week 5, we'll review the findings of our survey that was sent out. And with all this being said, we hope to educate and empower renters and first-time home buyers about the CRA, which is revitalizing and bringing progression, which can be a tool to preserving Heber City's small town character while building a thriving future for all. Again, thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
I have some questions for the city newsletter. My deadline to get it done is that last week in March. It would likely be, just so you know, let's see if we can work these deadlines really quick. I would need to have your information for the survey on March 24th, and then it would be sent out to the citizens April 1st. And if you want to end it on the 15th. We can put that in the newsletter, but that's because of your semester, right?
Yes.
So you
Yes,
can
we
get
can-
the results and so forth. So that is great. Dr. Sanders definitely knows how to get a hold of me, right? And so if you want to, I'll work with you, Anthony, right? We'll get that up and running again on the survey with that one response per ISP address. So it's not completely perfect, but it's still a really good measurement. Do you really think people will take it on their tablet, their cell phone, and their computer? You see what I mean? Usually just once, but there is a chance of that. And we can ask if they're in the city or they're outside of the city, right? I would suggest, do you know how many questions you want in your survey?
I want to keep it around 10 questions.
Good. That sounds great. Anything else?
One thing, they do want to do a flyer and a poster. We would definitely partner with Ryan on that to ensure
Nice.
that the branding of the city is maintained, but they would do the work. As far as the budget and the cost goes, we would cover that because we have a small budget for our campaigns classes. So we just want to make sure the city knows that that's not something they have to incur as well. And we also have access to Qualtrics, so we're able to run that survey. We would just have to give you the link if you're
To the link to the survey, because I was
Uh-huh.
thinking if we
Yeah.
did it, then I need it sooner for Anthony.
Yeah.
So yes, the
we can
link is
just house
great.
it for you if that's okay. And
That's
that
wonderful.
way you don't have to worry about housing it. And then what we would do is share the results with you.
Nice. See, we usually don't get people offering these things to the city. We do
It's good to
have
partner with us.
Yes, we do have the
Okay.
we do have the Envision Central Heber website up and running with information on the CRA. And if you're not familiar with it, we'll definitely get it to you. But it's nice to be able to refer people to that. And Ryan Bonnell also, I think, is the administrator on that Envision Central Heber website, so he could perhaps help if with materials, to advertise the survey link and so forth.
Okay. And ideally, they want to draw people to that Envision Heber website a little bit more so that that confusion that's been kind of happening a little, it helps clarify a few things. So and I hope they can help with that in the next 30 days. How do you feel about that?
Council, what do you think?
Thank you. I'm all for it.
Very good. Very good.
Presentation. Sorry, my voice.
I have a
is
few
gone.
comments.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. How did you choose Heber City? Okay.
So one of the things we looked
Good
at,
job. That's good
actually,
enough.
we started actually 4 years ago, and we looked at that Heber City was the fastest micro-growing city, and we also looked at the results of the 2020 census and looking at how Wasatch County was ultimately the fastest growing county within our state, which our state, of course, grew more than any other state in terms of population influx, which was 18%. And of course, here, so we were saying, okay, obviously there's something here, but a lot gets talked about in the state legislature when it comes to affordable housing in terms of suburban areas, Wasatch Front. We felt it was important, especially because there's a home to UVU here, that rural Utah needs to be looked at also. And so that's how we started. And then it's kind of built up to, we gathered all the data, now we can do something about it.
That's great. I think you're going to find that this city, and certainly this city council, really does want to expand UVU connections. I mean, you are sitting here in our city now, and that's going to be a really great long-term relationship. So thank you for starting that out. I'm slightly confused just on the two. You talk about the CRA and promoting that, but there's also an affordable housing thing, and I'm not sure. I think you're focusing on the CRA though.
This group is.
This group, okay,
So
okay, good.
overall, I know as UVU, we've been targeting the affordable housing, and then each group has taken a different focus on it, if that helps clarify.
But that there is affordable housing within the CRA and that
what it is.
people
There is, yeah.
understand.
It's 10%. Yeah,
Right, it's
Yeah.
10%.
We'll do a
and
little bit.
Sid helped us, but that 10% is important, and it's 10% that's not currently here right now. And it's something that we saw, well, people need to know about it, people need to know it's coming, and people need to know where it's available and what's going to become available to them. And so they will focus on the CRA, but also the affordable housing within the CRA too.
And my last question is, will there be a chance for this, the city, anyone that's interested, city staff, city council, to maybe just review your flyer and your poster before you print 1,000 of them?
We'll send everything to Ryan.
Not that I'm worried, but we can give some really good specific feedback. Since
Okay.
we live here, we're we know more about this than almost anybody. So,
And the one thing you have going for you is I've lived here for 11 years too.
yeah.
So we
Matt.
will definitely send that to you.
Matt, given Mike's question on that flyer review, do you have some timelines or deadlines with that? Will Ryan bring it to you once he gets it from them? What do you think?
Give us a deadline and we'll meet it.
We can be very flexible on that deadline. I think Ryan will be your point person on it.
Okay.
And if there's any questions, he can come to us to get the answers.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you need to come back to a meeting for approval. Just
We can do
give
email.
people
Does
some chance for input.
that sound okay? Is email okay?
Yeah, email's great.
Fantastic. They do have spring break next week, so we're going to let them have a break.
Aw.
But they are back and running March 17th.
We'll expect something March 17th.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're bringing up your next group, everyone. I just want you to know that Scott Phillips has joined us online. And we also have 2 school board members online, Kim Dickerson and Brad Ellert. So we want to welcome you to the meeting and thank you for being here. I hope you're here for our next agenda item after this also. So back to you, Professor
That's the one.
Farah.
Thank you, Tony. And they'll just kind of nod you through.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us today. We know that you all are very busy and have some other important things to deal with, but we appreciate your time. I will just start right with introductions. My name is Kyla Herman. I'm followed by Joseph Logan, Chloe Johnson, Riley Guile, and Avery Matthew. And we are the Press Room. We are a group of seniors at UVU studying public relations, and we are dedicated to addressing the affordable housing opportunity in Heber City. Our campaign, Affordable for All, focuses on addressing the resources that you guys already have to your current citizens. We're aware that a lot of your citizens currently know about the great programs and resources that you have. We're just here to help push that a little bit more to make sure that everybody is aware of these amazing resources. And with our core opportunity, we are just wanting to focus. We're aware that currently in Heber City, there's a lack of affordable housing due to population growth, lack of resources, and environmental concerns, and if not addressing those, it could lead to negative effects. So we just want to make sure that we're addressing that head on.
And I just want to draw your attention over to our objective. And
It'll be the next one.
it's the next one. With our goal of increasing access to affordable housing options being so broad, we created a SMART objective to help achieve that. And that is by the end of April, we are hoping to increase awareness of affordable housing options. We are aware that you guys have amazing programs and resources that are currently available to the residents, but we want to help educate these residents on how to access these amazing resources and show them what affordable housing options are currently available to them right now.
So the key public that we want to focus on are current residents of Heber City. And the primary message that we have for them is just to kind of learn more about the current city policies that you guys already have and to advocate for the ones that they want to see in their own communities that support affordable housing options, environmental regulations, and quality of life standards. And then the strategy that we have is outlined within that primary message.
To implement that strategy, we actually have 2 main tactics that we want to focus on. Our first tactic is creating both a 30-second and 60-second video showcasing the Heber City affordable housing programs that you guys already have. We're aware that you guys already have some amazing videos on these topics, but current studies show that retention rates are better held within that 30 and 60-second range. In that video, we plan to have footage of Heber City residents, construction workers, and other residents interacting with local wildlife wearing our #AffordableForAll t-shirts in order to showcase everyday life within the community. This will better help people to understand that affordability extends beyond just housing prices, but also into quality of life as well. This will really hammer home the point that Heber City is a place that should be affordable for all. In conclusion of that video, we're going to have a FAQ page linked for people to gain even more information. And our second tactic is that we plan to publish this video on social media, the Heber City website, as well as running local Google ads to gain more exposure on this video.
We originally anticipated our video to be finished by around March 15th, but as Farah mentioned, we miscalculated and realized we do have spring break during that time. So we'd like to push this campaign about a week back. We'd like to finish the frequently asked questions page and our video around the same time so that they can go live together. For our video, the supplies for that are going to be about $70 with t-shirts and iron-on materials. However, we do have a $3,000 sponsored credit from us for making and editing that video so that it can go out. Next, we'd like to produce that and put that onto your social media as well as your government website and run about $100 worth of Google ads on that for about 2 weeks after. We've heard about like we said, we've heard about your programs. We know your self-help program. We know your first-time homebuyer loans, and some of your residents don't know about that. So we'd love to help your residents know that Heber is affordable for all. Thank you so much for your time, and we'd love to open the floor to any questions if anybody has any.
Can I
clarify one thing?
Sure.
The sponsored credit is actually their time. It's not that we are giving the city $3,000. That's not something the university would allow me to do. So for members of the press, just a clarification there, and for all of you, it is their time. We do, though, things like the t-shirts and whatnot. We also have equipment that we have as a department for video creation. We have studio access, all of those things that we can help with.
That's amazing. We really appreciate that. Can I ask Tony, we have the brochure already where you listed all the affordable housing options that we've sent out to essential workers. Is that something that we want to share with them so that they can include it in their video? What do you think?
That's probably one of many things we'd want to have them share in their videos.
Mm-hmm.
We want them to work with Mountain Lands Association of Government, not Governments, Mountain Lands Housing. Yeah.
Housing Authority.
I have their contact. Yes, so I can.
Contact.
Yes,
Jason's
you shared it with me, so we have all of that. But the brochure we would love to have to add it as part of the script in one way or another. So if you could share that with us, that would be great.
We've really kept the brochure kind of internal for essential workers because that's how it was negotiated in the first place. But if no essential worker uses the options within a certain time frame, then it is open for other citizens, right, to use. So, Tony, do you have that brochure on a link yet, or have you just been sending it internally? I haven't seen it. I've just seen it internal emails, but you might consider getting it on a link that they can refer to in their video.
I can follow up with you tomorrow, Tony. No problem.
Okay.
And what was the other thing I was going to share? Oh, as for social media, we would just partner with Robin and follow the city's social media guidelines and whatnot.
Is the council okay with that? Do we want to see the video?
We would let you see the video first.
Yeah, let us review anything just to make sure it's up to.
I mean,
the
Ryan
standard.
can review them. He's making and approving stuff anyway, so that's good enough for me. I just wanted to say high level, like 2 for 2 projects that are aligned with what we talked about during our strategic retreat this year, talking about things that we want to change, right? Getting out the word for the affordable housing options and getting out the word on the CRA. So again, come as often as you'd like. Every semester or something would be fantastic because we do have a lot of projects. So and super good.
They're very excited. This is their last kind of hoorah, and this is one thing I want to let you all know. This is building their resume. So they're not only graduating with a degree, you're helping them graduate with experience. So hats off to the city for that too. You're preparing the next group of basically the workforce. So hats off.
Appreciate you.
So what are the degrees that you are all reaching for? starting here?
I
Sorry, I
think
just didn't
We're
hear.
all public relation majors,
Public
correct?
relations.
Yes.
Okay,
And then I think we have different minors, but we're all public relation majors.
okay. And the last group was the same thing?
The same. So they're public relations and strategic communication majors, but a plethora of minors across the board as well.
Just want to thank you.
There's a huge need in public relations, and you'll find that Heber Public Relations on social media has a need for true information. So that's fantastic. I'm pumped and excited for you.
Thank you. Okay, next group.
I have a comment real quick.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
Two things. If you'll focus on people that are renting in this valley right now, that's the people that may want to buy. Not everyone else that owns a home, they don't really care. Find the renters. And the other thing is, do any of you speak Spanish? Because that would, if you could dub your video in Spanish, we got a lot of Spanish speaking citizens that rent, and they'll be left out if you don't.
We have
I think we should
Spanish
focus on that
speakers
too.
in the class. We can also do a video that is Spanish speaking. Also, my husband's fluent in Spanish, so he can help.
Could be 2 videos, or it could just be one with subtitles, but let's include them.
We can do that. Thank you.
Nice. Okay, and you'll work with Ryan. All right, let's have our next group come up.
Your memories. Is it one more down?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So Tony, it's just one more down.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next one down. There we go.
Very
There.
nice.
Thank you.
That's it. Yeah.
Urban Vision Collective.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elmer. This is Bree, Cassidy, Jake, and Easton. Like the others, we are students at Utah Valley University studying public relations and strategic communications. And over the past few months, we have been researching and analyzing some data regarding affordable housing in Heber City. Some of the things we have found specifically are related to the public and how residents feel about the housing situation in Heber City. There is a lot of concern regarding it. Some of the statistics that we found are that 36% of people are dissatisfied with the quality of life. This is from a survey that they've responded, and that about 46% of them want single family homes in their neighborhoods. So there's a lot of questions on how's the council handling it, how's the government handling it.
With this data in mind, we found that affordable housing is important to meet the needs for current and future residents. Therefore, our goal is to continue your city's efforts with Envision 2050 and overall the Heber City revitalization, and continue promoting the active and accessible housing option resources and options that you have thanks to the Heber City official website. This brings our attention to our objective, which we want to help your social media, as you guys have already stated, we aim to boost the social media reach, hopefully by 10% by April 15th, overall using platforms such as Facebook and Instagram, informing residents about the CRA and other additional information that you guys already have available for residents. Like we've stated before, sometimes it is difficult or confusing where to find these resources, but they are there. That's why we want to come and help you achieve getting your citizens engaged. So that's why we want to achieve that hopefully within the next 30 days.
Our key publics for this campaign is current and future residents of Heber City, and the message that we have for them is to advocate for your community by learning about the Community Reinvestment Agency, or the CRA, which we have touched on already, and engaging with your local government.
So kind of like mentioned before, our strategy is to help educate the kind of our current renters and future renters and citizens within Heber City about the CRA, just kind of increase the civic engagement with it and to show them the opportunities and the benefits that can happen because of the CRA. And so, like was mentioned before, we wanted to partner up with your guys' social media specialist to kind of install a platform campaign, social media campaign. So it'll be over a couple other mediums, and we will post like content like videos or infographics, just kind of an all around kind of make sure of things to help citizens understand the CRA a little bit more. And to add on to that, we noticed that there was a Ask Heber Valley Expo on the 12th of April, and we were curious to also kind of join in on that, to have maybe like a table that we would provide and some other CRA kind of memorabilia and other things to lead them to the website and help us to help them educate them on the CRA's opportunities.
The time frame we're looking at this is roughly 30 days, which it would begin mid-March and conclude in mid-April. The first half of that time span would focus primarily on launching the social media campaign, working with you guys, figuring out which content and materials we wanted to put out there. And that would continue throughout the latter half. And also in the last half of the campaign, we would hopefully be able to attend that Ask Heber Valley Expo that Easton mentioned, with the possibility of the city council sponsoring a table or a position for us to attend that event. And with these considered costs from our social media and the expo all encompassed, our budget would be at or around $300 for that.
So the reason why this campaign will help improve affordable housing is that throughout our research, the existing data clarifies the wants and needs of Heber City residents. This campaign will help citizens understand the benefits of the CRA or Community Reinvestment Agency, as well as to continue to motivate them to communicate with the council and to make Heber City a better place for everybody. So we want to thank you all for taking the time to be able to listen to us today, and we're grateful that we were able to meet with you, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
So they're asking you for money now.
I was going to say.
So Aaron, you may not want to have us back. No, yes, they are. And Dr. Franco and Mayor Franco, sorry, you're both roles to me. We know that they would have to come back at the March 18th meeting and ask for that sponsorship fund of the table at the expo, which they feel would be something where they can reach a larger audience. And sometimes that one-on-one, highly interactive communication, it really goes somewhere where we do have social media and we do have the flyers and the posters and whatnot. When you get to talk to someone one-on-one, hear their concerns, but also share with them, hey, here's some things that are really coming your way that will be helpful. They felt that that would be a really good outlet.
You know how much the expo sponsor table might cost? I'm not sure.
Well, on the website when we were looking, there were a few different options.
Mhm.
There was a free option that we were looking at, but it was especially affiliated with like official businesses. And so we didn't want to sign up because we are an official affiliated business. But I'm pretty sure the most economical was $100. 150 was for chamber members, and then $200 was for non-chamber members.
I'm just wondering if you can contact Dallin Kocher and ask him to give you a table directly, since this is a student project, right? In conjunction with the city.
Yes, they can do that.
Yeah, I think that's a great.
My only concern is that they might not have tables anymore. But if you find that there is a table available and that you can't get one, I already sent you an email. Just
Thank you,
let
Aaron.
me know, and we'll figure that out.
Nice.
Okay.
Good job, Aaron.
Sounds fantastic.
So, so you're going to be talking about the CRA, right? And you guys are going to have to be educated for that, because it is pretty complicated. As you stated, a lot of people don't understand it. I would, and I'm putting two people on the spot. Our city manager understands it like the back of his hand, and Mike Johnston really understands it. He's the money people. So I would suggest that you counsel with them for a product and understand what it is, because you're going to get hard questions. People are going to ask you hard questions. And as the city, we need to educate them in the right way. We need to have them understand what it's for. And we can't have, sorry to say this, false information out there, if you understand. So
And we
I
understand that.
suggest
We
that.
understand the importance of being seamless and also being very accurate. So what I would propose is that after they return from their spring break, and prior to going, they set up a meeting with the two of you to meet over Zoom or we use Teams, and possibly go over some of the detail and making sure that they're hitting the points that you would like them to hit when they're directly with the public. And then also touching base on seeing what media you may have already, and they could do that. And then we could work on having some media at the table that would be based on exactly what the city wants. And again, that's partnering with Ryan, and that's partnering with the city to make sure there's double checks on this. So
At the Utah League in Cities and Towns conference in Salt Lake this year, there were a couple of student groups that were doing similar things for different legislative bills that were coming out. And what I thought was super helpful was they had like a FAQ, things that they could answer. They definitely had resources or handout cards, like business cards, as far as this is where you go to get the right answer. Because effectively, Sid's concern is a good one. But I think you can get around that by saying, like, here are the things we know. Here's where to go for an answer, right? And Ryan can certainly help you with that, I'm sure. But
could
it would
definitely
be
do that.
super interesting if you do end up with a space to have a video or something playing in the background that
Well, I
kind
know
of
a group
because
that
we've
is
had some
doing
good
a
stuff already.
video.
Right. Yeah, I would guess that there's a couple of people that would want to put different QR codes on this table if we find this table.
I feel like we definitely want to emphasize the already put in place Envision 2050, especially because you guys did put so much effort into that website and looking over it. There is a lot of information that is for residents, but sometimes they don't either want to look at it or sometimes they don't know where to find it. So I think especially having that resource to make sure to really emphasize this is where you can find more information if you do want to look more into depth at that, and also having that space where they can ask questions and we can possibly respond to them.
Very good. Lots of good projects here.
I'm going to be busy the next 30 days.
You really are.
Yeah, so
really-
we will be in touch on this,
Yeah,
and we'll set
that'd
up
be
some
great.
meetings. And I love the idea of the FAQ card, and then a card, here's where you can go next. So we've got some designing to do. We'll partner with Ryan on that, and we'll go from there. Sound good?
Good luck. That's great.
Last group then.
That's great. Next. Yep.
This last group is going to approach something entirely different. So I ask that you just hear them out, and then we know there will be a lot of questions. And
Onto our britches, you're saying?
well, Sid, you did tell me there needed to be an update to some of the building policies and things like that. So
Always.
we might have gone that direction with this group. So hear them out.
So council, I did share with this group, Tony's and staff's flyer or whatever, questionnaire from the city members, so, and county. And I actually gave them Tony Tyler's, if you remember that presentation that he presented. So they had some information that we as the city has provided them. So some of this stuff they're regurgitating, and which is good because it's coming from the horse's mouth. It's coming from the people. So.
Well, good afternoon. As you know, we are students from Utah Valley University studying PR and strategic communication. We're really excited to be with you. I would love to introduce my team. This is Brandon, I'm Darby, Kenzie, John, and Molly. And today we're going to be sharing a little bit of a unique approach. It's something that's a very simple, but we know that it can be a big impact on the community. And so I want to take you through the agenda that we have today. We're just going to go through our research summary. We're going to tell you a little bit about that. We're going to talk about our goal, who our key public is, and our key messages, as well as our strategies and the calendar, right? The timeline of what this is going to look like.
Yeah, like you've heard already, we were able to send out a survey that went over and for the past 3 years, and we've got a few little data points that we were able to learn. The first is that 75% of respondents want affordable single-family homes, and then that 42% were a little dissatisfied with their quality of living, but following that 31% said that new construction would be able to maintain their quality of living overall. And we know we were able to come up with a
goal and opportunity that we wanted to learn about and execute, which is that Heber needs more affordable housing. And if that's not addressed, then there could be some residents being priced out or the destruction of wildlife due to new developments we have.
Yeah, so our goal is to generate affordable housing options, such as like single-family homes. To achieve our goal, our objective is to update city policies and the codes by designating 1.5% of all new developments into single-family homes.
And to help us achieve that, we want to work with you guys, the City Council. So through collaboration with City Council members and also members of the City Planning Commission who work with Heber's zoning and building regulations, we want to help advocate for more affordable housing options in the form of single-family homes.
We want to encourage you guys, the Heber City Council, to continue improving Heber City's future by building more affordable single-family homes. We want to do this by asking if we can make amendments to your moderate income housing plan. And we want to do this by meetings with your city manager, meetings with different council members like Sid Ostergaard, and then your mayor, Heidi Franco. And then finally, we want to come back and propose our final amendments to you guys for your final approval. And then we want to write a feature story to get some more visualization on this whole thing.
And so what does this look like? So starting March 17th for 4 weeks, we want to execute this. Obviously, the meetings are based on your schedule, but we do want to meet with city officials. We want to get your say, your opinions, things that you already have planned, and we want to add to that. We also, like Molly mentioned, we want to provide transparency to the community. So we want to write a feature article, hopefully get it published to show the community what we're doing. And as I mentioned, there is a budget at the bottom that we'd like to talk with you briefly at another date. But basically, all that we're asking from you today is 1.5% of all new developments to dedicate that 1.5% to single family homes. And we're asking this outside of the CRA. We know that there's 10% already dedicated. We're specifically asking for that 1.5% in annexations and upzones. And so we know that this is a really small impact, and it could be a really great opportunity for the community to grow. Just as our research mentions, that people want single family homes. They want the land, they want the wildlife, they want the environment. And we know that the CRA is making efforts to create more downtown living, apartments and things like that. But we wanted to bring attention to the single family homes. And so, for example, if 400 homes are built, all we're asking for is 6 homes. We're asking for 6 homes to be dedicated to single family homes. And as we know, the state of Utah is centered on that family unit. And so we know by working with you that we could maybe it's not 1.5%, maybe it's 5%, right? Maybe it's 3 homes. But we're willing to work with you and excited to work with you on that. So thank you for listening.
You know, you probably have a lot of questions, but we appreciate you taking the time to listen to their bold idea and the direction that they'd love to see the city start to go. So go ahead with questions.
My first question is, when you were asked, was there any type of single family home? I mean, are they thinking a yard, just at least that it has a yard? So a townhome with a yard in the back, a small piece of property, is that what you're thinking of? Or is it single family homes with a yard?
Single family homes with a yard.
Okay.
So when we did our research over the 3 years, so we surveyed them 3 times. And when we did our research, they specifically said apartments and condos were an absolute no-go. The next least favorite were townhomes and duplexes. And they absolutely wanted the single family home with the yard that didn't share walls with a neighbor. Now, look, I bought my home 11 years ago in Heber. I'm a teacher. I live on a state salary. And I couldn't buy my home today. There's no way. I want someone else like me to be able to have that home. Are they asking you to build a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, single family home as affordable? No. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, but we know it takes a lot, and we know they're going to graduate before you end this discussion. So they'd at least like to start the discussion with you and get it going within the council as something to talk about. But yeah, our research said no shared walls.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's important. That's something that I think that we kind of missed the boat on in the state of Utah lately, as of lately. There seems to be this prevalent idea that young kids prefer to have the high-rise apartments and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for those homes that are maintained in a condo or something that is small. And obviously from your direction, that is not what you heard or what you even feel probably. I mean, some of you might, but the majority of you are not saying that. And I appreciate that because that is definitely something that I think that I personally have heard from others and from citizens in our community. So thank you so much for bringing that to the light of what we really need to be doing. Appreciate it.
Yvonne, if I may, Sid actually straw polled this group when we were meeting with him, and he said, what would you prefer?
Yeah, it was interesting. It was really interesting. Again, I just had lunch with a affordable housing developer today, just talking about what's going on. And he says that there's certain trends and certain trends for, let's say, the baby boomers, Gen X's, and so on, millennials. And each one of those categories have different needs and wants. So, but it was interesting that you guys, maybe it's up here, it's rural, it's up in the small community. Everybody wants the American dream to own their own house with their own yard, whatever size that is. So it was interesting that came out of it. And when I asked them, I don't think anybody said, I want to live in an apartment or condo. Pretty much everybody says, and I asked, did you grow up in Utah? And some of them did, and some of them didn't. And so it was interesting.
Yeah, they all said that they would prefer no shared walls. Yeah. Other questions for this group?
I think Aaron does, and then Mike.
Yeah, just high level question. Well, first of all, great challenge, right? It's a gutsy challenge. Seemed like it was nerve wracking to ask for, and you won't be here when we start doing this. So appreciate the idea of thinking about it and coming up with ideas. I would say that one of the things as you're coming back with ideas that we could talk about with amendments, it'd be helpful for us to understand if you can put a little bit of extra time into understanding what costs to build an affordable house might be, so that we can get a better understanding of what we have a program called Fee in Lieu, which we don't have to get into tonight, but it will help us to better understand what we might be talking to developers about, generally speaking. It's just an idea that might help flesh out the rest of what might or might not be possible here.
I think they can do that. And they can also look at, Mayor Franco has talked about the 60% AMI, or is it an 80% AMI that we're looking at with single family, no shared walls?
20 or 150.
Yeah, it's super.
What are we looking at in reality that we could do as a city and ask of developers in that annexation and that upzoning versus what is more realistic? If we go to the 60% AMI, is that something like a shared wall?
Right.
So
tiny home.
Right. What does a tiny
A
home
prefab
really look
home.
like?
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think there's some big things that with this group we can tackle quickly. So
So with that, what Aaron says, I have, like I said, developers that I work with, and they can give you straight up, and I understand what it costs to actually get a house built. It's not cheap. It's not affordable.
It's good to know. And, you know, like I said, the challenge is fantastic. My other question was this. Everybody keeps mentioning a survey. Can we get access to the survey? Because I'm curious.
I've already given it to Sid.
Fantastic. I don't have it.
He has all three.
The reason I'm asking, you know, I think it would be helpful for me to understand how the questions were asked. I'm just looking
Absolutely.
I'm looking at the data and saying 42% of people dissatisfied with current quality of life.
Do you know that changed? That changed over the 3 years.
Did it?
Yeah. At first, they were very satisfied. And then over the 3 years, now, again, there's lots of variables that happened in those 3 years.
Sure.
Okay. That actually changed. So we saw some change. So Mayor Franco and Sid both have the surveys. I'm happy to send them to you again. Mayor, I just CC'd you on it So
you.
you may
Thank
not
you.
realize you have it.
Thank you.
So I'll make sure that all of you get it. But I know Mike has some questions too.
Yeah, perfect.
Can we go? Okay,
Sure.
Mike, please go ahead.
You guys picked the hardest topic by far, and I want to compliment you. If you want to pursue this as a career and become an expert at this, you'll always be employed, and maybe you'll be able to afford a house on a lot.
Maybe.
But, and I love how you want to work with us on an ordinance, and that's doable. But I want to be realistic with you. Just because people want a single family home on a lot doesn't mean they're going to get it in Heber. The absolute lowest price single family, tiny little home on a tiny little lot is $600,000 if you can find it in Old Town. Most homes, single family homes that are being built now, and we're building them, I think we're about, we could talk to our building guy, but it's probably 50%. So we're well beyond your 1.5%, but they start at $1 million. So it's not affordable. And there's no way for us to make it affordable. There's no way. So you may want to really rethink how we can help people get into any house. And I like the idea of looking differently, like someone mentioned tiny homes. What could be done?
And what can we ask of developers? I think that also is something as a city. You're asking certain things of them because you're giving them, Sid, you explained to all of us, you're giving them concessions. If, hey, if they're willing to do this, you give them this concession, and that perhaps this is a concession that you consider. It doesn't, like Darby said, does it have to be 6? No, maybe it's 1. But
so be very
let
willing
them go
to
back to the drawing board
be willing to pivot when you start to get some of this information and go, oh, okay, let's go this direction. Because if you want to, I mean, even in Utah, if you want a single family home on a detached lot, you need to move to Missouri. That's where they are. Arkansas, Ohio.
I'm from Missouri.
Yeah, I
Mike?
grew up there.
Yes, did you?
You can buy a really nice house for $200,000
In Georgia,
on a half
that's
acre.
where I'm from. In Georgia, you can buy a really cheap single-family home.
It seriously is a demand and supply. We have very little supply and very high demand, and it's it's impossible to fill that gap, really.
And I would just follow that up with saying, like, I was going to say something similar. The other part of my question was going to say, if you dig into this and you realize that you're kind of wrong on what you thought your success might look like, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But you guys are the ones that can challenge us. So I'm going to say, don't back down from something that looks hard, because I'd rather get a challenge and dig into it and understand it a little bit, even if we come back and say this isn't possible, because you're not going to be grading on whether it's possible or not. You're going to be grading on how well you do on this, right? So challenge the crap out of us. That's fantastic.
So Yvonne and then Sid, please.
Well, if Mike's done, are you done, Mike?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I was going to say too, a part of that challenge there too is look into those, look outside the box. I mean, I like the tiny, I've always thought the tiny home would, but it's hard because where do we go with tiny homes? I mean, sometimes you've got those little tiny ones that are on wheels. That's not something that's doable in this area. Where would you put it? So looking into modular homes, looking into pocket communities, research and find where those types of neighborhoods, if you will, or environment where that works and how it might be able to fit modular homes. Is that an option for individuals? If they have the lot, maybe they could afford a modular home. Looking into something like that. Those are things too to maybe bring to the forefront and like I like it what Aaron says, challenge us. We need that challenge, definitely.
We need new eyes.
We
Go
do.
ahead, Sid.
So yeah, going back to developers, that's something that I could probably arrange to have you guys actually talk with those type of developers and see exactly what it really takes to do housing and incentives and stuff like that. There are funding mechanisms, unfortunately, up here in the Wasatch Back. We don't have them like they do down in the Valley. The Valley has more abilities to fund and help with that. So we're still trying to work it up here. We just start researching and maybe go in that direction and try to figure out, okay, there's this type of fund out there that will help with this. Because if we can do that, because it comes down to the almighty dollar, developer can't afford to do it unless he's incentivized from, funding and or from the city with some perks. So maybe try to go to solidify or understand what that means and come back to us and say, okay, we want to do this, but these are some mechanisms that can help the city and a developer.
Final thought before we let you go, and we really want to thank you. You've really done a wonderful professional job for us, and that's saying something. I don't think I could have done it as a senior back in the day, right? But you really have done a good job. So good job on that. The other type of affordable home that I would like you to look into is something called a mansion house, where it looks like a regular house, but you put 3 or 4 families in it and it doesn't look like a duplex. Does that make sense? Or a twin home? It looks like a regular house. Obviously, it would have a lot of patios around it, right? But there's a single entrance and then it divides up
Neighborhood
inside the
barbecues.
house. Yes, yes. And I'm just saying, people want single family, make it look like a single family, but be able to make it multifamily inside. And then someone's still proud to say, oh, that's my house, but I'm in this part of it, right? But just, tiny homes, prefab homes, that's what the state legislature is looking at also, try to make it easier to come in. I like the mansion home idea just because it provides that neighborhood appearance, if that sort of makes sense, that people want. Do you have any questions of us on this? So we'll
Are you, their goal here, I don't know if you see, is a lot of meetings. They'd like to meet with you, some of you individually, and have conversations. As they start to do some research, my question to you is, are you open to meeting with them and having conversations with them?
I do think that they need to meet with Tony or Jamie, right, to talk more
I
about the
agree.
exact codes.
Yeah.
Right, but to
Yeah.
dive into actual codes that we have now in different places in the city and what we could consider, I think you really need to speak with our planning staff on that.
I agree.
Be a part of that.
Tony and Jamie, you good with a meeting? Okay,
As
sounds
long as your
good.
name's on the email, whether they sent
It
it
will
or
be.
you,
It will
then
be.
we
Don't
can
worry.
watch for that, okay?
It will be. Thank you to you all. We really appreciate your time. You've given us so much to go with, and we're excited to partner with you over the next 30 days. And then I'll come back after they graduate and give you the final report because I need to let them graduate. But they're going to be compiling all their reports the last 2 weeks in April. And what I'll do is I'll come back the first part of May and report to you just some findings and their evaluation and their success and whatnot. So we'll do that.
Well, they're more than welcome to join you if they would like to, but we understand you want to move on with life, and congratulations on your graduation. That is a fantastic step that you've taken to invest in yourself and be able to achieve your own goals. We wish you the very best with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
We will
Thank you.
exit so that you can
Okay.
get to work with the rest that you have on your agenda. But thank
You're
you
welcome to
again.
stay too.
I have to get them back home down to Orem.
Of course, of course. I wanted to announce Eric Bunker that you are online. Eric, if you are here for the Red Rocks annexation discussion item, we are skipping that tonight, Eric Bunker, in case you were interested. Also, Mr. Ellert, are you here from the school district? Oh, thank you very much for attending today. You're more than welcome to move up when we get to this next agenda item on the views. So everyone, we're going to the second agenda item, the views on Main MDA term sheet, but we are skipping the Red Rock annexation term sheet that was listed as the third agenda item. That is not going to happen tonight. So we're doing the second agenda item, the views on Main MDA term sheet. Tony, are you ready to go with that, please?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Thank
If
you.
I could invite the petitioners to please join us up here at the table. Council discussed this, a lot of engineering issues last time. Didn't give the petitioner much time to respond, so that will be part of what we're doing today. I'm going to tee it up and have Jeremy follow up when he gets back in here on vesting. There's a question that council had about vesting, so we'll dedicate some time to trying to get to that.
So, council, just so, are you done, Tony, yet?
go ahead.
Okay, council, remember, we have Mr. Ellert here from the school district. We also have Kim Dickerson online with the school district, and of course, Scott Phillips, who's also online. So did you want to turn it over to them now on this, or how are we starting?
Well, where did Jeremy go?
Jeremy will be right back. He just had to run for a quick break.
Did he have to? Okay, okay.
Why don't you go ahead, Tony?
Well, yeah, so just to remind everybody, so we're here to talk about doing a development agreement. Some of the issues are the 100 East, 860 South, a stoplight, phasing of improvements, length of time of the development agreement. Last time, council did express some concern about what level of vesting this development has. There are two phases. Phase one has a significant amount of vesting, and Jeremy, if you could maybe provide us a little bit of information on that right now, I think I could probably have you step up and help us understand the vesting. That's, I think, critical to council before we continue.
Yes, please.
So honestly, I mean, council, I sent you all an email on the vesting. I think there's a lot of disagreement as to the vesting. My best take on this is, at this point, I think we should look at this as, what are we getting out of this project? Do we like the project? Are we getting the roads we like? Can we live with what they're asking for? I think if we try to dig too deep into the vesting, we're just going to kind of be in disagreement. So at this point, my take on that would really be, I think we should move past that, see if we like the project. If there's things that we want that they're not willing to agree to, then, we can go back to that, I think.
For clarity, Jeremy, can you help me with one question on that?
Sure.
Is there a plan in the history that was presented already, that is vested already, that had conditions that have been met or that could be met, such that these gentlemen don't have to ask for anything more? Is there something where if they revised or reverted back to that plan, we'd be done? And the reason I'm asking that specifically is to help me understand where the jumping off point is for negotiations, right?
Yeah. So I think probably the best way I can answer that is yes, probably as to the first. So they came in with their original site plan for phase one of the project. That did get approved for their site plan, but it got approved contingent on a number of conditions. And those conditions haven't all been met. So I think the answer is yes, if you went back to that original, met those conditions in their original site plan. But you also have to remember vesting goes with the time you submit your application. So if you submit an application for a project, you're vested with the code that's in place at the time you submit your application. So yes, it wasn't approved, but that doesn't mean necessarily there's not aspects of their project because of when they submitted applications that aren't vested with the code that's in place at the time they submitted that application. If they were to go back to that, the city has asked then in subsequent, conversations for changes to that. So they've changed the project. They've shown stuff in phase two of the project. They tried to make it more one project and show the entire phase. And we have indicated to them, planning staff has indicated to them that those subsequent applications would not reduce their vesting that they're entitled to based on their own applications or based on their original applications. So
that was my question. Was an attempt to answer a question that I've been asked by the public, which is, if this is approved, why are you talking about it? Why are you giving more? And if it's not approved, why do we keep hearing it's approved already? And so
there's aspects of this that there's certainly a very good argument on their case that they're vested with the code in place, maybe not the actual approvals, but at least vested with the code in place that at the time they submitted those. Again, our take on this as we've gone through this, as we've tried to talk to them, is we can spend a lot of time arguing about vesting. I can tell you there's ambiguity in the vesting on this project. I think both sides would agree it's not absolutely clear cut what they're vested with, what they're not vested with, based on everything that's happened in this. It's a unique project that's had a lot of unique issues go into it. So it's not as clear cut as a lot of other projects as far as saying and again, when we're talking about vesting, we're talking about different aspects of the project. Are they vested with 5 stories? Are they vested with not having to build the road through their project? Those are different questions that the answer to those questions might be different, and it probably is different. So again, I think if we just try to focus on the vesting, we're going to get lost in the minutia of vesting. I think if we focus on, do we like this project? Are we willing to live with what they're proposing? Are there things that we'd ask of them that would make it palatable? Then if we can't get there, then we can go back to the vesting question and fight that one out, I think.
I have one more really fast follow-up question. I'm sorry, Yvonne. Super really fast follow-up question. The original conversation with the original contingent access on that road between Ace Hardware and AutoZone, I forget
the school district road.
Yep. Is the decision to give access to that road on the school board, on the school superintendent? Who makes that decision? And the reason I'm asking that is I had 3 people from the school organization ask me, who makes that decision? Is it me? And I said, I don't know. I'll ask the question.
My assumption is probably the school board would make that decision. I don't know particularly what their rules say, how much authority their superintendent has to make decisions like that.
Okay, that's all I needed.
I would probably say it's probably ultimately the school board would make the decision to grant access onto that. Again, I don't think they're necessarily at this point asking for that. I think that was part of the original site plan approval, was that they'd work with the school district to get access onto that road. But again, I think that that's kind of changed throughout some of these discussions, which again is part of what makes the question of are they vested and what are they vested with so difficult to answer.
So before you leave, but Yvonne, do you have questions?
I just had one question. This is something that was brought up with one of the citizens. They posted, and I think that you looked into it, whether or not the property was for sale. You didn't. So have you posted the property up for sale?
I'm sorry. Whether the property is currently being
Yes.
marketed as for sale with a description of something we haven't actually approved yet. Yes, I did look into that and I did find the listing for it.
And my question is, why are we here if that's the direction you're going? I mean, we could probably end this discussion right here if that's the direction that you're going. So is that the motive? Is there a motivation to sell the property? And is it to try and bring in some of these issues first before you can present the property in a more pleasing manner? I don't know if that's the goal or exactly what you're heading for.
Adam's right here. He could probably speak to it better. So the way that this property came to me was I was the lender on this property to the original developer.
Okay.
And he ended up defaulting on the loan and I foreclosed on him. And so my goal is to get this to a buildable, shovel-ready project, if necessary, to go vertical with it. But I'm putting out feelers to see if there is a builder out there who would want to buy this. But currently there's nobody because it's not fully ready to go.
So they're asking that question then when you're getting inquiries. Okay.
Well, and I appreciate the tee up, because the thing that we found, or the thing that I found was, and I didn't find it, Jamie Hewlett found it, but the thing that I found when looking into it was there's some specifics that are laid out in the listing as far as this is what's approved and how many units, and this is what's coming in phase 2 and how many units and what they will, so.
Yeah, I saw. So it sounds like it's a done deal in the posting, but we still need to negotiate.
Yeah, so phase 2 is not listed. Yeah, it may be mentioned, but we don't have, Chris and I are separate entities on this thing. He's phase 2, I'm phase 1.
Chris,
Chris Parker.
he's not here?
He's not here today.
Okay.
Yeah. You might be online.
Let me check really quick.
What I mean by listed is
I don't see a Chris Parker online, just so you know. Unless he's got an initial or some other.
He said he might be attending online or he might not. So. And for clarity, just for public or whatever, what I mean by listed is it specifically talks about phase 2 and what phase 2 will look like. And so the reason, it says the upcoming phase 2 will include an additional 80 units. Please contact broker for more details. The reason I bring that up, the reason we even talked about it, was that makes it awfully hard to explain to the public why we're talking about something if it's for sale already. Yeah. Right? It's not even it's not just a how is politics viewed thing. It's we've got half the community saying, why are you talking about this if you've already sold it, if you've already promised it to developers, which is not the case for me, and really puts us on a weird, tricky foot to start talking.
Can I just add to that point, though? Honestly, there's not a project, I would say there are very few projects that go through the process that prior to final entitlement are not marketed in line with what is being asked for in their project. And ultimately, they then do sell to another third party that was not involved in the entitlement. This is not a unique process to how projects get bought and sold and ultimately built. And I would imagine that the marketing material that may be out there falls in line with what has been brought forth in any portion of an entitlement process with the city, which, again, from a standpoint of marketing the potential, there's not a project out there that does not move forward in its path in an unsimilar way. They all act fairly closely along those lines. So it's not atypical to see that.
I think we understand that. I don't think that's an issue for me especially, but I was hoping right now between you, Jeremy, and Russ, and Tony and Jamie, that we can go down this list of issues and see which ones we negotiate on and which ones we don't. All right, which ones are vested. So I think the 100 East, that's a negotiation. The dedication of 860 South, I think that's a negotiation. Tell me if I'm wrong. And then the stoplight, that's definitely a negotiation too. The dedication of 790 South, was that a condition in the first site plan approval?
So, and they can correct me if I'm wrong. So in the first site plan approval, there was a bunch of conditions and there's a term sheet drawn up that there are certain things that the developer was committing to as part of that term sheet to get final approval, I guess, is the way to look at it. And again, that term sheet was never fully approved by either party. That came back to the council to discuss that term sheet, and the council's response to that was basically, we really need to see phase 2 of this project and see how this is all going to work out on this whole property before we can look at the term sheet and finalize the term sheet for phase 1. Again, remember that's at a time when you had one property owner owning this whole project. And then, of course, that property owner that owned the project at that time lost it. Throughout that process, there's a number of iterations, but kind of back and forth, but it was then lost. And so I mean, my take on this is, I think there's issues that maybe we disagree on at this point. I think, in my mind, everything's negotiable at this point. Because I think their goal is to say, we want to get this project done and we want to get to a point. And I think my goal as a city is if we can get to a point where we can agree as a project moving forward and we can, whether or not it was one of the initial terms or not, if it's something that's really important to the council right now, maybe, they have things that they're willing to give and take on as well.
Jeremy, Russ, was the 790 South being dedicated to the city a condition from?
It was part of the original term sheet, but that was important to the original property owner. It is not important to this property owner.
The city.
It's not important to the city,
He
and it's
didn't
not
require
important
that.
to this property owner.
Okay, so
So that's
Mr.
why it was
Eller,
brought up
Can I-
before.
Partially like a fire access or something like
Yes.
that.
Specify, there was
okay,
never,
okay, hang on 1 second. I've got to verify with staff first. Oh, I understand that, but we have other recommendations, that are given from the planning commission or from staff that either have to be negotiated or worked out. We're trying to figure out, like Aaron said, what was the conditions for the first approval that we're not trying to dispute, but we are trying to make sure it's clear as we proceed, right, with negotiations.
do we
So
have a copy of those conditions?
I was hoping that it was somewhere. So Jamie, Tony, do you guys have the term sheet
Mayor,
from before?
We do have it. I can go get it if you want me to. To be clear, it was something that was asked for by the original developer. By the time we put the term sheet together, the discussion on it had changed, and so it wasn't something that was final. I think the point is, it was important to the original property owner, and so we were trying to figure out a way to make that happen. It's not important to these guys, and so I don't
It is
understand the
important
relevancy of.
because of the fire access, and that's got to be approved by the school board. Mr. Ellert's here to address that if anybody wants to hear that, or if we want to ask him right now. But we're trying to go down this list of issues that we need to go negotiate. We're not halfway through, right? We need to keep going, please. So can I continue on just this list so we know what to negotiate and what not to? The improvements associated with public streets, how much of that was conditioned, Russ, in the first phase? Yes.
Sorry, I turned my mic off. Yeah, the original agreement was much different than the term sheet that is right now. There was a lot more in there as far as what roads would be built by the developer and how much their participation would be, is a simple way of putting it.
Okay, so I'm not sure I quite understand what you mean there, please.
What is your question?
The discussion number 5, phasing of improvements associated with public streets. What was conditioned in the first phase site plan approval?
Well, what's proposed here with this one, let me start there, is that on the site plan, there is a road. We're calling it 860 South.
Mm-hmm.
They're proposing that they would build the sections of that road all the way to the access into their property. Basically to the section that's kind of hashed out there.
Right.
So basically to their entrance with phase 1, and that they would get the second part done there with phase 2.
So
the original agreement was substantially different than this. If you want, I can kind of talk about some of the terms of that, but
well, they may not remember either. It's been that long that we need to make sure we know what was asked for before versus what they are asking for now and versus what our concerns are right now. So I'm not quite done, because we know that we can't approve your fire district emergency access, that only the school board can. So we can't negotiate that. The fire district's requesting it. Did you want to add something?
Well, ultimately, the fire access that we have was something that the fire department asked us to provide to them.
Yes.
As far as traversing the property, 790, the current 790 South, are we saying that they do not have the ability to access 790 South?
The fire district or you?
No, the fire district.
I'm
We did
sure
not
they
put
do.
that in there for our purposes
I'm sure
for
they do.
access. We put that in there specifically upon the request of the fire district, so they could get an eastern access to the building from 790.
Wasn't that what we discussed the last time? I thought that was the understanding. And as long as it stays gated, then they
Correct.
have that access.
Again,
did the fire, but I never heard whether or not was that okay with the fire district, or
they had approved.
It is.
It is okay. That's
It
enough.
is. It's just, it's got to be okay with the school board.
So again, are you saying then that the fire district needs permission from the school board to access 790? That's my question.
Well,
Prior,
you need to talk to the school board.
for anybody that remembers, and I did my best to piece it through with crappy records, but I think roughly that location it used to be an actual entrance to the parking lot. And so that was like the school board had to approve that because it was traffic.
On the
Whereas this, I
backside?
think, didn't you say it was a bash gate?
It's on
Like
the
a
northeast
crash
side
gate
right
or
here in
something?
the
An
corner
SOS
of the
gate.
light.
in that entrance.
So
to-
this thing here, I think, and I'm not going to speak for the fire, but the best I understood it, I think it's like a crash gate where
Yes, that's
it
what was
isn't
discussed.
access.
That
It's
was what is discussed.
unless
It's
there's an
just-
emergency, they'll just drive through it. Kind of.
That's where they could
don't-
enter our project at that location.
And I don't want to speak for the school board. I don't think any of us do. And we're so thankful that Kim and Mr. Ellard are here. So I think that you'll have to talk with them about it, okay? And just realize that, yes, it's a condition. And, we'll have to get some documentation
Well,
on
the
that.
condition that came from the planning commission was a condition made for a third access point for the project onto 790. After we had demonstrated that we had 2 access points already, the requirement that came from the planning commission
Off of Main Street.
was that we include a full entry and exit, an ingress and egress from 790. That was made part of their conditions that we said, we have no ability to grant that. We had discussions with the school board, or excuse me, with the superintendent, who made it very clear, I can't give you an access onto 790.
Right.
And so based on that input, our discussions with the fire was, look, if you're comfortable having an ingress gate that's an SOS gate that you can enter on after coming up and opening that gate on your own, we're happy to include that, which we did, which they accepted. So a condition that was placed on us in planning commission, there's no way that we could comply to based on, but the fact of the matter is did we have 2 access points already slated in the project just for phase 1? The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm assuming you want to talk with the school board just about that because it is their road. Okay, so now on the public street improvements. Sure.
Yeah. So Jeremy and Russ, in your history of this type of access onto private or somebody else's property, has that been done in the city or any other place? Without permission of, I know I'm putting you on the spot. I'm just thinking about the apartments out on 40. They do have that fire access onto 40. I can't remember what the process, I wasn't a part of it. What was the process to get that access? And it has the exact same thing. It has a gate that is operated. The fire department can go in there and go through it. Nobody else can. I don't know if we can answer that.
Yeah, I think only the county can, since it was developed in the county.
But in your history of, development and stuff like that, has this happened before?
Well, this is a difficult conversation because that is a road that is open to the public. It is owned by the school district, but it's open to the public. When we were
Is it a
talking
public
about-
road or is it private?
It's a private road that's open to the public. I don't, to be honest, I'm going to have to refer to our legal expert who may not know what to say right now.
Yeah, no, to answer your question, I don't think I've ever dealt with that before where that was part of, you were trying to access onto a private road. Again, I think Russ is correct. It is a really unique situation because that is clearly open to the public. The fire department could access it, whether or not the school district came back and said, we're going to tell the fire department they can't access it in order to access this project because it's our road and we don't want them accessing it. I don't know. And I don't know what if the fire department would say, then we're not going to approve this project, but I think it's probably more up to the fire department.
I agree.
I just wanted to clarify and see if there's any case studies out there.
Usually it's always been on the city roads.
Yeah, this one's pretty unique, I would say. I mean, if it was purely private, like gated road, obviously I would say probably not. But this one's kind of unique.
I might mention that the school district, either wittingly or unwittingly, has allowed private access onto that road. Ace Hardware, for example, has 2 curb cuts onto that road.
Well, I guess that's something to check, right?
Some of that history there is that where Ace Hardware sits is the former school site. And so that access was ultimately there, but I think a lot of that had to do with the sale of the land to the property owners in that location of maintaining that access. So that's still a different issue.
Okay, so the phasing of improvements, let's just try to go down the list. We know we can negotiate on 1, 2, 3, but that's more of an internal thing for us. 4, we cannot negotiate on. On 5, Russ, isn't that just part of our code on the improvements that they do with their streets? That's really not a negotiation unless it's the timing or the phasing. The length of time, that's negotiated right now. The fencing, was fencing required in phase 1?
I don't believe so. I don't remember that being a discussion. I think that was something that was asked by the planning commission when this went to the planning commission.
And what was it the same idea as being proposed right now, Sid? Do you recall?
Yeah, just to screen
Just try
and
to screen the school.
So that's
traffic
not
and the school
something
kids. I think
we're
it was
not
just
negotiating on.
Well, I just think it was like we'd like to have this in place if this got approved situation.
I think I do have some history on that. Brian Balls and I met with the superintendent, and I believe at that conversation, the superintendent indicated the district would prefer to have some type of wall there, a screening wall, and I think that's why that's popped up there.
Okay, so that's
That
not
was an
perhaps
agreement that
so.
we had agreed to with the school district simply to keep their, students corralled, as it
Yes.
were, to not traverse through the property.
Right, right. And so that's maybe not something to really change or negotiate. Yes.
I do
Right.
believe Planning Commission did mention that, and I think it probably was a list of a negotiated condition that we agreed to, and ultimately, like Mr. Brower alluded to, that was an agreement that we had specific with our meeting with the superintendent.
Okay, so that's not a bigger deal, but this offsite utility connections, Russ, was that something that was required in phase 1 for that irrigation line to come through their property and to go offsite to do it?
It was silent in the first one. It just wasn't
Okay.
really a big discussion at that point.
Okay.
I mean, we
So
have
that's
different
negotiable.
perspectives on that. So yes, that's
yeah, and I have
negotiable.
some
And I just,
questions about that.
I have questions to know how needed it is for commercial parking lots and their little parking strips. If we really, I mean, do we really need it for more than just that area? Do we need this pressurized irrigation for further south? But it's already developed. You see what I mean? And it's already got their parking lots and their little teeny watering strips. I mean, where else do we need this offsite utility connection that it's being promoted right now? My questions. And then the city code in number 9, that's really not so much a negotiation, right? Okay, so we're negotiating on 1 and 2, somewhat on 3, not on 4, other than making sure the school districts does what they want there. And then 5, 6, there's no development time, but they're vesting. Let's kind of bring that back on the length of time. They're asking for a 10-year development agreement. The vesting on phase 1, how long can that potentially last?
It typically matters on what city code. So city code says your application goes away after a year.
Unless they renew it.
Yeah, unless they renew it. So
And keep renewing it every year. Seriously.
I can't
Okay.
remember.
So the
Maybe it's
renewal,
probably
there's an extension. They can have a one-year extension. The difference though is the code also requires that they be working on or
Right.
taking action on their approval. And so I think at this point with where they've been going and with the fact that they've been keeping up communication, trying to work out and negotiate that is also tied into that time frame or timeline for their vesting.
So they've been doing that enough that they haven't had to request the year extension yet?
6 months from today, because we're working with you on our project today.
Okay, but as long as they're in communication with you, they don't have to request an extension.
That's what we've talked in the past, and we'd have to double check that. But my understanding is if there's consistent moving forward effort to resolve and to comply with the approval and the conditions of the approval, then yes. But that's also a little bit nuanced as well. So
okay.
We do have one-year extension that we allow. We don't allow multiple extensions, just to clarify.
Okay, everybody, so you know that's something you can negotiate on. All right, everybody dive on in. Who wants to start on the negotiations on number 1? Or do you want to skip that and go to 2?
Can you get the plan put back up? It's hard, but I want to see this and what they're proposing, I guess. Or another way to say that, sorry, but tongue in cheek. We just told you which things we're interested in negotiating with. Which ones do you want to give up or fight on, right? Like, are there some that you're like, oh, we're doing that already, and should we not waste time here? I'm trying to understand that, because staff has told us these are the issues, right?
For the most part, we're in agreement with staff on most everything. I think the crucial comments are you guys okay with the alignment of 860 South, the way that is, and the optimal access onto Main Street there? Because that will be a major public road, and our proposal is that we will dedicate or provide easements for dedication of that portion. And then the next kind of point is, when is the construction of that? If we're building it, we would obviously build that road, right? If we're building the project, we build that road for our access. If we're not constructing it yet and the city wants to build it, we don't want to get in your way. And so that's kind of what we were hoping to put into an MDA, to not hold you back on that kind of major infrastructure. Similar conversation for the light as well. So maybe that's where we could start, 860 South.
Russ, your question to us last time was, I'm sorry, I'm going to get the wording wrong, but it was something to the effect of, is council okay with that section of the road right now, given that the other section isn't possible right now, right? There was something to the effect of like, council, are you okay with what we see, knowing that that might not and is not connecting right now and may not for years and years to come?
Our original conversation was to have this whole thing built through this area, all the way to this future 150 East, whatever you want to call it. This property owner has since kind of said, I'm out. It limits a little bit what we can do. Are you okay understanding that, we have options in the future? We can, option A, we can wait for this property owner to develop, and we can require that middle section to be built as part of his development at that time. Option B, if we really need to get this done, because maybe there's not really a whole lot of reason that we have to get it done until we make progress on this 150 East. But if we get to that point, we can always go in with eminent domain, and we can get it done. So the question is, it's not ideal.
Option C is, no, we're not okay with it. Figure out a way to make your road fit.
Let's figure out, it's a master plan road. Let's figure out another route. I can say, other than understanding that likely at some point we're going to have to widen here on the south side, and do we have what's that process going to be like? I would say, other than that, I think we're generally comfortable that this road meets our long-term intent.
Your master plan road. If it went through that way, through that lot eventually.
Yeah. So
You have trouble with the fire lane for phase 2 right now? Okay.
Fire lane for
All
phase 2, which is the one on the east side, on adjacent to the school property.
East and west. It goes from the road, 860 East, all the way around on phase 2.
Yeah. So this.
That's basically, we put that in so that Clint could get this fire department.
Yeah, that's their requirements, is
aerial access to a 5-story building.
Okay.
If I can just, what's in the agreement right now is the
proposed agreement.
The proposed agreement is with phase 1, they would build this road, get it to this point, and you would basically have everything, all of this pavement, everything right there.
Accesses.
So they have the accesses. Yeah, they have this access, they have this access up here, plus the emergency access, which will hold off. Phase 2, what I am asking right now is that they build, one option is that they just build a skinny fire access over here all the way around. I'm asking them with phase 2 to build that road as it's intended to be built with phase 2. And my understanding is they're okay with that, but they can share their own. But that's what's included right now in the draft of the agreement.
Mike, did you have comments?
Yeah. I think in this whole stretch of Main Street from 6 South to 12 South, this is this has become a really important intersection someday. Now, it's not really an intersection until there's a light and a road, and I don't, but getting that light in will change that whole 6 blocks of Main Street and make it much easier to turn left in and out and off. I think it's, and as I'm seeing this, if this can come in phase 1 and it's not even their property, aren't there, it's what's your name? Adam has the phase 1, and then Chris is phase 2, and then but who owns those front 2 parcels, the old that little white house?
His name's Steve Przybowski.
So he owns both?
Yeah, he owns Coenzio and Lofty.
Is he here?
No, but we've got a.
You've negotiated with him for this. This is huge because nothing could happen for 20 years if we don't try and negotiate this now. I think it's really important to get this light. I think it's more important than, the East Road, 100 East, 120, what is it? That will come someday. It could be 10 years, 20 years. I mean, it's really up to the school district at that point. We don't know, but at least we're moving towards that and making it possible to happen.
Mike, I agree that first of all, let me state, and it's worth stating, but I'll just tell you where I'm at right now. Right now, I'm not a huge fan of the project at all, but I have changed and learned more and changed my mind in the past. So I'll just state that right now. I think you're right that if we want to get that road sooner than later, negotiating now is the way to do it. I just don't understand why we wouldn't be saying, figure out a way to fit it in your land. And I understand from a developer point, which is, well, that's a big section of land that you're going to cut into a building. I can't imagine any other scenario where we would have a developer come and say, I want to do this thing, and the lot next to me eventually is going to make it so your road can go here. Like, what do you mean eventually is going to make it so the road can go here? And also, if it's really important to us, we can talk about eminent domain. It would only be really important to us if they don't put it through their land. If they put it through their land, we don't have to talk about eminent domain.
Let me respond to that. I actually don't think the road's important. It's the intersection that's important. I don't think it matters where the road connects to one another. That's really not going to be a very busy. Any intersection here will just bring people into and out of this side, and hopefully someday on the other side.
And I appreciate that too. I just am saying, like, the conversation of eminent domain doesn't exist. The conversation of we hope that someday this property owner allows us to do something here doesn't exist. Neither one of those exist if the project as it stands figures out a way to incorporate the road.
Yeah.
Aaron, I might bring the notion up of proportionality. This is intended to be a system road, a backbone road. And the notion is, should one property owner be shouldered with the entire cost and burden of that roadway, or should it be proportional to adjacent property owners who would also benefit greatly from that? And so there's some question about should this property owner be burdened with the entire proportionality of that roadway?
Well, it's kind of like what we have to do when we sign up for utilities, and we have to bear the cost, and sometimes we get our money back and sometimes we don't. But that's pretty common. Whoever wants to get there first and develop first bears the cost, and they're the ones that are causing the need for it in the first place. So that's where I'm coming from. Russ, do you want that 860 South to be dedicated to the city up front, or do you want it to be dedicated once the rest of the road is built?
If the rest of the road.
Because this is really just an entranceway for them right now.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I actually think there's some things with the existing access agreement that is shared by all these property owners that affect that. To be honest with you, I would be just fine with it being not dedicated, private with open access until the point where it comes through and ties through. That just makes us responsible to maintain it. So I would be fine going that direction. I may lean to you, Brian, to explain the challenges with dedication to that right now. Obviously, generally, I'd rather have a road dedicated than have an easement, but I think there's some access issues that we have to work through. But I am comfortable, just to be straightforward with you, I am comfortable until we make progress on this 150 East, which I do think is very important. I think the signal is very important too, but I think that 150 is very important. But until we make more progress on that,
it's not critical to have this go all the way through. What's critical is to have the access coming in and serving this development. So I think we can live with it. We'll see what happens later, but I think that would be okay. I think the agreement to have them build this portion with phase one and this portion with the fire access road, I think at this point we're comfortable with that. And then we have the option of this person can develop. Nobody knows what's going to happen here in the future. It could be that somebody comes in and buys out all these properties and does something, or it could be that
That's what I anticipate someday.
So there's a lot of things that could happen, and I think we will be able to get that at some point.
It just seems once a light's there, something's going to happen.
I guess let me say one more thing. When we first started talking, we were pushing to have this main road right through the middle like this. That's something that the developer is very opposed to. In addition to that, I don't think it works as well for us as a city to have it run right through the middle of this development as well. As far as carrying traffic, having parking on and off that road, I think this probably would function better for us than trying to run it right through the middle. Now,
I think for the future it would.
now would running it right here along this property line straight through work for the city better to get it now? Yes, but that would be very impactful to their
You could have the same
project.
shape of curve if you just took out 4 parking spaces worth of building and shifted the entire building north.
Well, one of the challenges for that, when you look at the curves on that, the geometry is truly at the bare minimum for navigating at the speed that we need to post this at. So it's not like we can take them and turn them sharper or anything like this. This was an analysis that we did very thoughtfully in utilizing every traffic standard that would apply to this area right here, and came up with truly what would be the tightest scenario. Now, another reason to add to Russ's list here of coming down to this end is, in addition to not bifurcating Chris's property to the north, because say we did come straight across, it orphans a piece to the south that it's like, what do we do with that? Do we even have enough parking for that? But it also then has the potential to completely cut George's piece, who was the owner that backed out of this. His access is a 15-foot wide easement. And if we were to come straight through, he wouldn't have any access at all. He would have to come all the way through our property to be able to get to that. And our so that becomes a challenge. And so this alignment right here not only helped us with Steve's property, it gave George a dedicated access so that he doesn't have to worry about us and we don't have to worry about him. It also then on the south of this gave access and potential frontage to the properties that are off the page to the south. Now, they have developed, but it doesn't mean they won't redevelop. So again, this touched the maximum amount of parcels in a way that would give everybody shared and as equal access as we could possibly give.
Yeah, and I'm super aware of that. Like, that makes perfect sense. Frankly, if that little square was still in it, it'd make really good sense. But you're effectively presenting a plan that requires us and the public to get behind that. Hopefully that ends up being available for a road at some point, right? Otherwise, we end up with a weird little intersection, which I understand is important. I get you. I hear you. And a fire lane that goes around. But if that property owner ends up being many, many years into the future and we don't demand it with a redevelopment, so let's say they just sit on it, and we don't eminent domain it, which in my mind is an interesting thing to talk about here, such that I'm not interested in that. We end up with a broken intersection for a really long time, which is a really big bummer.
The impact plan where this was proposed, that line through, is basically saying at some point we're going to do this. And so it could not happen if Chris decided to not develop. And so what we're saying is, hey, we can get this started for you. And that at least gets your plan started. And that can happen relatively soon in the grand scheme of things. And so, like, what you agreed to, what I'm thinking is, when you had the master transportation plan implemented, you were going along with the line of thinking that at some point we will need to do this, and it's based on whenever it redevelops. And so here's a chance.
Well, kind of think about this too. Whatever gets put in there, Russ, they're going to need their 2 access points to Highway 40 Main Street. They'll likely need some kind of emergency access like is already designed. So to me, the 860 South is needed no matter what goes in there in the future, whether it's this or something else. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. They're going to need 2 accesses. Their original plan, just so you know, when phase 1 was brought forward, was a right in, right out, actually just a right in access right here, and then this full access here. That was why this other access was really important at the time. What they're planning now with phase 1 is 2 full accesses. So they have good access regardless of this road. This provides them good access into their site for phase 1, regardless of the city's need for this road. They need good access into their site. I don't know if that answers your question.
So what's being proposed right now is that half of it on 860 South, and not to have it dedicated to the city until phase 2 happens. And then that could also, and then Aaron is suggesting the idea of to put the 860 South on their property or not, right? So council, do you want to weigh in on that aspect just alone?
So you're saying that 860 South, we would put the light would go in. We would have that road and it would stop right there as it begins to turn. That's where it would end.
Phase
And at
1.
least have it for phase 1. And then phase 2 would come in, or the rest of it would come in only if phase 2 and Chris decides to continue with his project or his portion of the project.
To clarify, so to the portion that's owned by phase 2, the portion that George owns that is kind of grayed out, you can see how the lines traverse through George's property there.
Yeah.
Again, that's the area that it's like, sure, we can build the rest of what we control, but as far as George and his property, we've set the stage so that and will that property develop? Sure, absolutely. And I would imagine that activity in this area will probably spur more interest. I would anticipate that it happens sooner rather than later, but it would be at the time that George decides to sell to. I don't think George is going to develop. I don't. He's not that kind of a. He owns it right now. He stores stuff on it, and that's probably the extent of what he's going to ever do with it.
Okay.
But will someone come in and develop it? Sure. And at that point, connecting those 2 halves would be a function of their development.
Okay. So the second half of it would be when that phase 2 begins. Okay.
So the second half,
but
including
my question
these,
is, I guess here's my question though. If the other owner who is not here with us today, if he decides at some point either to sell, not to continue, is there any way that we can claim to have that dedicated at least? So that whoever takes over after that, that it's at least dedicated for that portion?
You mean?
For that portion right there at the bottom, this portion right here.
Yeah, in the
If we
MDA,
agree.
Okay.
their successors
Okay.
have to follow it
Okay.
for at least that
All right.
10 years that they're asking right now, but we're not to the 10 years yet.
And I'm wondering too, is it necessary to have the curved parking? I'm just wondering, why does it have to be curved? Why can't it be more of a,
is this what you're talking about? Just
yes,
to be,
I'm just wondering why we can't just go straight over, and I'm not saying go through their property all the way to the back, but not have so much of that there and then come down straight, more of a corner, if you will. I don't know.
I just want to be clear that
Is that
is not,
something-
that is not off of this road. They have to come into these accesses to access that parking. And I don't know if that addresses your concern or maybe if it's different, but just want to be clear that those parking stalls are not accessed from this road. They're accessed from the private parking area.
And there's no acceleration or deceleration lanes included in this road at this point.
Right now, there's just enough room for 3 lanes. I anticipate what's going to happen in the future is that there will be development that happens down here. At that time, there will be more widening on the south that will add more lanes to the signal, where you could potentially have a right in, a left turn, a through, and a right. But that would be down the road, and it would be dependent on future development here. Right now, there's not even enough room here to have a sidewalk. It's just trying to get this intersection established, and this is really the only place it can go.
I thought there was going to be just curb and gutter then on these road improvements for 860?
There's going to be curb and gutter here. There's not going to be sidewalk on the south side. On the north side, there's going to be curb, gutter, and sidewalk to this point. And then here, same thing, curb,
Right.
but then on the north side, there's sidewalk. Now, this is actually a point of discussion. Is we understand the limited space, and so we have told them we're good with having the sidewalk right behind the curb in this area where we just know we can't fit it. But down here in areas where we think we can have a planter strip, we want to modify and get a planter strip.
That's fine with us. That's not an issue.
Well, in those corner areas, you're certainly going to landscape those two corners on 860 South where the two entrances are at, and probably in the middle of your parking lot area too, you'll landscape those. Okay, so Aaron had the idea of putting more of 860 South on their property and having them move the building. Is there any appetite for that, council? Or are we going to go forward with this proposal? Aaron, do you want to explain it again?
I mean, it was just a question. Yeah, it's not a demand so much as just a question of if you maximize the land for the units, it's really hard to fit the road. If you want to redesign the project in such a way that the road fits, it is definitely possible.
It just doesn't make
Doesn't
sense for us
maximize
to do the road.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, and it certainly doesn't make as much financial sense because you don't have as many units. We get that. We had that conversation recently on the annexation up north, right? You know, we wanted a certain thing, and to fit it, they had to move some. Thankfully, in that case, it made sense for them too. So, yeah, that was just my question. I get nervous, council. I get nervous saying that we expect that lot to comply in a way that makes sense in the future. Now, they're right. They're right. It will redevelop.
Well, this is what happened at Sawmill. They're out that happened there by the Baptist church, the airport road intersection. It was required that they put a road through there, but it was on somebody else's property. And there was no way, it was required by the city, but it was on somebody else's property. Has it been built yet? You can see it hasn't. So it's just like that with Sawmill. And this is what we're doing again right here. I didn't think that was a wise thing back then because, they're bringing in quite a bit of density and the master plan shows that the road will go through there, but it's only if that property owner wants to develop.
I'm going to just go for it. I'm going to say I'm fine with this, but I like it to be I don't like this. So, I mean, I would love to see it go to the edge, a little more squared off. Obviously that's not possible. That would be taking out some of the parking spaces. I don't know why that can at least be negotiated. Gives a little bit of a longer road. It's just, I feel like, what's the reason for the curved parking? Is it more aesthetic? Is there a reason for it being curved?
I'm not understanding what you're asking
Okay,
for,
so
Yvonne.
right up in this area,
So
right
we're
there
going
where it
straight
says
over
Conzio.
Coinsio.
Then you have
Yeah.
Conzio, and then straight over is where the parking, and it's kind of curved. Isn't that parking?
You're talking about how it follows the curve of the road?
Yes, instead of following the curve of the road, giving a straight road that goes straight over, and at least that has more.
So a straight road to go over would cut right through this building. Is that what you're
wouldn't
saying?
have to. I don't see why, because you're already rededicating. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I understand.
So it would be like
I think she's
this.
saying if the road isn't going to,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, if the road isn't going to go through right now, why wouldn't we just have a straight road? And then if it was straight, why wouldn't you have the parking go straight? I'm going to throw it out here. If you make that curve straight on the parking, they lose 3 spots. Like you can probably just mentally do that.
Yeah,
You'd lose
just
3
moving
spots.
it up.
But it doesn't prep us to be ready for the road to go through
You
in the
won't be
future.
able to build. You won't be able to build the road in order to
won't
build the road
function
to
as
road
the road that
standards.
we
There are
need.
certain curves.
If we do that.
So you want the curve. Okay.
Yeah,
Explain it
it
to me
just
because I'm
won't
not an
function.
engineer.
Yeah.
I'm saying for me, I don't see why you can't just have it come straight and then
We-
over.
We want the road to go through without like a stop or an intersection. The only way to do that would be to have actual, okay, we're going to stop here. Now we're going to
Stop sign
turn.
or
Now we're
stop.
going to turn
Yeah.
again.
Okay, so
It
you want
makes
it to
great
be
sense
more
if that
curved
other
and
lot
have
was there.
more of a movement.
All
So we
right.
just need to realize this is a part of our road master plan that we've been talking about for a long time. And again, there's some benefits and not so good benefits. One is where that proposed crossing of the road through somebody's property, it takes away value to that property well, it does, but it doesn't. It adds value with connection. I agree with that. It's the potential of being able to get there and have access to a major road, which adds value. But again, it takes away from that property to actually do commercial square footage or whatever. Again, I'm fine with it. The big thing, Russ, that I'm leaning on is your comment. This is needed in this intersect or in this
area. Yeah.
this area, and I'm leaning on that just for the fact that we can help with that, and it could happen, and it could benefit this area from a safety standpoint. Because yeah, you take your life in your own hands when you're coming out of Lee's and trying to cross and get on. If you had a lighted intersection there, plus now we have the crosswalk off of by AutoZone.
790. Yeah.
So if we move it there, and maybe there's some ways to get kids there from the school,
So there is.
right there back where the
Understand that
institute,
this sidewalk
the
right
seminary
here
building is,
is meant
back
to
behind.
provide that access to the.
Again, lighted intersections are great for controlling and safety of pedestrians crossing that, rather than just a blinking light out there. So there is good things about that, and I'm fine with what they're proposing here, because the benefits outweigh, the negative things to it. So.
Okay, everyone, I think the next biggest item to me, is the offsite utility connections. And Russ, do you have an answer on why we would want to bring the pressurized irrigation through this property?
I do. I wish I had another map up here to show you, but understand, first of all, that our code in the city is for expanding our irrigation system. Again, I mentioned to you last time, I mean, we're spending millions of dollars to expand that in the old part of town with our Central Heber Replacements project. It's in 600 South, and then AmSource Development ran a main line from 600 South through their development that ends. You can see this is the Ace Hardware right here. It ends right now, just kind of right about here at Ace Hardware. From the south side, there's an old irrigation line that remains in place that is running up the stub that is built by the fire district. And so the idea here is to figure out a way to make a connection, a tie from that to this other point that would provide irrigation service to this whole area for this development. Yes, I realize there's not a lot of area to be developed here, but also we anticipate the school is going to do something different. You would have pressurized irrigation available to that development, and then we don't know what's going to happen with these other properties as well. Could the city council say we're not interested in extending pressurized irrigation in that area? We're just going to have them be fed by culinary? Sure, you could make that decision. It seems inconsistent with the direction we've been going. But the discussion on utilities, I brought up pressurized irrigation last time. It's actually bigger than that. There's other utilities. So generally when a development comes in, we ask them to extend the utilities across their frontage. The reason for that is so that those utilities can be utilized by future development and extended to them so that they can then extend it on. So pressurized irrigation is one thing, but access to things such as sewer, we expect that this area down here is going to redevelop. This parcel right here may need access to sewer. We need sewer ran in this road so that we can leave the ability for others.
That's me. With the redevelopment, we need to make sure it's there. We definitely want to make sure it's there for the school district, and there needs to, although I don't know if they're on it right now or where their connections are.
Right now, let me tell you this. Right now, the agreement says, hey, we'll put these in. We want to be reimbursed by the city. I don't feel like that's a fair approach. Now, what I do think is a fair approach is we'll put these in I think a pioneering agreement is fair, where when other people come connect onto them, that they pay a proportionate share. But I don't think it's a fair thing to say we'll put them in, but the city reimburse.
So they would pay for it completely, but then they would get reimbursed by other people connecting to it to
So,
kind of offset their expenses?
A pioneering agreement, yes, and Jeremy will have a different opinion on a pioneering agreement, but it's hard. It's hard because one developer wants to go in and they're ready, and so they put in a bunch of infrastructure at their own expense that ends up benefiting other developers that come in after them. Is that fair to have all that expense sit on the first developer that went through there? No, it isn't. So the only way I know to make it equitable is to have a pioneering agreement that basically says, hey, when these other developments come in that you already built the infrastructure past for, when they come in and take advantage of that at your expense, they have to reimburse you a proportionate share of that expense. And so that's how I would propose dealing with those other
We've
utilities.
been doing those pioneering agreements. I didn't know that we had.
We have. Engineering has had pioneering agreements for quite some time. What our policy has been, however, is that they have a 10-year expiration window, meaning if somebody comes in after 10 years, it's too late, you've moved on, you don't get reimbursed. But if somebody comes in within that 10 years, we keep track of it. We make sure that they reimburse as part of those developments. That's a requirement.
Okay. Well, you
So
convinced
that's an
me.
idea.
Jeremy, did you smile like that because this is just really hard to enforce and make work, or is there a better way to do that kind of thing?
So I'll tell you, a lot of cities use pioneering agreements. They're very common. Whether or not they're enforceable under state law, I think is debatable. The Impact Fee Act basically says you can't charge an impact fee unless you go through this whole process to, validate your impact fee, and there's a whole process to challenge that. The pioneering agreement, in my opinion, basically is the city saying, hey, we're going to negotiate with this developer and force on another developer that, when you come in the future, we're not going to allow you to develop unless you pay this other developer this amount of money that we've negotiated in the past without your input. So,
yeah,
that makes sense.
I think but with that said, I'll tell you, everybody uses them because it is kind of, apart from doing an impact fee, it's really the only way to do it. You structure them in a way that basically says we'll do our best to enforce it, but it's up to the person that's entitled to the money to kind of weather any challenge, I would say, is the way I've done them in the past.
So my question is, okay, it's on somebody else's property. They're going to have to go and get an agreement with that property owner to actually go and do construction and do all that. So is that feasible from their end? If as a city are requiring them to do that, and then the property owner that has the line on says, no, you can't touch my property.
Well, so we've got multiple situations here. The irrigation line, we already have negotiated an easement for them to get it to 790 South. Yeah, now 790 South is a school-owned road. It's not our road, but I believe they're planning to tie into the water anyway. And we want the water system looped. So why is it that we can do that, but we can't tie into the irrigation system? Also, down here, this is their property that they control. So this is a whole different discussion than the irrigation line in and of itself. So there's multiple scenarios there that.
Yeah, and it's kind of out of their control on certain points.
To a degree, I don't think it's infeasible, and I don't think that it would be hard to get permission to tie into that line. I think it's a reason to not do the line.
Yeah, can you have you had any talks and discussions
on
actually extending the irrigation and going onto their properties and so on and so forth?
With any of the property owners that are surrounding it, no, that's, I mean, ultimately up until a plat was just redone, there really wasn't even a path to bring it from Timberline. Now, where that pipe stops is right in the middle of their front door. And it would go right through the middle of their main drive lane that's on the east side of their parking right there, have a major impact. Now, I don't think that we're necessarily opposed to the discussion. The issue really is looking at this area how much of a need do we really have for, again, Mayor, you brought up earlier, we've got very limited amount of irrigation. I'm not
I
saying
understand, but
that,
it's
that
just,
there's not impacts to that, but who are the big grass users right now? And do they already have systems that are functioning? I think the school district is functioning just fine on the infrastructure that's in there. Now, does everybody have a sewer connection already down there? Labrum does. George does, or all of the frontage there. We do. Do we need to, who are we extending that sewer to?
well, the point is that you just admitted yourself that this area would redevelop. So we have to build it for the future.
Correct.
And that's why we
each
need
one
it,
of these
we
parcels,
require it
do
in the
they
city
already
code.
have water connections and sewer connections that they control? Absolutely.
Well,
So-
I'm more willing to go with the city code on this. And if it's required for others, then it's also required for you.
To that code,
Of course.
the code speaks to extending the water line across your boundary, right? It's not at our boundary right now. And so we can't extend it. So I think if there's any negotiation here, it needs to be at our boundary first.
But please realize
makes
in,
sense.
in master development agreements that you're asking for, we do consistently require offsite improvements as needed. So that is something you're asking for in an MDA, and that is something that we've required in every MDA.
Just reword what you said, though. You're willing to discuss from your property line onward.
Yes.
So the negotiation then is literally just from the property line to the middle of Ace Hardware. That's good for us to know. They're not fighting the extension. They're fighting the fact that they have to go reach into Ace Hardware, and it's
Right.
not a dirt road or a dirt lot anymore. It's a
understand.
finished.
I
Our
understand.
first question on that topic was, why did Ace Hardware not extend it to the end of their property line?
I'm not sure about that.
And neither are we.
And that's not perhaps the point here, right? The point here is that we need to make sure that that can develop in the future to whatever density is allowed in the future. And so that's why these offsite improvements have been asked for in the, in these MDAs. That's not anything unusual for the city to require.
I am ignorant in this point, but if it's an offsite, typically, I imagine it's in a public right-of-way, public infrastructure that we can go and grab. This is private and private. It's private with Ace Hardware, and then it's private with the school district. And so that's where it's different, and that's why we're having this conflict.
That's what
I
I'm
believe.
questioning.
Yeah.
Russ, there's nowhere else they could grab from, right? It's not in the highway.
No, pressurized irrigation isn't.
Okay, so Mike, and then we'll try to
Seems
wrap
like
this
we're
up.
kind of getting wrapped up, but could next time you come back, could we have a map that's bigger that shows the existing utilities, the connections, and then what you're requesting them to do so we can, because right now we're all thinking different things.
Yeah, it's
Like a map with a green sewer line and a blue water line and a purple irrigation line.
Yes, I can, if I may add another comment, and I know we're beyond time and things like that, but in my opinion, most of the details that need to be ironed out in an annexation agreement or a development agreement are kind of the big ticket items. And when you get into the individual, you're just going to meet the city code. Those don't need to be talked about. It's easier for us to miss those things than just to enforce them during the agreement. So my anticipation is during this process, we would require infrastructure to go into that road. This one specifically we're talking about is because it's offsite, and that's why we got into the irrigation. But I'd rather just say, let's follow our regular code on most of those utilities. However, if that's what you want, we can continue to bring that forward and have more discussion in a meeting like this.
The only caveat, Russ, is do they bring it down through phase 1, right? And then in phase 2, they extend it all the way down instead of doing it all the way at once.
We wouldn't require them to, we would just through the development they do. So as far as this irrigation line, we would want it to come in wherever it comes in and then extend it down to their development boundary. And then when they continue on the next phase, it would be,
okay.
And really, ideally, what might be nice is to have more momentum on that future road, and might be nice to have it in the road instead of through their site, but we're trying to just figure out a solution here that allows them to move forward. So.
Okay. All right. I'm so sorry that we haven't made more progress, but we're making some progress, and we've got a school board member here that you're welcome to talk to and continue. Are we planning, Tony and Russ, for them to come back on the 18th? At this point,
yes.
at this point.
Mhm.
Okay, why don't we make sure they're first next time in the work meeting, and we'll see if we can resolve a lot more things. And you see where we're coming from on some of the things, right, that we've discussed. You're certainly welcome to email and give us more information, and unless the council has any further comments or questions.
It isn't necessary for the conversation with us by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think, but I would encourage you to talk to the school district, just because the fact that this got on here, I got several people reaching out from administration and from school board saying, what are you talking about that building is going to be demolished? What are you talking about that we want this road extended? You know, I got questions where like, it's pretty obvious we haven't talked yet, and that's not on us to facilitate. So I would just encourage you to feel out, hey, what questions do you guys have? Here's where we're at. It's probably not going to change my mind, but it would be helpful to everybody else up here to understand, okay, this is where the school board is thinking, this is what they're talking about. You know, we had a comment last time, I don't remember who, so I won't point fingers, but somebody said the effect of, well, they're not going to use that building anymore. Boy, I heard about that one. You know, I don't think that was I don't think that was from the school board by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe some random conversation in the past, but you know, I'm not going to read through them, but I have like pages of comments while I'm sitting here from multiple people that you could ask what their comments were to me, and you could just address them and then come back and tell us what you learned.
You're talking about people from the school board and school district
School board.
specifically?
Mhm. Yeah, I think if you started at the school board, you'd hear all the questions I just got, which we don't have time to ask you right now.
We have talked to the superintendent about the road. That was a lot of our initial discussions on a dedication.
First east, right?
No, on
790
790
Oh,
south.
700,
And-
okay.
And the hang up there is they would dedicate that road to the city. The city would like it to be brought up to
Standards.
city code standards before they give it. And so there's kind of this standoff there. We don't have a dog in the fight on that.
I'm sorry, let me be even more clear. My encouragement would be to send an email to the school board and say, hey, counselor told us that there were a bunch of questions. What questions do you have? Let us talk to you about them. Because I think you might understand a little bit more. You got a nodding head behind you from just one of them. Right? I think you would understand more about their concerns, what they're talking about. And I don't think it's that road so much as it is the future use of everything else behind the property. Again, it's not really that part, whether you guys get along and understand each other, it doesn't really affect my decision, but I think it would help to understand what the future plans are.
Well, and I guess just on that last point, to be clear, we've laid out the site specific to requests and discussions from the city staff. And I think it's been a very helpful discussion that I've had, and we've done our part in layout of what would be what we can add to that discussion. But we understand that it's whatever the school district wants to do. And we have a very small portion of that we control and have any dog in that whole discussion of what happens there. So we don't want to construe, and I want to be clear, we're not putting words in the school district's mouth. I have no idea what they're planning on doing with that in the future. I don't know if they do, but ultimately the layouts that we've provided have been a function of these are possibilities, and we have pushed our site as far to the west as we feel like that we are able to help accommodate the future 140 south. Or east, excuse me.
There is one more thing before we wrap this up and try to take a quick break and come back to the regular meeting. You've asked for vesting, and you want to be completely exempt from state code on future city code changes or future needs that the city has that we call a compelling countervailing interest. And we can't avoid that state law. So Jeremy has a list of exceptions that we've put into the MDA that changes can happen based on these exceptions. We talked about it just a bit last time. One of them is the compelling countervailing interest. Another one is if the state code changes, the electrical code, the plumbing code, things like that. We can't avoid those state law changes, and we can't agree to in your MDA proposal that we would never change anything except as agreed by both parties, because we have to follow state code. right? And there could be a future city council that says, hey, there is a public interest for this change, and we have cited findings on it, and now you have to follow it, even though it can affect you or affect everybody else in the city. You see what I mean? So that one part of the MDA is not going to cut it. We have a list, and Jeremy can give that to you. It's in all the MDAs that we've published too. Okay, so if you don't mind, gentlemen, we'll have you come back on March 18th. We'll try to put you first, and we can hopefully wrap some of these things up. I think we're getting a clearer understanding of what you're wanting and what the issues are. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, everyone, I know we're late. It's now 6:14, and we should have started 14 minutes ago. I hope that you'll just take another breather, just a little bit longer. Give us 10 minutes for them to take a break, me to take a break, and then we'll come back here. And council, we really need to start at 6:25. All right, thank you very much for your patience.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, there we go. Everyone, we're recording again. We're going to start our Heber City Council meeting. Welcome to all of you here in the chamber. Everyone, we're going to get started. Everyone, thank you very much for coming today. Today is March 4th, 2025. It is now 6:24 p.m., and this is a meeting of the Heber City Council regular meeting. I want to thank the council members that are in attendance. We have Scott Phillips online, Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Sheet will join us shortly, myself, Heidi Franco, Yvonne Barney, and Mike Johnston. And now we are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like everybody to rise and say a pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we would usually have a prayer or a thought, and anyone's welcome to come forward and give a prayer or a thought at the podium. If you choose not to, then Sid Ostergaard is assigned for this.
So is there anybody that wants to come up? I don't see anybody. So what I'm going to do, since I'm not going to be here for this famous party of Mark Rounds that we're celebrating his service to Heber, I just wanted to pay tribute to Mark. I got to know Mark a little bit on the outside, but when I really got, or from the outside, when I really got to know him is when I spent 2.5 days in his truck touring Colorado. Matt and I got to really know. If you know Mark, he's a simple man, very simple. He was hired, 29 years ago?
29 years ago.
Yep. And he came into a situation where he had no money. No money. He still doesn't have any money. But you look what he did for Heber City. He has really done an amazing job, and we've been lucky. It's going to be hard to, replace him. Some of the things that I remember about him, especially on that tour, we were talking about some crazy stuff, plazas, trees, and stuff like that. And Mark would never say, no, we can't do that. He was always, yeah, okay, we can make that work, which is unusual because he's about trying efficiency, spending money, not, doing a lot maintenance wise, but he was very open to change. And that's what we're doing here. And it was kind of a fresh thing to hear from him. Another thing is, if you ever attended any of Heber City's events, who was there picking up garbage, picking up trash cans, helping his staff? It was Mark. He was always there. So what an amazing employee of Heber City, and we've been really lucky to have his service. And I just wanted to pay tribute to him.
Oh, I wish he was here. That is a wonderful tribute. Thank you very much. That means a lot to all of us, and his work has meant that for the decade plus that I've seen him do his job. Everyone, next on the agenda is the conflict of interest disclosure. Does anyone have a conflict of interest they want to declare for what's on the agenda?
Yeah, Mayor, I do.
Yes, Sid.
So item on action, or item 2 on action items, I just want to disclose that Philo, who is the developer of it, was my client back in the day. And they are no longer my client, and they haven't been my client for 2.5 years since I've been elected. I actually looked at their property for them, and I was there in the very beginning. So I just wanted to disclose that, and so everybody knows.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I also need to disclose or want to disclose that I work for Atwell, which Philo is a client of theirs. Now I don't think really the landowner, but I don't talk with them. I don't have anything to do with them, and I have no involvement in their project. And I will vote on this.
So you're saying they're a current client of Atwell?
Of the company I work for, yes.
Company you
But I
work
don't
for.
work on that project.
Okay.
No financial connection.
All right. All right. Thank you, Sid and Mike. Okay, everyone, unless there's any other conflicts, I'm not seeing Scott say anything online. All right, next, everyone, is a proclamation that I do every year for Arbor Day. So let me just read it, some parts of it. Arbor Day started back in 1872 when Nebraska first started it by planting over 1 million trees in Nebraska. If you've ever been through Nebraska, you might wonder where those 1 million trees are, but that is a really wonderful thing. Now Arbor Day is observed all across the nation, and there's all these wonderful things that trees do, but I especially like this line in the proclamation: the trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And that is the way I feel about the beautiful trees in our community. So I want to proclaim that Thursday, May 15th, 2025, will be our official celebration of Arbor Day. We're going to have several activities that we'll be promoting to you in the city newsletter and on the city website. The school district has been very kind to provide the different schools for the tree plantings and to get their students involved. And so we're excited for that in May, and hope you'll look forward to that. All right, everyone, the next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. We're approving the January 21st, 2025, the February 18th, 2025 City Council meeting minutes. Council, do you have any questions, comments, or motions on those 2 items in the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of those 2 city council meeting minutes for January 21st and February 18th.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Scott, do you want to vote first online?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. Everyone, the next thing on the agenda is a public comment time period. There's up to 20 minutes now. If you want to come forward and speak on anything, please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes. We try to use this timer just so you can keep an eye on it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the public comment period is now open. If no one comes forward, then I will ask for the people online if you want to make a public comment. And if you just come off mute, then I will call on you for the online comments. Okay, public comment period is now open.
I'm Lindy Rio. I'm a resident of Heber City, and I wanted to comment on the cell tower. I know it's not on the agenda tonight, but I did want to make a comment on it. I'm very opposed to not the cell tower itself, but to its location. The residents of that area are being forced to have a cell tower literally in their backyard. You know, we're talking hundreds of feet from their house. I think it should be put someplace else. I'm not opposed to putting it someplace else, but where it needs to go is if we need to put it in a residential area, whatever, put it with someplace that's not developed, that neighborhood is not developed yet, and let the people who want to buy that house decide if they want to live next door to a cell tower or not. Not the people who already live there, who bought those homes and live in that community, and now they have a cell tower literally in their backyard.
Okay. Thank you, Lindy. Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward?
Hi, Council. My name is Bruce Zollinger. It's great to see. I don't know a lot of you. It's good to see you. I just have one quick thought, and that is, I love that you have a memorandum of understanding going on with the county. You're going to be talking about that tonight. I think that's really great. A memorandum of understanding with all the entities in the valley would be great. This is my thought, just to put out there, and I'm sure you guys already thought of this. What if you took the 500 acres of the sewer district farm, had that be your lower income housing, your affordable housing, and you provided a credit to the developers that build down there, and you pulled density out of the North Fields that we all want to protect, some of the mountain properties that are being proposed. I mean, you not only have the Philo proposal, but you have all the property up Lake Creek, lots of property there and other places in the valley. But my thought is, let's pull the density from them, allow those landowners and the longtime residents of Heber to access money for the value of their property, bring the density down. I mean, if you took the 500 acres of the sewer farm at 10 units to the acre, that's 5,000 units. It puts all of your higher density in one area that's easily maintained for your utilities and for fire and police to maintain that. Anyway, that's my thought.
Thank you, Mr. Zollinger. Would anyone else like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is Ashley Fry. I live here in Heber City. As you probably know, the Hale Center Theater in Orem has moved to a new location. They've rebuilt. It's a beautiful new building. It's called the Ruth and Nathan Hale Theater at doTERRA campus, or the Ruth for short. I serve on the Community Advocacy Committee for the Ruth, and I am the liaison between them and Wasatch County. Through the Ruth, we work to elevate the arts through community connections, and our goal is to work with the Arts Council or the Arts Commission in these cities. And I'm here to share information about an exciting resource for our community and open a line of communication. Since the theater's opening, we've distributed throughout the counties approximately 6,500 vouchers. A lot of these have gone to our teachers in the schools and to thank those who work really hard in the arts and to promote them. The Ruth will continue to provide world-class shows and performing arts classes that residents in our community can enjoy. They are also in the process of developing a variety of opportunities to support our community. The Ruth would like to invite you and other city guests to attend Jersey Boys. Now, it's the PG version of Jersey Boys. They've cleaned up a lot of the language. And tonight I have vouchers for the mayor, the city council, and department heads. I don't know if there are department heads here or if they're online, but if they want to take down my information within the next month, we should have vouchers for the police department, the fire departments, and other city organizations. My name is Ashley Fry, and the number is 801-413-6609. Also, we'd like to be able to provide other opportunities for you in the future. And I will just leave these with you, Mayor Franco.
That's very kind of you. We really appreciate your outreach to us. That means a lot to us because we know what high quality is going to be offered at your place. Thank you. Ashley, do you see the gentleman on the third row here that has the beard? He is a county council member.
Oh, okay.
And if you were interested in providing vouchers for the Wasatch County Council, his name is Eric. I'm sure he would be interested.
Yes, Eric.
Yes, and Kendall's right across from him there in the suspenders.
Ashley,
Yes.
your mother's Suzanne Fry?
No.
Okay. You look like her.
Oh.
Should be. Okay, is there anything else we can
That's it.
help you with? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kindness. We appreciate that. Thank you. All right, and your time to travel up here. with us, and we wish you the very best with the grand opening and the season. Okay, anyone else that wants to come forward? We still have another, let me just verify my time. Yeah, we still have plenty of time. Go ahead.
Thanks. If you haven't gone to the Ruth Theater, I would recommend it. Is a beautiful building and it's great. Very, very professional. My name is Greg Whitehead. I'm with Philo Development. I'm not sure if I'll have a moment to speak later, so I might as well speak now. But I've been working on the development land up past Red Ledges and that we've been calling Wasatch Highlands. I just wanted to maybe clarify a few things as it's going to get discussed today. We've been working on this for several years, and we started with working with the county. I met with the county and the county staff several times before meeting with several county commissioners. We first met with Steve Farrell, Carl McMullen, and Eric Rowland. We extended invites to meet with Kendall Crittenton, Mark Nelson, and Spencer Parks. They didn't meet with us. During our meetings with the county, we told them that we were working with the state and with the Christensen family. And at the end of the meeting with the first group, they understood what we were trying to accomplish, and they felt like maybe the zoning in the county doesn't work, and that they said, you know what, it's probably a better idea to go work with the city of Heber and work for an annexation. So that's when we started working with the city of Heber. I think over this time, it's been a while. We've been working at this for some time now, and I guess my just disappointment, or I guess what's gotten away from me is some of the messaging of this development. I've sat here half a dozen times, and I've said, I'm working to create a development that we can all be proud of and have a community that we can be proud of. And while I'm working with the state and they have ideas and they want to have affordable housing, I can take some blame in some of the messaging, because it was my understanding that the city and or county might want affordable housing. That was my mistake. It's been clear to me that they don't want anything affordable in that area. That's very clear. But I want to make sure the message is clear. That's not my objective, to do large amounts of homes in that area. My objective has always been, let's work together to come up with a plan that we can all be proud of. I think that the Planning Commission understood and said, okay, let's have a seat at the table. And whether that's 500 houses or more, I thought the council wanted more. That was my misunderstanding. But just to be clear, I'm not advocating, nor have I ever advocated, for 3,000 to 5,000 units. If someone in the news asks you for that, I've never said it. I've always said, let's do a plan that we can do together and be proud of. That still is the same today. If the city wants to work with us and plan this out and have 5-acre or larger lots, we're open to that. That has been my intent from day one. And I hope that, first of all, I hope we can have a discussion on this, but my hope has always been to create something we can be proud of. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Would anyone else like to come forward? There's still time in the public comment. If you want to, you certainly can.
Hello, my name is Bo Thompson, and I represent the Christensen family that owns the property we've been working with Philo. I just wanted to know, and hopefully I'll get some understanding. I noticed that there's a memorandum. It looks like it's the third item that's going to be talked about. And it talks about how the property north and east of Red Ledges is not going to be considered for annexation by Heber now or in the future. And that feels a little targeted, because that's us. And so I just want to know and understand, why that is just completely off the table for us. If not now is not a good time, that's fine, but in the future. So I was hoping to get some understanding on that from you guys tonight. That was all.
We'll make sure that that's addressed when we get to that discussion. I didn't think there was a time period, though, in the MOU, Matt.
I don't think there's a term on the MOU.
Right.
But there is language in the MOU that references what was just said.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't remembering any particular time period.
It's fine.
Is there anything else we can help you with?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Okay, anyone else want to come forward? If not, I'm going to go online. So anyone that's online, it's your turn for the public comment time period. Feel free to come off mute and I will call on you. Anyone online that wants to make a public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone yet. Is there anyone online that wants to make a public comment? Come off mute. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone yet. All right, Jay, you're welcome to give your public comment.
Okay, this is Jamie Hewlett. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I would just like to respectfully disagree with the man who just spoke because I was in the meeting when he requested 5,000 units, and I also was at the meeting with the county when the county said that they weren't interested in giving them more density. I also have a letter from the county that emphasized the problems with traffic. There's no ability to provide sewer. There's no ability to provide water, and that the density in the general plan was one house per 160 units, one house per 160 acres. I also like to emphasize how annexing things into the city makes it more unaffordable. So his idea of using land that was given to us in 1895 from our federal government for our children is in essence making our children unable to afford to live here because of our increase in electricity, which was just recently shown by the 13% increase from Heber Light and Power, and our sewers going up to provide for all of this additional infrastructure, and also trying to get water to a place that just contributes to sprawl and cost, not to mention schools, fires, police, animal control, trash removal, buying more land for the trash, etc. So in essence, him developing our school lands is just contributing to the unaffordability of living in Heber City. I'd also like to leave a comment on ranked choice voting and what a disaster it was last year, and how my elderly neighbors had no idea how to fill out their ballot. Everyone was confused, and I watched a good majority of the ballots go in the garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Is there anyone else that wants to come forward? Is there anyone else online that wants to come off mute and give a comment? Yes, you can. There's still time. We've got another 7 minutes.
Great, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your service to our community. I'm here to...
Your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am Patty Sprunt. I'm a resident here in Heber City and serve as a county and state delegate. So I'm here tonight to talk to you on behalf of myself and a couple of my neighbors who couldn't be here tonight. This is regarding ranked choice voting, and I know that Ms. Taylor is going to speak about that, but I didn't know if there's a comment period after, so.
Yes, you're welcome to speak on anything you'd like right now.
Thank you. I am coming to, speaking for myself, and this will be kind of considered a pot stir, but you talked about conflict of interest, and having anybody disclose. And I'm seeing here under action items that you guys are going to vote to adopt ranked choice voting, or vote on adopting ranked choice voting. And some of you actually are sitting in your chairs tonight because of the ranked choice voting. That seems like a conflict of interest. As a voter and someone who was charged with trying to explain ranked choice voting to my neighbors, if I found it confusing, someone who spent a good 4 months on our election last year, I I don't know how to explain it to my neighbors, especially like Ms. Hewlett said, the elderly neighbors. My own family member said, there are people I don't want to vote for. So he voted for the same 3 people, 1 through 10 or whatever. He just voted for the same people over and over again. Found out later that if you did that, your vote didn't count. I personally felt like there were people I might feel personally opposed to, so I didn't add them. When I did that, I disqualified my vote. I have another friend who said, it's not the government's place to tell me who I put on my ballot. I want to be able to vote for the people I want and no one else. And another neighbor said, and she texted this to me, please point out that there's no way to audit the ranked choice voting system. It's sold as fair and convenient, but again, it's anything but fair. And another thing I read online, and I don't know if this is accurate, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a little over 3,000 votes, and more than half were considered undervoted, which for me tells me that it failed, that people were confused by it. But I would just ask you to think about whether you think if you vote tonight on ranked choice voting, did you benefit from that voting on ranked choice voting, and should you recuse yourself because it's kind of weird to have people who are running as candidates vote on whether they adopt a voting system that obviously half of the people were confused by. And that's my public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty. All right, we just have a few minutes left for the 20-minute time period. Please go ahead. Thank you for coming.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate it. Brad Ellert. I am a Midway resident, but I'm on the Wasatch County School Board. I just want to take the time to say thank you for the acknowledgement in the prior work session. That was appreciated, and it was appreciated the respect that you showed during that session towards the school district and the school board, another elected body that is, we're elected to represent those people. So we do appreciate that, and we appreciate the fact that you are in that position to allow us the ability to have a say and to be able to have that acknowledged during your meeting was appreciated. I will not comment on the other elements related to ranked choice voting because I don't have, I didn't vote. And I do have an opinion on it as to the numbers. I am very much into statistics and how they work. And I have done a lot of work related to that. And my only thing would be is, as you look at the votes today, and as you look at how this is done, the question I would ask myself is, in the end, is every vote counted? Because our society and our government functions best when every voice is heard throughout the process. And if we can find a way to make sure that every voice is heard, I think that allows us the best chance of success to representing as many people as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellert. You're always welcome to come, and we really hope that we can improve and increase our collaboration with the school board in the future. So thank you for your time. We understand if you don't want to stay longer with us. We understand that. You won't hurt our feelings if you need to leave, but we appreciate your time very much. And let's see if Kim's still online. No, it looks like she's left us, but tell her thank you for her time to join us too. Okay, everyone, one more minute. I'll give you 2 since I just talked a little bit. Say what? Oh, very good. Thank you. Do you want to tell me who that is? Who, I'm sorry? Muir. All right. Muir, please, you've got your hand up. Come off mute and we'll let you give the final public comment.
Yes, my name is Jonathan Muir. I've been a property owner in the Valley for going on 4 or 5 years now. Just watching the growth in the area, I just want to touch base on from the previous comments relating to the developments to the east that are being proposed and annexed. And from in the circles that I'm walking in and hearing about from people who live here, visit the area, the development is out of control. At some point, we need to realize and be working with the state to fix traffic problems before we start proposing 5,000 home or 1,400 home new developments, because there's not places for these people to work. Schools are already being built in order to navigate the people, the kids. And, I just don't feel like if there is developments going in there, that is a part of, city's growth. but it's not the taxpayers' responsibility to pay developers to develop. They need to come in with plans that make it possible for them to develop, not for the taxpayers who already live here and are going to deal with the issues of these developments to pay extra taxes for those developments to make money.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Muir. Appreciate your time. All right, everyone, that's the end of our public comment period. We're going to move on in the agenda. We have a general business item where the Wasatch County Taxpayers Association asked to present on ranked choice voting. So we're going to turn the time over to Tracy Taylor, the Wasatch County Taxpayers Association, for a presentation on ranked choice voting. Oh, and council, just so you know, I've handed out this sheet to you that talks to you about if we use ranked choice voting, if we don't use ranked choice voting, what are those deadlines? Sid and Aaron, this is a sheet that I've handed out to you. It also has the definitions on it for undervote, overvote, and exhausted ballot, because that's an issue as you're seeing in the public comment and with ranked choice voting. Please go ahead. Okay, let me see if I can do that. Or just click on that little screen way down at the bottom where it says 82%. That'll put you into presentation mode. That little screen that's got a little stand. Nope, 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 right, nope, nope. It's right to the, there you go. You can't see it. Do you want to help her, Tony?
You do it for me, would you, Tony?
Yeah,
Thank you
just
so
put it in
much.
presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much. My name's Tracy Taylor with the Wasatch Taxpayers Association, and Mary Duggan is also on the board, and she's here tonight. We appreciate giving us the opportunity to just review ranked choice voting in general. We have been keeping track of this issue for the last few years at the state level as well as local level, and so we really appreciate giving us a minute to discuss some of these issues with you. We know that public trust in elections matter. And the more we go through the national and local news, those are big issues for voters. Ranked choice voting makes it harder to vote, harder to count the votes, and much harder to ensure a transparent and accountable democratic process. Ranked choice voting elections that require multiple rounds of tabulation rely on computers to make adjustments or discard ballots in each round. There is no way to quickly confirm the accuracy of the computer processes involved. And then just nationally, what has happened with ranked choice voting. Last year, 6 states banned ranked choice voting, bringing the total number of states.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, we're going to restart this presentation on ranked choice voting because I was kicked out, the recorder was kicked out. I think we're all back in now, right? And we're recording. Okay, we'll turn it back over to you again, Tracy, if you don't mind taking it from the top. Tony, yes, you need to share the screen again, please. Hold on one second. We're almost there, everyone. We'll get the screen started again where you can see the presentation, please. Technology. You either love it or you don't.
I hate you either way.
AI does not feel. All right. Any luck yet? We're trying to get there, everyone. We're almost there. Thank you for your patience. There we go. And if you'll put that, there you go, full screen and then presentation mode, please. All right. Thank you.
Hello again.
Hello again.
I'm Tracy Taylor with the Wasatch Taxpayers Association, and Mary Duggan is also here. She's on the board. We really appreciate you allowing us to come to you and do an overview of ranked choice voting over the last few years, that we have been keeping an eye on this statewide as well as locally. We know that public trust in elections matter, and even more nationally, it's been in the news a lot. So ranked choice voting is confusing to a lot of people. It makes it harder to vote, harder to count the votes, and much harder to ensure a transparent and accountable democratic process. Ranked choice voting elections that require multiple rounds of tabulation rely on computers to make adjustments or discard ballots in each round. There is no way to quickly confirm the accuracy of the computer processes involved. Also, nationally, there have been some developments with ranked choice voting. Last year, 6 states banned ranked choice voting, bringing the total number of states where ranked choice voting is outlawed to 11. Now, just weeks into 2025, legislation banning the system has been filed in Iowa, South Carolina, Texas, North Dakota, Wyoming, and Kansas. While it's still too early to tell, 2025 could surpass 2024 as the worst year ever for ranked choice voting. These aggressive moves by the state aren't just the result of messaging by opponents like us. They're the direct result of ranked choice voting's many well-documented failures in places like Maine and Alaska. This talks a little bit more about how ranked choice voting works. I'm not going to read the whole thing. We experienced it ourselves a couple of years ago, and there were a lot of phone calls coming in to Wasatch Taxpayers Association about confused voters and what their visceral reaction was to trying to participate in this process. The risks of ranked choice voting: it's harder for voters and may be unconstitutional. There was a court case back in, I think, 1964 that talked about one person, one vote. And this is where people, even statewide, are questioning if it's constitutional. In a ranked choice voting election, rather than identifying one candidate's support, voters must research multiple candidates and form opinions about their relative preferences for as many as 5 or more. We had 11, I believe. This benefits those who have more time and access to information. In short, a lot of people believe that ranked choice voting gives more power to the elites in our country because they have more time, leisure time, to investigate and research candidates. The ballot is also longer and takes more time for voters to complete. This means more delays and longer lines in polling places. It also creates many new opportunities to make a mistake, increasing the chances that a voter's intent is not correctly recorded or that ballots are disqualified and discarded. We've noticed in statewide testimony at the legislature, there were senior citizens that felt like they were being discriminated against, who have been consistently voting the same way for the past 50 years or so, and now they have to learn a new process. It causes confusion, and they may stop trying to vote. And that's, I believe we all could agree, is not a good thing. And it also discriminates against an ADHD type voters who have a hard time concentrating when too many choices are given. It creates an overall stressful situation, and they may stop trying. And I want to go to this clip. And hopefully it's loud enough. Could you turn the volume up by chance? Is there a volume? Having many options is really overwhelming. When I go to the store to get eggs, I want an egg.
I just want eggs, I don't want eggs, and then soda, and then everything else. It's really confusing for me. And so when it comes to the idea of ranked choice voting, to have to make many more choices when I've only had one, and just try to vet the one candidate, I like the one. And so I am against this bill, unfortunately. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we minimize that, please? No, not the volume, just the
Probably wanna leave
page.
the volume up,
So we
Tony.
can go back to the, there, perfect. Thank you. We've looked into, we've been hearing a lot of money and lobbying coming from the national organizations to go to these states and activate, promote ranked choice voting in different states. These are two national organizations that we found that spend millions of dollars to promote ranked choice voting. Also, locally, we had an issue where the local Utah ranked choice voting was reprimanded by the lieutenant governor's office for proposing that they help pay Riverton for the cost of changing to ranked choice voting, and they said that was illegal and you cannot offer to pay municipalities to pay for their change in election processes. Also, I found it interesting, the Utah ranked choice voting address is actually in Heber. It's 104 East 600 South in Heber. And so I believe that's the UPS store, maybe a P.O. box at the UPS store. I found that interesting that it was actually a local address. At the state legislature, the last couple of years, there's been a couple bills on ranked choice voting. In 2024, Representative Katie Hall, she proposed to cancel the pilot program even before the 2026 expiration date of that pilot program. And she received a lot of complaints from cities around the state about this process, and so she ran a bill. This is her speaking about the testimony she heard.
Pilot program in our municipal elections came from a good place. I've talked to the original bill sponsor, and I do think the intentions were to help with voter confidence, help reduce the cost of elections, and deal with plurality issues. All laudable goals. But in the last 6 years that it's been in place, it has not been having these intended consequences broadly. After 3 cycles, the participation is this. In 2019, there was 2 cities. In 2021, there was 23 cities that declared intent to participate. And the LG's office said evidence suggests only 9 needed it. And then from 23 cities in 2021, it went down to 12 cities in 2023 that declared their intent to participate. Again, there was a few less that actually participated. I've gotten multiple emails and messages from citizens in Moab, Sandy, Lehigh, Mill Creek, Cottonwood Heights, and Heber City about problems they had during the campaign season and their city's elections using ranked choice voting. Their complaints range from confusion in the process, confusion on the ballot when voting, worries in the way it's counted and audited, difficulties in vetting and ranking between 9 to 13 or more candidates, increased costs and difficulty running campaigns for a much longer period of time, as well as costs of trying to educate the public on the way it's done. In an op-ed a couple of years ago, 28 out of 29 of our county clerks said, ranked choice voting alters the length of the ballot, alters how votes are counted, including the count them. It obscures the pre and post-election audit process. It complicates instructions for voters and increases spoiled ballots. It replaces our current transparent, easy to validate results with third-party tabulation programs. I understand that there's an argument for local control. I believe in local control for a lot of things, but I don't believe in local control for elections. Right now, these cities that are using it are having an election 1 year with ranked choice, then the next year with regular voting, then the next year with ranked choice. This is confusing for voters and leads to disenfranchisement and lower voter
confidence. I would argue that uniformity within the states and even within cities is important for elections in order to maintain the trust of voters, run efficient election processes, and guarantee equal access to the ballot throughout the state. Even if we were to keep it around for another election cycle, we would be highly unlikely to allow for just a few cities to keep going, or just their cities. This was a trial to see if ranked choice voting was something that the state wanted to use, if it was a viable voting option, and I would argue there is no flavor for adopting this statewide in our general elections. Because of this, and unless cities are already opting in, and a serious lack of confidence in the process, and I made this to be subscribed, overall voting and election confidence at a low, I would argue that stopping this program one election cycle earlier and it would sunset is approved.
Thanks. If you could minimize that, Tony, I'd appreciate it.
Probably want to leave the volume up just because
Hang on just a second.
it looks like there's more to come.
Yeah, we're going to have more clips coming up here in a minute.
We only had 10 minutes. How many more do we have?
Just because, actually, I thought there was 20
Thank
minutes
you.
for this item.
Could you go back one? Thank you. No. Yeah, there, perfect. Okay, so this bill in 2024 almost passed. It was on the floor of the Senate, and at the very last second, a lot of money, federal money, state, I should say, national organizational money and lobbyists came in, and it died on the floor of the Senate on the last day it was supposed to be read. So it came very close to being discontinued back in 2024. And there it shows the Utah cities participating. So in 2019, there were 2 cities that were involved. 2021, 23 cities signed up to do it. And by 2023, 12 cities were left. So half the cities did back out. This is Senator Thatcher from this year. There was a bill to try and extend the pilot program 10 years. And that was a bill that came in this year. And this is Senator Thatcher talking in the Senate Government Operations Committee. If I can do that, there we go.
So I'm going to ask some questions of the sponsor, and he may want to defer those. The sponsor mentioned that I have serious concerns about what happened in Sandy. The reason I pick on Sandy is because Sandy had the most robust numbers and the most robust data for me to chew into. I have data from most of the cities, not all of them. I was able to track down their numbers. What really bothers me on the Sandy mayor's race, I understand that not everybody votes in every race. I do know this. But also that was the only race on the ballot for many of those people. So when you see that there were blank ballots that were not counted, you can't say that they went through all the trouble to go and cast their ballot and vote, and then chose not to vote for the only race. If they weren't going to vote, they wouldn't have voted. So the fact that we had so many ballots rejected on the first round, that is the single biggest obstacle. I have a million problems with ranked choice voting that Representative Mark could talk about going the rounds for a decade with me on. But the single biggest problem I've ever had is this. On the first round of voting, there were more votes cast out from either failing to mark a first place candidate or marking a first place candidate twice. There were more than double the numbers of ballots cast out and not counted than the difference between the eventual winner and loser. So my question is, we heard a senator say on the floor last week that we only want informed voters voting. That statement really bothered me. So my question to you is, how many votes can be discarded in the first round and not counted and still be an acceptable election system?
Thanks. If you could minimize that, appreciate it. This, oh, sorry, I was doing it too. So this had some testimony from a county clerk, couple
So I have an
citizens.
issue with votes being discarded and people's votes not counting. I don't think you should, I don't think we should be placing barriers or supporting election systems that have significant numbers of votes being cast out on the first round. The other issue that we often hear talked about is that ranked choice voting will solve plurality. In the state of Utah, you mentioned a very high-profile plurality win that happened in Utah, and that did happen. That is true, and that's probably not ideal. We looked at the in the interim committee, we've been looking at plurality for roughly 8 years now. And every single year we conclude that plurality occurring in 4% of our races is less problematic than every single solution being presented. A runoff election requires bifurcating because there are federal requirements about mailing ballots, and it just, we would have to compress the election timeline to a degree that's just astronomically impossible. So ranked choice voting has an issue where instead of having 4% of our races decided by plurality, we actually, if you count every single race where ranked choice voting could have occurred, the number of races that had fewer votes for the winner than half of the first round votes is over 30%. Over 30. Now, if you exclude races that did not go to tabulation, where somebody won 50% plus one in the first round, it jumps to over 40%. Now, it's probably not fair because ranked choice voting, sometimes you will have a first round voter, but still, to go from 4% to 30%, I think is significant. It's a significant problem. We have clerks and election people and counties that have opposed this, that have talked about all of the different challenges. To me, I think the biggest problem is this one logistical challenge. With ranked choice voting, I don't know who got the fewest votes until every ballot is counted. So until every ballot is in hand, until every vote has been received, I can't even begin to tabulate. To say nothing of the process or the auditability or any of the billions and billions of things. I'm going to skip ahead. Sorry, I have lots of notes. I have lots of feelings on this issue. But also, I don't think there's a legislator here that has spent more time on this issue than I have. Somebody can correct me if they would like to challenge that. So,
Thank you. If you could mark it down.
Really go the whole hour and 21 minutes?
No, that's the whole.
I'm just
that-
teasing.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just
that was a
teasing.
clip of the full meeting. I listened to a lot of these meetings. There was a Utah, where's my cursor here? Maybe you could just click on them, Tony. You're doing better than I am.
The Utah County Clerk?
That's fine. That's fine. This is a citizen.
Representing myself, I am a member of the Utah County GOP State Central Committee, the Executive Committee representing CD2, but again, I'm here representing my own views as a private citizen and voter. I strongly advise and encourage you to vote no on SB 127. A bad voting approach shouldn't be extended for another 10 years in Utah. This is not the direction that the voters in our state or nation are looking to go. I have used ranked choice voting. I feel strongly that it does not work well or accurately reflect voter intent. I expect when I vote that my vote will be for my candidate of choice and not for someone that I had no interest in winning. One person, one vote. This is what this system can do. I do not want to be forced to vote for someone who will not do a good job. It can be difficult to understand the process, which can dissuade everyday citizens who don't live and breathe this stuff like we do from participating. I don't think that's what any of us want. I think we want more participation, not less. We realistically end up with a what's the point attitude settling in. We already see this every day. Voters find it difficult to navigate. Plus, it takes much more time to count ballots when the general consensus publicly is we need to be streamlined vote counting. I've watched as RCV elections have all but smothered the voice of voters in my home state of Washington. Another key factor is it's difficult to audit because of its complexity. Ranked choice voting was already given a chance. There has been enough feedback. We're requesting a no on an extension. Thank you, appreciate your service. Please listen to your constituent, Mr. Thatcher.
You could click the next one, Tony, if you would. You're much faster than I am. Thank you. This is the Utah County Clerk.
So, Aaron Davidson, Utah County Clerk. So one of the major metrics for judging whether an election system is successful or not is voter participation. Much has been touted about by mail balloting, how it has improved voter participation. And then since this is a pilot program, I'm surprised that Utah County is probably one of the county that has run the most RCV elections, but nobody has requested data from Utah County for these elections. So I'd like to just give you some of the data. So in Lehigh, the 3 years, the municipal years before ranked choice voting, the participation rate was 3.6, 34.1, and 30.3. The first year that Lehigh participated in ranked choice voting, it was 30.4. In this last year, it dropped 1/3 to 20.1%. So in that analysis that the University of Utah did and published and saying that people liked it, those were the parameters to participate in that survey where they were voters. So 1/3 of the voters disappeared that were not included in that survey. And we had 5 cities that had ranked choice voting, and the average drop was 21.7%. Every city dropped from regular voting to ranked choice voting. So I would oppose this bill, and I've got plenty of other things I can say as the county clerk, but my time is up. Thank you.
Okay, Tracy.
Time?
Yeah, just so you know, you've kind of used your time, but please take 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm a geek about these
We're
things. I
gonna-
don't mind it, but I'm just saying, do you think about 5 more minutes you could finish?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to let Senator Thatcher summarize.
I did hear somebody say this solves plurality, but the data does not back that up. In fact, it seems to make plurality roughly 10 times worse. I had never considered the disability angle before, so thank you for bringing that. I'm trying to make eye contact with the person who said it. But I had never considered that before, but wow, that must be really overwhelming. Mayor Silverstream, I hate being on a different side than you. I think this may be the first time we've ever disagreed. But I'll say this. I think I agree with you in principle that local control and local choices are good. However, what outbalances that for me in this particular circumstance is the amount of money and lobbyists that can go and lean and can sell to a local government. But where's the counterbalance? Where's the other side to that? Where are people saying, well, wait a minute, that has not been the case for other cities. That's why other cities are dropping off. I think ultimately, again, this is super, super popular. And you could do polls all day long to talk about how much people love it, but How many of those people were asked, do you know if your ballot was counted? Do you know if your super popular process actually counted your vote? Because I think that the half whose votes weren't counted, or more than half in 40% of the races, I think that they would probably reassess how much they like the process if they knew that their vote hadn't actually been counted. So it is super popular, there's no disagreement there, but you should know if your vote counted. So if you do a primary and only 2 people make it through the primary, you might not get the candidate you want. You might not be super happy, but at least you know your vote was counted, and you get a binary choice in November. So that's it. I appreciate that it's popular. I appreciate that there are people who want it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when you detach popularity, when you detach the emotion, when you look at this like a Vulcan and you look at the data, I just can't get past the question of how many votes are acceptable to not count.
Thank you. That's it. I'll go really quickly into.
That is what makes ranked choice voting completely unworkable for me. It's just the number of.
So let's go on to the next. This is our election in 2023. So in Heber City, the 3 city council seats, the total voter turnout was 3,089, or 35% of the registered voters in Heber. But in 2021, it was 41% and received 3,372 ballots from 8,241 voters. So we lost voters in 2023. We had 35.3% participation. In 2021, we had 41%. Okay, so we lost voters. Secondly, in the last round of the voting, the amount of undervotes was 1,709. That means that 55% of the 3,089 voters that cast a ballot did not vote at the end of the process. Over half of our ballots were discarded, okay? And that's the rounds. So Senator Thatcher said, how many votes can be discarded in the first round and not counted and still be an acceptable election system? First round, 89 over votes. That means somebody voted twice for the first place. They got discarded right off the bat. That was 89 votes. First round, gone. Okay, second round, there were 206 undervotes, and you can see the totals there. By the 7th round, there were 1,700. After the 4th round, there was 1,000. A third of the voters who voted were kicked out after the 3rd round. Okay, so these are our concerns. The vote for a certain candidate has transferred to other candidates. We did not vote for those candidates, but our votes get transferred to other people we didn't even vote for. Forces a voter to rank all candidates when they really only want to vote for the people they want to vote for. It discriminates against the elderly and the special needs voters by simply being too complicated. The voters did not even know if their ballot was disqualified. So everybody who voted in 2023 thought their ballot counted. And there was no way for the voter to be notified or for them to even correct their ballot. It was just gone. It's a confusing process, no clear audit procedure, which was brought up, and there's just too many candidates. So people cannot, in their day, figure out who to vote for out of 11 candidates. Who are their top 3? It's virtually impossible for them to do enough research to be an educated voter. And it also delays election outcomes, which, as we know, in the last election last November, there were major problems statewide of all these very late returns coming in. Everybody was upset. 28 out of 29 county clerks in Utah have concerns about this process. And unfortunately, the lieutenant governor's office is not very reliable source to get any answers. These are some comments that were mentioned online about the process. I'm not going to go through that, but here are our recommendations. We hope that you vote no on ranked choice voting tonight as an option for the 2025 Heber City election. Let's go back to traditional voting so that we may have a primary and a general election process and citizens can have trust again in their election system. And if you do not decide tonight, we recommend that you put out a Heber City resident only survey in March and get direct voter feedback from the population. And you do not have to vote on this until May 1. There is no reason you have to decide this tonight. We appreciate your time. There's going to be more information on our website. I'm sorry I ran late, but we hope that you will represent the voters of Heber City and allow every single voter to have a vote. Thank you.
Council, you saw on the sheet I gave you, the undervotes are where there's no vote in that round. Okay, so they might vote in round 1, but not round 2. You see what I mean? And then round 2 would be the undervote. But if in round 3 they decide to vote for 2 people, then that's thrown out too, right? That's the overvote. Any questions on that? Okay, thank you for letting me geek out again on this political science stuff because, you know, we went to mail-in ballots. Boy, how many years ago was that? It was when Michelle was the city recorder. I think it was back in 2015 or 2016, and we immediately increased voter turnout. We were, what, at 9% voter turnout when it was just show up at the polls, but when we did the mail-in ballots, we immediately went up into the 30 and 40% range, as you've seen in these statistics, but now we're going the other way, and that's really concerning. Okay, Council, the next agenda item is now the action items, and the first one is the resolution 2025-03 that adopts ranked choice voting, RCV, for the 2025 Heber City municipal election. Trina, did you want to present on this, it looks like? Thank you.
May 1st, I believe, is the cutoff. It has to be voted on prior to May 1st. Is that correct? Okay. So this resolution is being presented based on previous elections. The council has opted in for ranked choice voting. Tony, I also sent you a sample ballot from the last election. Can you pull that up in the email? I wanted to address a couple of things. You can always track your ballot and whether it was counted at vote.utah.gov. So every time you cast a ballot, I like to see that my ballot got counted. Anytime you don't fill out your ranked choice ballot entirely, scroll down to the next page, please, Tony. There are many people who don't want to vote for every candidate. You do not have to, and go to the instructions above that, would you? The instructions clearly state, completely fill in the ovals and rank as many or as few candidates as you would like. Do not vote for more than one candidate in each column. Use a black or blue ballpoint pen. If you tear, deface, or wrongly mark this ballot, contact the county clerk's office. You don't have to vote for every candidate that's listed on the ballot. If you only want, say, to vote for 3 that you want to get the seats, then that's correct. If a candidate is eliminated that you voted for, then I guess you could say that, I mean, your vote was counted, but your candidate didn't win. So that's a little bit inaccurate and misleading, I feel like. I have invited to offer some feedback to for ranked choice voting, the executive director of ranked choice voting, Colleen Potter, and Josh Daniels are here. Do you guys have any questions for me about the resolution or anything before I let them answer more
Actually,
questions?
no.
Okay. Anybody else? Let me see if there's, Scott's coming off mute.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the time over to Khalid and Josh then.
Scott, right there.
I'll start by introducing myself. My name's Josh Daniels. I'm the former county clerk for Utah. I was the county clerk that oversaw elections when Utah County first implemented ranked choice elections in 2019, and then cities used it both in 2019 and 2021. So I've got a lot of experience in administering ranked choice elections. So here to help maybe shed some light on a few topics.
Yeah, you just heard a presentation of all of one side of it, and we're not going to take your time to play all the videos, but there were just as many people with other comments. So we'll just touch on a few things and then answer any questions. I just did want to let you know that Howard Stevenson was the founder and 33-year president of the Utah Taxpayers Association. He's a member of our board and a strong advocate of ranked choice voting as a way to save money for taxpayers. Briefly, I just wanted to let you know, I know that one of the things about that KSL story, the Cottonwood Heights City Council called me and said, we have the votes and we want to use ranked choice voting, but Salt Lake County uses a different system, and they were going to charge the cities for the software and divide it. And they didn't know how many would use it. And they said, our mayor's afraid it'll cost more. And I said, well, I think there will be plenty of cities, but perhaps we can help raise some money from these foundations to, if there's a gap between what you would have spent and a ranked choice election, because the whole point is to let voters try this out. So I was in no way reaching out, paying cities. They came to me and I said, maybe we can help close the gap. There was no gap. There were plenty of cities that used it, so that was not an issue, just so you know. We do have a UPS box to get our mail because we don't have a building. Since I'm the executive director, I set it up in our city so that it would be easier for me to get the mail. That's why the address is here in Heber.
I think a couple of misconceptions or misunderstandings. There was some discussion about undervotes and overvotes. So having administered elections, every single election, every single race on the ballot has undervotes and overvotes, whether it's a ranked choice election or not a ranked choice election. I remember in the 2020 election, I saw a ballot where somebody marked both Donald Trump's name and Joe Biden's name. That's an overvote. We can't count that ballot. We don't know who they prefer, but they marked both of those names. So you'd think something as simple and clear and well-known in the community as, you know, two very different presidential candidates from the two major parties, and somebody marked them both. You know, that's not the only creative ballot I've seen. We received a ballot one time where somebody had written, you know, probably 1,000 words in the margins of the ballot. There was one very bizarre ballot that was marked up. Somebody had probably taken, like, you know, one of these blood test finger prick things, and they'd drawn all over the ballot in blood. There's some weird things that voters do. They don't all mark the ballot the way you'd expect. That's no different with ranked choice voting. Overvotes and undervotes together in any given election range from 3 to 5%. So that's just something to expect that's going to happen. Certainly in a ranked choice election, you're going to have more, quote, undervotes in the sense that because there are more candidates and the option to rank them all, people are going to exercise the option to not rank them all. But I think one feature to think about when it comes to voter participation generally, our experience was that some cities in Utah County saw an increase in voter turnout after ranked choice voting. The reality, as you probably suspect, in a municipal election, voter turnout is driven by the races that are on the ballot. If the mayor is up for re-election and it's a big, higher profile election, you'll have higher turnout. If you've only got 2 council members up instead of 3 council members up, maybe there'll be less turnout that year, right? So turnout ebbs and flows, often based on the political dynamics of who's running for office and which candidates and campaigns are very active. When it comes to participation, though, and wanting every voice to be heard and every vote to be counted, you do have to consider that under our municipal elections right now, you have oftentimes a primary that happens in the middle of the summer in an odd election year. And what ends up happening is far fewer voters participate in those primaries, which can be very decisive in, you know, eliminating some candidates from the running who will never be voted on by the larger voting population that tends to, maybe as a habit, vote in the general election in November. And so some cities feel that ranked choice voting helps to increase voter participation because it means that at an election time like November, when people are expecting a general election and you have more people participating, those voters get to vote on all the potential candidates. And of course, that gives you the option to then not have to pay for that election cycle during the summer when oftentimes people are away from home on vacation. I'm an attorney by trade, and I want to touch on the unconstitutional question. So multiple courts have actually reviewed ranked choice voting in lawsuits that have occurred over the years. And every time the question of one person, one vote has come up, the court has said quite clearly that ranked choice elections do not violate the previous constitutional case about one person, one vote. As a note, that case actually came because of redistricting, and it had to do with the way that you draw districts. And if you draw districts unequally, then some voters are overrepresented and some voters are underrepresented because the districts are unequal. And because of that inequality in representation, because of district size, they coined this term one person, one vote. But the courts that have reviewed a ranked choice voting lawsuit have said, well, every single voter only gets to have one vote in any given round of the election when their first choice vote is counted or their second choice vote is counted. They're not getting more than one vote, and federal courts have confirmed that.
One thing we need to remember is we're not comparing this system to any perfect system. We're comparing it to our existing system. And even with the point that Josh made about primaries, at some point, the voters have to go through all those candidates. It's not like you would have still had 11 candidates on that primary, and that smaller number of people in August would have looked at that maybe under 20%, and they have to look at those 11 candidates and say, who do I like the best? And typically in those races, like people often refer to that Sandy mayoral race, 60% of the people did not want the two candidates that had the first choice votes. So you would be saying, okay, we're going to have a primary election. We have all these candidates, and then you're going to have a majority of people possibly not wanting the two that go to the general election. So there's fewer people deciding who the majority of the people get to vote on in the general election. That's just a feature of ranked choice voting. UVU did a study recently, and I think I emailed this to you, but there's one study that said ultimately there were 17.5% more votes that are counted when it matters between the final two people in a race with ranked choice voting than not. And that includes with the errors or without errors. There are more voters because they get to have another chance. They don't say, gosh, I'd like to vote for my friend, but I don't think he's going to make it. But if they do, they still get to have a say in the final round, if they choose to have a say. Sometimes people don't want to vote for all the candidates. And we saw that with Tracy's data. In the end, about 20% of the people didn't rank all their choices. Some candidates tell people not to rank all their choices because that's what we're used to in our previous system. And so people choose not to, which is something we honor, is that people can decide if they want to vote for all the candidates or not.
And this same issue plays out, as you are aware, when you have multiple council members that are running for election and you're filling 2 or 3 spots at a time. Under the plurality system, the more traditional system, you might end up with a winner who only gets 27% of the vote. And then maybe the next winner got 26%, and maybe the first loser got 22%, and then the last loser maybe got 15%. Well, if you think about it, those votes that were counted for those non-winning candidates are very similar to an exhausted ballot where you didn't rank all the candidates. And so with ranked choice voting, as you've seen in your own results previously, after you count the rounds, you end up with over 50% for a winner. And even if you consider the exhausted or uncounted ballots where they didn't rank all of the candidates, if you take that out of the number, you still end up with a significant amount of votes, sometimes still over 50% of the total, sometimes 48, 49, but way more than the 27%, let's say, that maybe traditionally people would win in a 4-way race for 2 seats, and even less perhaps in a 6-way race for 3 seats. And when you start having 3 seats with 6 candidates, the other defect that you get with the old system is that people might just use only one of their 3 votes, what they call bullet voting. And so I actually studied this in Utah County, and I looked at cities that used ranked choice voting, and then looked at those elections that those cities held previous to doing ranked choice voting. And I compared the number of unused votes, presumably bullet votes, where people would just vote for one name instead of 3, and compared that to the exhausted ballots. And what you see is that bullet voting, when you can vote for 3 names, actually happens way more than exhausted or unranked ballots. And so unfortunately, the old system has this built-in incentive to bullet vote if you just want one of the 3 names the most, because you kind of know, well, if I vote for 3 names, I might be giving votes to somebody else who could surpass my most favored candidate. So maybe it's strategic to just vote for one name. Well, now the voter has been incentivized to disenfranchise themselves and to not be able to vote for all 3 of the names that they want. And that's a real major defect that ranked choice voting eliminates.
One thing on the Senate committee, there were 4 votes in favor of that bill, but Senator Vickers had to leave the room. So when it was time to vote, it was a tie. So they chose to move the agenda, which meant the bill stayed in the committee, was never voted down. And then after decided that it was better to wait till this election cycle's over and we could come back to the legislature with the data from all 4 elections. And so that's what happened. When we walked out of the room, I said to Senator Thatcher, do you know what the number of overvotes is in a regular election that wasn't RCV? Like, do you know what you're comparing to? And he said, no. So I think the important thing is there's a lot of data and research out there, and that you can see what studies have been done to show what the error rates are. One of the things Josh did when he was county clerk, tell him about the senior center.
Yeah, when we first did a ranked choice election, we wanted to gauge this level of potential confusion about the ballot. And so we went to a senior center and tested the ballot design with the residents there in a mock election. And we purposely gave them 0 instructions about ranked choice voting and about how to mark the ballot. Our intent was to gauge if the ballot itself was intuitive enough to assuage any sort of confusion. So we handed out the ballots, and then we kind of meandered the audience and listened to the discussion and kind of got a sense for people's experience, and then gathered the ballots back. And we actually didn't discern any confusion. We overheard conversations like, well, who are you voting for? Well, I don't know. I'm kind of tied. My first choice is this. My second choice is that. So the ballot itself, invites the average person to be able to do exactly what it instructs, which is to rank it. Of course, if you read the instructions, they're pretty clear. But I think that the concept of ranking things is intuitive enough by itself that it actually is not confusing. I think people might be overthinking it, thinking there's a strategy in play, but our experience in testing the ballots with different populations, we also did some high school student council elections as a sample test run, and we didn't have any of this sort of confusion. We did do surveying after the election, and we asked if the instructions were clear. We asked if it was confusing or not, and the overwhelming majority of respondents said that it was clear and that it was not confusing.
I know one of the hardest things you do is figure out what your citizens want. And that's why we had Y2 Analytics do surveys post-election. Every city, over 50% of the people liked it. Sutherland did a study and also said that about 60% of Utah voters prefer it. At the end of the day, the question is, does it more fully express the will of Heber City voters? Do you get a better sense of what they want when they don't have to strategize? And I know there's a lot of questions, but one last thing. What happened in Alaska? And when we used to go to cities and they would look at it and look at the pros and cons and, decide to do it. And when Alaska had that race and Sarah Palin lost, that was a partisan issue that the Republican didn't win that race. But when you look at the legislature now, they have coalitions that are bipartisan making decisions. That's neither here nor there. But what we found was that shifted people's attitude about it. People who didn't really know either way would tell legislators, I don't like it. And they'd say, why not? Well, I don't know, go talk to so-and-so. It just sort of changed that conversation around it because of the partisan, and that's what's happened in other states. There is a lot of funding for people that are from one particular person who's trying to stop ranked choice voting in these states that we're seeing. So yes, there's money coming in from both sides, but there's a lot of money on the other side as well, and going to these states trying to stop ranked choice voting.
It's been interesting because if you look at the legislative history, and there was a lot of discussion about showing what people said in committee. If you go back to 2017, House Bill 349 in the Utah legislature was designed to implement ranked choice voting in many elections in Utah, not just municipal ones, but partisan elections, primaries. And that bill passed out of the House committee 8-1. It passed on the House floor 59-12. And it didn't, it ran out of time in the Senate. But that particular year, there wasn't organized opposition to ranked choice voting. But then what happened was in 2018, there was ranked choice elections in Alaska and Maine. And as a result of those ranked choice elections, a very well-financed group of political operatives nationally used money from an anonymous donor from Chicago to the tune of $2 billion, not all for ranked choice voting. But that organization has now spent tens of millions of dollars with well-coordinated national lobbying efforts in various states to try to oppose ranked choice voting. So there are definitely politically motivated people who want to oppose it, and that's why you've seen states actually ban it, is because of those well-coordinated efforts that materialized after 2018 and didn't exist prior to that.
And in Utah, we only use it in nonpartisan elections. And so this is completely different than what is happening in partisan races. And so just keep that in mind as people talk about that. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. We don't want to.
Council, do you have any questions?
I have a question. So with the previous information that was shared, it did show that many cities within the state of Utah, as the years went by, have dropped the ranked choice voting. When you say that this is a popular venue for voting, or this is what the people are wanting, why would so many communities at that point drop as much as they have? And now you only have, 12? I think 12 cities that are continuing to do that. If it's so popular, that's my question.
It's a great question. And one of the reasons is because of the politics and the pressure on county clerks, and I don't blame them because they've had some terrible threats and people accusing them. They don't want to do one more thing that's a variable that might make them get in trouble or have a potential problem. And so some county clerks are just like, no, I'm not going to run your elections. Cache Valley, we had 3 cities up there. New county clerk said, I don't want to do it. We had Moab, and they had Josh run their election. Well, the new county clerk said, I'm not going to run your election anymore. I have several cities right now that want to do it, and the county clerks won't do it because they don't want to be criticized or make a mistake or add one more variable to what they're already dealing with people accusing them of not running elections with integrity. So that's a lot of the reason.
But wouldn't that happen anyway with just normal voting, typical voting? They would still be under, the watchful
We sure
eye.
think so.
Yeah. Okay.
We shared that concept with them, yeah.
Well, I'm going to throw out a counter to that. Could it still happen? Could there still be, some kind of a bad faith effort or effort to throw an election or something? I think sure, right? I think it could go either way. Your question was, would that still happen in a normal election? I'm going to say no, and here's why. I mean, I'm a year in now. I haven't seen as many negative comments directed to me specifically than on this item, which blows my mind. Because if we go back and we look at the ranked choice voting, I don't know, Patty might correct me here in a second, but I don't think I was one of the ones that was at issue. So why they want to attack me, I don't understand, right?
Aaron,
So it's an interesting thought.
If we had it the old way, you and Mike and Christian Thompson would have been elected in the first round, which we wouldn't have rounds, right?
That's not true.
No, that was the first round
Oh,
choice.
that's not true. I've looked at that data thoroughly.
So did
and I'll show
I.
it to you if you want.
So did I, but that's what I had counted.
My point,
if you
though,
just did
Mayor,
that
was
first round.
I think whatever the I'm being as honest as I can be. I think whatever the non-standard is going to be the one that people are most vocal on. Period. End of story. Whatever the option is where the vocality will come.
Can you explain that just a bit more for me?
This is Scott. If we've always painted barns red, and there's an option to paint a barn blue, you'll have people speak up. But if they've always been blue, nobody really cares. They're not going to care about the blue vote. Whatever the standard is, I think is going to cause less confusion, less people to reach out, less threats, less worries from the county.
I see what you're saying.
I feel like whatever the
regular way.
changes, whatever the changes is going to be more likely to be more vocal. And I say that because I've experienced that this week on this item, which is blowing my mind.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
I really like the ranked choice voting system in that you truly get a majority of the voters to select the candidates at hand. If there was a primary in the previous election, there would have just been 2 candidates, or I mean, there would have been just been how many candidates to run for the 3 seats?
There would have been 6 candidates out of the 11 that would have made it through the primary because of the 3 positions.
Yeah, so we can't speculate on what would have happened, but there's a problem when in the traditional elections, if you have like 31%, like if you can win a primary with 31% of the vote, that's not a majority. Yes, that's 31%. That's less than a third. And that's what could happen. And the ranked choice voting allows for an actual majority to select the people that are put in office.
Is there anybody else that wants to make a comment?
I have a couple comments. It's
Sure.
not, I mean, that was an issue, and I'm
then,
sorry to counter
then
what
we've
you
got to
said.
open it up for the public comment too.
For sure. And I wanted to just mention that just to say, I could see that. I could see the county clerks wanting to not do it because dang, if it hasn't been heated this week for me. So a couple thoughts. I wrote down a couple things. The first one was, Patty, I know there was the question about a conflict of interest of those that were voted in. And I'm just going to throw it out here. The way the vote works, we had 3 that participated in a ranked choice this last election. We have 3 that will potentially participate again. I don't know if there's a conflict of interest because 3 are in already, but didn't have a voice on using that election type. Does that make sense? And 3 that...
No, we had ranked choice voting before.
Sorry. What I'm saying is, like, I got voted in, Scott, but I didn't have I wasn't one of the ones that chose to use ranked choice voting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Right. Yep. And then we have an election coming up where, if we use ranked choice voting, theoretically it's this, it's the other 3. But anyway, Patty, I'm not sure what to do with that comment. I hear you, but I'm not sure what to do with that comment. And then Tracy, and I'm going to challenge this, like, frankly, I'm sorry, but like, just as an American, I guess, you had made a point that it takes more time to investigate candidates. I was part of an 11 candidate election. I hope that people used the same amount of time. I think, frankly, if you use less time because you wanted to just pick your 2 or 3 favorites, I don't think I can't get my mind around how that's a good election procedure. You should have looked into all of the people. And I can say that as someone who didn't vote for myself as my first or second choice.
You want to repeat that one again? You didn't vote for yourself
as my first or second choice? No.
You are an unusual candidate, Aaron.
Sure, but my point is, like, I took the time to get to know everybody, and I
appreciate that.
I thought this is really interesting. But the reason I had to spend so dang much time is because we had 13 or 11
yes, we
people.
did, and I just want the council to realize, with ranked choice voting, there is no limit on how many candidates can sign up. Ranked choice voting makes it easier for candidates with one election. So we had 11 last time. Who knows how many we're going to get this year? And because there's no limit, then it's like, oh, shoot, how far do you go to say, okay, now I've got to investigate 20 candidates, right? Now that would be, no, it's not a bad thing, but I'm just saying it makes it harder for voters, easier for candidates. And again, I'm a geek on this, right? I teach this. I'm just saying, to even lose 1 vote, whether it's overvoting or undervoting, is a travesty. Okay, now maybe they write all over in their margins, right? Maybe they're trying to write in who knows what, but I am guilting out students every single week to say you need to register and you need to vote because of the very same problem he said, or Scott said, that we're really only getting 35% voter turnout, and then to win, you only need 18% of the vote to win. Okay, That's not great. The sad truth of it is that the undervotes are showing that the real majority in our city do not either want to be forced, or they're confused, right? Or they're exhausted. Don't know which. Is that acceptable to us? The majority of those 3,000 voters that wanted to vote. Now, please just think about that. What other questions or comments do you have before we open it up for public comment?
I have a quick question on that, Mayor, because I mean, you don't undervote on the 11 candidates. You could vote for just 3 people.
No, you vote in all 11 rounds.
No, you don't have to do that. You can vote just 3 times, just 3 people.
I understand that, Scott, but you've got to realize that a lot of people spoke to the idea that they didn't want to be forced to vote for candidates. And so we saw the data. Let me finish. We saw the data that after the 5th, 6th round, we're getting 1,000 plus of our 3,000 voters, and it goes up very dramatically to 55% of the 3,000 plus voters that were trying to vote stopped voting. Yes, it was their choice.
You don't have to vote for everybody.
Yes, it was their choice, but is that what we're comfortable with? Are we comfortable?
This isn't a valid argument. What you're arguing, it's not valid. People
It is
don't have
valid.
to vote. It's not
It is
valid.
valid. I have a PhD in political science,
You
Scott.
don't have
It
to
is
vote for
valid.
everybody. Stop talking over me. You
I'm
don't
just
have to.
saying that
Stop
if
talking,
you're
please.
comfortable,
You don't have to vote for everybody. So it's not a valid argument.
No, but you're supposed to vote for everybody in ranked
You don't
choice
have
voting,
to.
or
You don't have
you're
to.
not counted.
That's
Scott,
exactly against what Trina just said to us.
Well, then I'll just ask you a question. You're
Ask
comfortable
Trina.
then
Trina,
with
answer that question.
No, just think about this, Scott, because we're not done with the conversation. Are you comfortable with over 55% of the people trying to vote saying, I'm not voting anymore? If you're comfortable
Mayor,
with over half of them, then that's fine.
You're lying
just say
to
you
the
are.
public. You're lying to the public. This is
No,
a
it's
blatant
the
lie.
numbers.
It's
I'm not lying,
say,
Scott.
Mayor.
You're slandering me.
Mayor,
Let's go
I'm
on
not
to the
slandering you.
next
You're
comment.
lying. It's totally against
Let's go to the
what the
next
directions
comment.
say.
Does anybody
They
have a
don't have to
comment on the
vote.
council?
They could just vote for one person if they want.
I
doesn't mean
understand
their
that,
vote
Scott.
doesn't
So
count.
you're just saying that you're comfortable with over half of the voters trying to vote,
You're
not voting.
twisting
That's
it
what
and
you're
lying.
saying.
You're lying.
No, that's
I'm not
the
gonna
reality of it.
stand for it. It's not the reality, and I'm sick of it. You got to tell the public the truth. They know they can vote for. They know they can vote for 3 people. They don't have to vote for 11 people, and you're not telling them that.
Well, if you want people to vote for 11 people, we can't force them. And
you don't have to vote for
obviously
11
the
people.
majority don't want to be forced.
You're
Okay,
speaking
Scott, I'm not
nonsense
here
right
to
now.
argue with you. I'm just
Well,
stating what
I'm here to argue for you because I'm going to stand up for the people. You're telling them non-truths, and I'm sick of it.
The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie on the undervotes.
Ranked choice voting is a great way to go, especially when city offices are not party offices. We're not Republicans and Democrats. We're city officials representing the citizens of the city. People know that they don't have to vote for 11 people. They know that. You're saying that the public is stupid, basically, by saying that what you're talking about. They're not stupid. They're smart. They know they don't have to vote for 11 people.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, we're going to open it up for the public comment now.
I can't listen to any more lies. It's just driving me crazy.
Oh, it's interesting, your choice of language. I wonder if this is the kind of leadership that Heber City wants when you accuse like this in a public meeting.
Well,
so
they
let's
know they
open
don't
it
want
up
this type
for
of
public
leadership.
comment now.
Mike had a comment.
I'll wait.
Okay, so we're going to open it up for public comment now. It's now 8:03. We've got 10 minutes, everyone. So if you want to give a public comment, please come forward, state your name, and then you've got up to 3 minutes. But if there's more that want to come, you might try to shorten that just a bit. Wait.
Yeah, deep breath. It's okay.
Okay, my name's Galen Latimer, and I just want to give an example of what happened with this voting system. So I told my husband, You didn't read all of it. You're supposed to vote 11 times. That was kind of my understanding. So he went in, because he only voted for 3. So he went in and did find out that his vote was negated, was gone. So he said, I need a new ballot. And she goes, I can't give you a new ballot, but you can vote here. So this is the point. So he voted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He thought he did 11. He tried to eject it out of the machine. It would not come out. So he had to ask for assistance. And she said, the reason why it won't come out is because you did not vote 11 times. So he had to, double check to make sure. I think he ended up having to get another ballot because it was just too confusing about which did he already vote for, because he wanted his ballot to count. So I do believe that he had to get another ballot to vote again all 11 times so that the machine will accept all the votes so that it would come out and blah, blah, blah. That's all I have to say. Okay, your turn.
Thank you, Galen.
Tom Reed, I just would like to urge you to reject ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Anyone else want to come forward?
Maddie Kirby, and I would like you to also reject ranked choice voting because it's very, very confusing. Why do we want to confuse this very simple process of voting? When we vote for one person, there's 3 or 4 names there. We choose one person that we want to be elected. I don't think any of us want to choose a second or third person. We want one person. We know that person. We know how they respond. We know how they react. We know what they stand for. We do not want ranked choice voting. I have voted all my life. When living overseas for 9 years, I sent my ballot back to Oregon every time I could vote, and they counted it. I don't know if any of my votes over the last, say, 4 or 5 years have counted. I do know that I got a letter on the last election that we had, I think it was last June, that indicated my vote had not been counted. And so I had to go in and have on election day and actually vote. And they said somebody had looked at my signature and determined it wasn't me. It's the same signature I've had for maybe 5 or 6 years, but certainly not the signature that I might have had 15 or 16 years ago. We changed those things. And so I would recommend highly that you keep it simple. We're looking for common sense, and common sense is what we need with this, with voting. And it is very complicated. And again, no one knows if their vote was one that was thrown out, as Tracy said. So thank you.
Okay, we can take a couple more, please. And if anybody online wants to come off mute, you're welcome to do so I can call on you. So anyone else in the chamber? Okay, I've got 2 online. Go ahead, Eric.
With the beard in the 3rd row.
Sorry, Eric.
That's okay. Eric Rowland, Heber City resident. I recently, I think tonight's great because I just, like in the last couple of days, watched this video on the difference between contention and conflict. And I hope what I can say tonight will bring conflict, not contention. As I look at this, I'm looking at this from 2 hats: an elected official and as a voter. And I'm coming up with 2 very different, dynamically opposed sides to this. As an elected official, I can see this as, I can see a lot of pros. It makes my campaign so much easier. I don't have to worry about a primary. It makes it less expensive. Instead of campaigning for all year, it's now isolated to a few months. So I look at it more from that perspective. I go, okay, is that really though the benefit that's bringing to the public? When I look at the voter side, there's a few situations that I find this type of voting mechanism very difficult for me to reconcile. Oftentimes, when we do go through a primary, the candidates that are left, in my experience, aren't the ones I voted for, but because of the two candidates that are there, depending on who they are, will completely change who I want to vote for versus what was the situation when I look at the full gamut of all 11 people. So for example, if it's Levon and Heidi, I might want to vote for Heidi because I feel like she might do better than Levon. But if it's Matt and Sid, I might vote for Matt because you have different personalities. But I don't know that until it does come down to that situation, till I can see those candidates put together.
In a primary, you're
right,
saying?
after the primary.
Okay.
And I think the last thing that I just heard tonight that I think makes it most compelling to me is I'm tired of voting issues. I am just up to here with all the conspiracies, all of the over complexity that seems to be introduced to our voting process. And when I learned tonight that when there's the opportunity to do this in a nonpartisan race and a partisan race that's only available in one, we're perpetually confusing the situation now for the whole county, for everyone. Because as a county, we're not going to do ranked choice voting. It's always going to be different. And so for our constituents who are voting, they're going to have to deal with two completely different voting processes. And when we're trying to figure out what is a simple solution, this does not seem to add to that. So thank you.
Yeah, and that is what happened in the mayor's election last year. The mayor had the two, but the council had the ranked choice voting. So it was just like what you were saying. Okay, I had two people online and then we'll finish. So Mike, if you're off mute, if you want to speak, please tell us your name.
Yeah, my name is Mike Hewlett. And first of all, I'd like to know what the actual ramifications are to council members who violate their code of conduct. I think that it's pretty obvious that Scott Phillips violated that oath. I'm curious what the actual ramifications are of that. Like, does he actually get censured, or can we get him out of there because of his conduct, or how do we do that? But anyway, beyond that, I think that having delved very, very, very deeply into ranked choice voting over the past several years, I first of all tried to research it on my own, and there are 1,000 different answers from 1,000 different sources on what it means and how it works and how it's counted and everything. So it's impossible to get any kind of consensus. I then went to the county clerk and the city clerk to find out the people who were in charge of voting. This was leading up to the city council, the most recent city council election, to ask for information on how it functions, and neither one of them could give me any kind of clear answer. In fact, they both acknowledged they didn't know exactly how it works. And even on election night in the counting room, they were arguing between each other on how it functions. Nobody actually knows how it functions. It's also impossible to actually go back and verify or audit because everything is done through an algorithm. So there's no way to go back and verify. You plug it into a computer spits out the result and doesn't actually give you any kind of answer on why and how and who and what. I think that it violates the Constitution of the United States. We believe in one vote for one person, and this violates that because it counts your votes multiple times. It disenfranchises voters who don't know what the outcome is going to be because you put your first choice first, and if that person, your ballot can get exhausted awfully quick, and you don't know how your vote is going to be affected based on those first rounds of voting. So your votes can be completely made irrelevant based on the way the voting goes. I also think that this can be very easily equated to literacy tests, which were designed specifically to confuse voters, to disenfranchise voters, to make it impossible for them to know how to vote, to prevent them from voting. I talked to dozens and dozens of voters in that 2023 cycle who specifically told me, and I understand this is anecdotal, but it still bears mentioning, dozens of voters specifically threw their ballot away once they looked at it, didn't understand how it worked, and gave up. So those are my comments. Please, 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 although I think all of you actually were elected through the ranked choice vote system, please, please, please give us our elections back. Let us choose you. Let us determine for ourselves who we want to be our leaders. And the one last thing I'll say is Mike Johnston received the most last place votes in the ranked choice voting in 2023. More people chose him very last, yet he still made it on. And there's a problem with that.
Thank you, Mike. The next.
I think I need to respond to that.
Do you want to
He's calling me
respond to
out.
that?
That's because
fine.
I was a very polarizing person, but I got the most first place votes far more than the most last place votes. You either hated me or you wanted me in. That's why, Mike,
not 50%.
I'm talking. It had nothing to do with nefarious scheming or bad computers. It was, and I'm sure you voted for me last, right, Mike?
No.
So that's how it was.
Let's calm this down, everybody.
Help me out, Mayor.
I understand that, but we don't have to respond.
But that's the beauty of ranked choice voting. You get to rank, and if you hate somebody, you vote them last, or you don't vote for them.
Well,
one thing, high level comment.
Okay, but then there was one final person online.
I'm sorry.
waiting. That's okay.
We can do it.
Okay, so
We can do
Jay,
that. Sorry.
please go ahead, Jay, and then I think that's our last public comment, please. Oh, darn, I'm sorry, PM. I'm very sorry. I didn't see you before, but I'm just going to allow that one more with Jay, please.
Hi, this is Jamie Hewlett. I would just like to say that I'm very appalled by the way Scott Phillips treated our mayor. First of all. Second of all, I would disagree with Aaron Cheatwood's comments about how it wasn't confusing or how we didn't do our due diligence. I actually ran, and my mom, I said, oh, did you watch the interviews that we had? She's like, no, there's no way to make it that I could possibly watch all of those. And then we had interviews at Red Ledges, and I think Aaron has the benefit of knowing people beforehand, but when you're first seeing these people and then trying to figure out 11 different people, it's extremely, extremely complicated. The other thing that I have in question is some people are saying that you had to vote for everyone, and then they're saying that if you didn't vote for everyone, your ballot was thrown in the trash, and then other people are saying, no, you can vote for whoever you want to, but there isn't a consistency on that. And then also, I think Colleen Potter I think she could tell you that you could only allow up to 10 candidates, and we had 11 or so, whatever it was. We had one more than the ranked choice voting was capable of processing. So I don't know how that worked. And that's it. Thank you.
Council, can I ask for just one more public comment from PM that is still waiting? So PM, you're the last public comment. Would you like to proceed? PM, you were unmuted. Oh, looks like they might have dropped. Oh, Marianne, I guess you'll be the last one. I think PM just dropped. I don't see PM anymore on the list, Trina. Okay, so Marianne, I'll let you be the last person if you had raised your hand. I can't see, I can only see you unmute. Marianne Allen, did you want to give a comment? Okay, looks like we're done, everyone. PM is not speaking and Marianne is not speaking at this point. So everyone, now we're back to the council. Thank you very much for your comments. Obviously, this is very much like what said at the state legislature, that either it's the best thing ever or it's the worst thing ever, right? And there's a lot of room in between that, but I do think the numbers are clear on a lot of things. So council, just really quickly, this does not have to be voted on tonight. It needs to be decided by May 1st, which means we've got 3 more council meetings before a potential vote can happen. You saw what the Taxpayers Association had proposed. Okay, Aaron, go ahead.
I'm going to try my best to make my comment again, just in the case that it was misheard. Jamie, I appreciate your response because it told me that perhaps I misspoke or at least wasn't understood. With 11 people and with ranked choice or not ranked choice, I think with 11 people, it was complicated no matter what. Don't tell me that I'm not trying to say it wasn't complicated. What I was saying was the onus on the voter to do the work to understand all the candidates, I think, is the same. I think, and this is just my philosophy on voting, I guess, I think I don't vote for the one that I like if that's not I'm sorry, let me say this differently. I don't vote for the one that I like best if I don't know all of the options, and I do the same amount of work for all of the options. Now, I'll be honest, we had 11 at this last time. It was easy for me to discount a couple of them because I did the work to discount a couple of them, right? And that's where I can confidently tell you, and I'm being honest, that I wasn't my first choice because I didn't think I was the best option for sitting here. I wasn't my second choice either. I think, and in council, this is a comment for you guys, I guess. The reality is, I think ranked choice is a great idea. I do, but I think there's enough confusion, and I think there's enough lack of understanding. I think that there was certainly, and we were part of this election. There were enough people going out there saying, "Vote for us 3 or us 4 or these 2 only," and then stop. There were enough of that, and it did happen. There was enough of that I think we maybe got bad results because of that. And I think, and I'm not saying it would be different. I'm just saying I think that was one of the reasons why we saw such an exhausted rate, right? Anyway, my point is this: I think ranked choice is a great idea, but it doesn't make any sense to me to be vacillating from ranked choice to normal back and forth. That's super confusing. I also think the ranked choice people have not done a very good job explaining and building the trust, and that's a bummer. I think it's a great option, but I'm ready to deny it.
Let me just say one more thing too. Senator Winterton, who I think is the chair of that Senate committee, told me personally that there was no way it was going to get out of committee, and it was no way going to come up for a vote in the Senate. And that was just what he said. He's only one of the senators. But the one final thing, this ranked choice voting pilot expires December 31st this year. So it will not be allowed next year, just so everybody knows. Okay. Yvonne, were you next? Or was it you, Mike?
No, because Mike's been waiting.
That's fine.
So Mike's fine.
So I think ranked choice voting has a lot of really good benefits. I'm a pretty much expert on this by now, having looked at it for 3 election cycles, including this one. You don't have to believe me, but if you have any questions, I can rebut almost every one of those points up there, Tracy, that you put up. Some of them are just, I mean, we're talking about not wanting candidates to run. That's too many. I think if we had 20 candidates, that's better than, more candidates are better than fewer candidates. I don't think it's confusing one bit. And I don't really know anybody that has ever told me it's confusing, and I've talked to a lot of people about it. You have an opinion, and you say, some of you are saying it's confusing. I'll respect it. Maybe it is confusing. I think you're smarter than that, and it's not confusing for you. I think what's confusing to me is that the last 4 years, and I'm a Republican voter, the last 4 years, the Republican Party has sown confusion and distrust in this country on elections. And that is the problem now with that's pushing ranked choice voting. The problem we really have, I think, in this country, and it's my opinion, is that we don't use ranked choice voting. And we get to choose between a far right-wing candidate and a far left-wing candidate. This loony bin and this crazy guy. That's who we get to choose from, because nobody wants, the people in the middle, which is most of us, don't vote for those people because we don't want to lose our vote, right? You didn't vote for Ron DeSantis because you know he wouldn't win, so you voted for Trump. Or you didn't vote for Bernie Sanders because you know he wouldn't win, so you had to vote for Hillary. That's where we're at in this country. And what do we get from it? A completely dysfunctional government in Congress. So that's my personal opinion. I think ranked choice voting would solve that problem because you would get to vote for who you really think is best. And then if that person doesn't win in the first round, then you get, or he gets that, she or he gets eliminated. Then you get then your second place vote gets to go up. So you can vote for Ron DeSantis or Haley Barbour and not lose that vote. And I think we would have had different elections and it would have been better. Undervoting and overvoting happen in every election. And undervoting is just a choice. It's a personal choice. I undervoted. I didn't vote for all 11 candidates. And overvoting is just dumb. If you're going to overvote, you can do that in a traditional election. And you even mentioned those. It's just stupid. If you can't vote correctly, you shouldn't be voting, is my opinion. A 5-year-old can make a choice between, do I like blue, red, or yellow, or green? And they can rank those colors. They can rank the candy. That's my opinion here. So I don't want to be any more demeaning, but if I could spend all night going through these things. I'm fully on board with this. I think it's the best thing for us. And you know what? I don't care if 7 Republican states are getting rid of it. I know why. I want to be a forerunner out here. I want to show what's best for us. There's so many benefits. Yeah, candidates don't want to campaign in June either, but neither do the voters. The voters don't want to vote in August. They don't want campaigning in June and July and August. They really don't. And none of them show up for the primary. So I think it's best for this city, for these citizens, for the best candidates. I really believe that ranked choice voting really fully shows the will of the people. It doesn't put you out into this thing about, oh, well, I won with Governor Cox, bless his heart, and I like him, got 38% of the vote. That's how he won the governorship. That's not a majority. So I really appreciate your opinions. I disagree respectfully.
Okay, council, any other comments, questions, or motions?
I'd like to make a comment, if I could, please. And bear with me, everybody. First of all, I did get in on ranked choice voting. I probably wouldn't have if it weren't for ranked choice voting. But with that aside, I'm going to say this. I don't like ranked choice voting. I've had too many people come to me. I went through all of my emails. I don't know how many Aaron got, but I got 12 of them that said no to ranked choice voting, 4 that said yes. I feel that if it was so popular that more would have came out and said yes. I don't know, maybe that's not true. We seem to hold our citizens accountable for their behavior, whether they should or how many times they come to our meetings. They don't make comments. If they're not here, then they must be okay with it. I think that's something that we need to get away from. We can't keep putting it on our voters. But when our voters do come forward and they tell us, we don't like this, this is confusing to us, we are being, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, ignorant to their concerns. And to say that they shouldn't be voting simply because they don't understand a system, they should have explained it better by now, then that's on us. That's a problem. I realize that, yes, I would love to have a combination of, wow, I would love red, but I like magenta, and I also like green, but hey, maybe orange is even better on any given day. But I will read something that someone said that I thought was it was just humorous to me. He says, this is a democracy where one person gets one vote. This is not a junior high school popularity contest where everyone gets a reward. Ranked voting is right in up there with trickle-down economics, aka voodoo economics. Now, that's just a nice one, okay? Obviously, there's even more here. I realize that there are those who were very confused. I tried very hard to explain it to many. I had one elderly individual who called me several times this last election. And she says, now, how does this go again? I finally had to go to her house. But my concern there was, I can't persuade her. I didn't want at any time for anyone to say, well, you tried to sway her in a different way. That's part of the problem. Is it a good thing? Yeah, I think ranked choice voting does have its good qualities, not because I was voted for. I will tell you this, I was like Aaron, I did not vote for myself. In fact, I was not even my second vote either, so we're kind of in the same boat there. In fact, I wasn't even my third vote, just so you know that. It's probably why I was so low on the totem pole, but nonetheless, the point is that I think it has its good qualities, but I think the biggest problem is that nobody wants to know that they have their candidate winning for a while. And they look at the numbers, and yes, it's very hard to understand that, but they look at the numbers and they realize, wait a minute, my person was in the first round and in the second round, first place, and then now all of a sudden they're completely gone and off the board. That's a frustrating feeling. You feel like, well, wait a minute. Normal voting, we have problems with that, let's be honest. It is a very difficult process. We have had so many issues, and I have the same sentiment that Councilmember Eric Rowland had. I'm so frustrated with it. Either we send it in by ballot, do we go in person? Why couldn't we keep it the old way? I actually had someone asking me that. Why can't we go back to the key cards? There are so many things that we've dealt with. The problem is that every time we try to change it or increase it or make it better, it seems to do this. I will go with what the citizens want. And at this point, when I get this many and this many, they are coming forward. You are telling us how you feel. You're being very vocal. And if we're not willing to listen to our citizens, then we are basically saying that the 5 of us know more than the 2,000 of you. And that's not right. So I will say, I don't have to go any further. I will say no. And if I do decide to run this year, you know what? If you don't want to vote for me and we keep it in a primary, that's totally fine with me.
That's not campaigning, Yvonne, by the way.
I'm not campaigning.
Yeah, that's not campaigning. You two are pretty amazing. I just have to say, I've never heard candidates say, I didn't vote for me in the first round or the second round. Of course, they can only say that with ranked choice voting. Okay, council, again, comments, questions, motions? Go ahead, Sid.
Question, and it's aimed at Trina. Have you been employed with Heber City through different ranked choice versus normal primary general? And in your opinion, what are the differences, good and bad, that you've experienced in your position?
I have been through 3 elections. This will be my 4th election. The first one was a standard ballot. The last 2 have been ranked choice, and the cost savings to the city was about 50% for the ranked choice ballot with only 1 election, not having to do a primary. That was beneficial. The candidates' camaraderie and politeness was excellent with the ranked choice voting. Not that it wasn't kind or contentious with the other voting. What else did you ask me?
Just the differences. Was there any bonuses from your end, from just staff and getting, the results? And was there, let's say in the normal, primary general, was there the same amount of time that you had to spend counting?
There's an extra step involved with ranked choice voting, taking the results from the county and processing it through our ranked choice visual to provide the results and the visual aids, which are still on our website. You can see it's pretty cool visual aids. The feedback that I have received has been positive. I find that the better understanding you have of the process, the more support you have for the ranked choice voting ballot. But yes.
Okay. Well, thanks. I just wanted that just because you are in the trenches doing it.
I'm not positive, but I think Joey Granger might be online with her hand up.
Let me see. Yes, Joey, you are online. If you want me to ask her questions, I'm happy to. Joey, Sid, do you want to ask the question to Joey? Wait a minute, she just disappeared here. Okay, there she is again. Joey, if you're hearing us and you can come off mute, I think Sid Ostergaard has a question for you.
So I just want to know the pros and cons to both general, from a primary to general election, and ranked choice from a processing standpoint that you guys have experienced.
Joey, can you come off mute and answer the question?
That might be a different Joey.
Okay. It's true. Did you think that was the Joey, though? Okay.
Bummer, because that would have been cool.
Okay, Joey Granger is our county clerk, everyone, so she does run the elections at the county level, but we don't know if it's Joey Granger, and this person is not choosing to come off mute right now for us to be able to tell. And of course, this is such riveting discussion, they might have stepped away too.
Yeah.
So not sure about that either. But Joey, if you are Joey Granger, we'd love to hear your answer.
Oh no, sorry, I was in a different room. This is not Joey Granger.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much, sir. You're
Then
very kind to
please
answer.
don't answer.
Appreciate
Please
that
don't
very
answer.
much.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
So I have
Sid.
a couple other comments, and I think Trina approved. Yeah, it was confusing because people just didn't take the time. She proved or showed on the ballot directions, and it was pretty straightforward. I had questions when I filled it out, and it was pretty straightforward. So as far as confusing, I understand what Eric is saying, the same is better, but in my opinion, I think this gives a wider range of potential for certain people to vote, just not, comparing two candidates, but to really vote for who they want. I'm for it in the way because of that. Again, time is tough, and we've hit on it. Who, in my opinion, the only reason why I would vote in the past is because my wife is so involved. Primaries, I wouldn't vote if I didn't have somebody there, and usually that's the case unless it is a heated running race. So with that, everybody's geared for November. Usually November is when you vote. That's when you make the decisions. So I think, again, we get more people out. Yeah, there's stats and things that were thrown out tonight that kind of state some things, and I need to dive into it a little bit more as far as reality of what was presented today. So, but right off, I'm for it. I think it's a good thing, and I think it benefits the community.
Okay, it looks like 3 council members have spoken in favor of this. Do any of you want to make a motion on this, or do you want to delay it? Do you want to table it? Your choice.
I would like to make a motion that we delay and give it the full extent. And if Sid is really serious about looking into more information, then.
Mike and I need to talk because Mike's the expert.
So I'm just saying that I would like to extend this, and let's wait until the May.
You mean the end of April?
Yeah, the end of April, sorry, not till May, but till the end of April.
Do you want to go for the third? The
Make a final decision on the 3rd. Mm-hmm. Yep, go ahead and give it some thought.
That would be the April 15th meeting, if you're interested in that.
Yep, April 15th. So I'd like to extend it to the April 15th meeting, if that's possible.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, knowing that we're going to have 2 more months of angry emails.
It's okay.
It's a bummer, but I guess I would rather hear from people.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I mean, it doesn't matter for this vote, I don't think, but what's the feasibility of doing a survey to ask people? I would guess that we'll just get a very low response rate, which would be my only worry.
Well, it can be advertised in the April newsletter, but we could try to do something sooner than that, obviously, because we're just at the beginning of March.
I'm definitely
Um,
interested in hearing what the residents say.
I would like
always
to
worry
as
that-
well, and that's the only reason I want to, because from what Trina is saying, from what our city clerk is saying, she is saying that there are plenty who are.
I just called him up. Go ahead,
Got the
Eric.
finger.
It's because of your position
Short,
I'm
yes,
able to
yes.
do this.
I don't want to abuse that. Just one suggestion. We're trying to do this on the county. If you are going to table this for a couple weeks,
a month and a half.
maybe coordinating with this, and we're trying to do this with some of the initiatives we're doing, when we enact a new policy, to try and combine that with an education component, because I think just passing it is one thing, but also figuring out from staff what is a concerted effort that we can really do to educate the public and make that part of the motion. We're having marginal success on the county side. We're trying to get better at it, but
I see what you're saying.
something maybe in conjunction with it. So
You're saying for the different sides to put out information and then let people take a survey. Is that what
yeah.
you're saying?
Well, just from the city's perspective, to really try and put out there what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you, Eric.
that's that's all I'm going to say, is that I really do think it's important that if there's that many, and I would encourage the citizens, that if there are that many who really want this ranked choice voting, are, diehard like a couple of our council members are about it, then I want you to speak out. Say it. I only got 4. So don't just send it an email, do the survey, and I think it's
21
important.
no's and 26 yeses.
Yeah, see, okay. So I didn't get as many yeses.
I got 47 total responses.
Yeah.
Do you want to continue your same motion to delay this to the end of April 15th? Do you want to include anything about the survey in your motion?
I'd like to at least make it a comment. It would be more just a comment for all the other council members that are an absolute no, and even for council members who are an absolute yes. Citizens, if you speak differently, then we consider the citizens and not what we think is best, because that's what matters. If our citizens are feeling uncomfortable at this point, then maybe some more education for them as well. If we do make those decisions to go forward with ranked choice voting for this year, then I think that it's important that we have it. But at the same time too, I would prefer that we don't have also emotional. There are individuals that we know who support the ranked choice voting. There are friends that they have that support the ranked choice voting. And I think we need to make sure that we do this in a way that what the citizens want. We have done a lot of things on this council where we have chosen, frankly, to go against what the citizens have shared with us. So if we get back a resounding strong no on the survey.
Oh, you do want us to do a survey?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
so that is
Absolutely.
part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just checking.
So that's where I want to go.
Okay, so Aaron, does your second still stand with the inclusion of the survey?
It doesn't, only because I want to make sure that we have them separate. Yvonne, I still support you, but let me make a, what do you call it? A counter motion or a new motion? What do you say?
You can.
Amended motion.
You can
Amended.
ask, you
I'm
can
gonna-
make
I'm
an
gonna-
amended motion. Yes, you can, and then we'll.
Make an amended motion that we continue this conversation to the third meeting in April. Specifically, I am going to not say that we send a survey because I don't know the feasibility of the survey, but I am going to, as soon as we vote on that, I'm going to ask Matt to coordinate with staff and figure out what that looks like and get a survey built. I still think it's important. I just don't want it part of this motion.
Okay, so he's not willing to second your motion with the survey. Do you want to withdraw it, or, wait a minute,
And
I
to
need
be
a
clear-
second on his motion.
Yeah, sorry.
Is there a second on Aaron's motion? So wait till the 15th, no survey.
No, not no survey. I just don't want it to be the same motion. I think, because I don't know what the survey looks like. Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't have, I can't make a motion on that tonight because it's not something we said we were going to make a motion on. That's what I'm concerned with.
Well, I think it has to do with the resolution, and if she's asking to delay, I think conditions can be
It just
attached
seems
to
weird.
that. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Aaron was the one that seconded Yvonne's motion. If he
Yes, but
withdrew
he's
his-
withdrawing his
He
second.
withdrew his second, then that motion is, then I think you need to see if there's another second on Yvonne's motion first.
That's fine. Usually we go forward with the motions and then backward with the votes. So he made the amended
but
motion.
he-
I was waiting for a second on his amended
away my
motion.
second.
Let me just see if we can get the second on the amended motion
But
or
I
not.
just make it easy. How about can I just pull away from what?
Withdraw. We just
and
either
then
need a
re-talk-
second for him,
Re-say it
or
a
you
different
withdraw.
way? Would that be better since, government is so easy?
So
Anyways.
wait a minute. First, is there a second for Aaron's amended motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Sid. Okay, now let's have discussion. What do you want to do with your motion?
I'll go with Aaron's motion.
You're withdrawing yours.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, now
Can you
we're
restate
Aaron's-
Aaron's motion, please?
Yeah, Scott, all I was saying is I want to continue the discussion. Yvonne used the wording as far as give it as much time as we can. I will change the wording slightly. It doesn't matter, but I'm open to learning more and understanding more. My opinion, as I stated, was that I think it is a great thing. I think that education is severely lacking, which is why I said I was ready to vote to deny it. But I'm happy to think more about it. So my motion was simple: to continue to the second meeting in April.
And no survey at this point, but you might do something as soon as this vote is taken, I'm assuming? Okay, so we've had a motion and a second to continue the ranked choice voting resolution 2025-03 to adopt it for the 2025 Heber City municipal election, postponing this vote until April 15th. Sid has seconded it. Are you ready to vote, or any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll start with you, Scott, online.
Yes.
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 Okay, that motion passes 5-0, that this resolution 2025-03 to adopt ranked choice voting is now delayed or tabled, continued till April 15th.
Mayor, could I ask the staff and Matt to come back with the feasibility of a survey to ask the residents what they think on this? When I say feasibility, I know it's possible. I just don't know. Do we have a tool that's fast enough and a way to get a good enough response that it's going to be of value to us? That's my concern. If we get 25 respondents, it's not worth spinning this up. I'm not saying I don't count 25 people, but I've heard from more than 25 people just asking people on Facebook.
Okay.
So, I'd like to see what the residents think, but I also don't know how feasible that is. Can you come back to us with that understanding?
I can. Let me ask you a quick question.
Sure.
How scientific do you want this, and how much money do you want to spend on it?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question. Scientific, I'd love it to be
Hey, Aaron.
perfectly scientific, but how much money, I have no idea. What's up, Scott?
I think there's already been some surveys completed. You might want to ask Ms. Potter about her office and their work and what they've done to do that.
In that case, can
I think
you
it
can you
needs to
look
be
into
a
existing surveys
non-biased.
to see if they're of value to us, and if they're not, can we think about this?
Let me suggest
feasibility?
this. Let me suggest that staff will look into some alternatives, present them at your next meeting, and you can choose from those alternatives.
Can I add to that? I would just like to see it as non-biased as possible.
Of course.
Not either side.
That'd be great. Thanks, Matt.
We'll have alternatives. for you.
Possible.
You do not want information out there, Yvonne? You do not,
I
what did
know
you
what the
say?
citizens, I think we're getting enough that it's, but I want to have a non-biased. I don't want to have Ms. Potter or Ms. Taylor being the ones to give us their information. I want this to be as non-biased as possible. If you can gather it from, Mr. Winterton, I don't even
next time
know,
would be
from
great.
state
There's
or whatever.
options.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
But
Thank you.
is the council willing to spend money on this? When we did the free surveys with Anthem, we did it, one response per ISP address, which means people can vote several times if they want to use several methods, right? A phone, a tablet, a computer, laptop.
May I ask how we've done it with you, Mayor? Because
That's how we did it.
Okay.
One response
way that-
per ISP address, and we always asked
I
if they
think
were
a survey at this point is only going to expose ignorance. We need to have some education behind it. You just can't put out a question online and have people answer.
Scott, I actually agree with you, and I'm not trying to be rude to the populace at all, but I think what I'm interested in is hearing from them, regardless of whether they have taken the time to educate on it. Does that make sense? I want to hear from them, and I don't feel like I've had enough time to hear from them yet. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Doubtless they can take the survey with or without reading the
Hopefully
information.
they're, as we do the survey, I'd love to have a quick explainer video so that they could be more educated if they choose to, but I still want to hear from people, and I just don't know that I heard enough. You heard mostly no's. I heard more yeses than no's, and I heard 3 times more responses than you. So
mostly no's, so
that's weird, right?
Yeah,
Why did they
exactly.
send them to me and not to the council? I don't know.
I heard 1 no in my email and all yeses.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're getting different responses based on who we are. And
I'm saying I don't want to have it be my
Sure.
What I'm hearing or what you're hearing, I want it to be the citizens coming out
Sure.
and
Just
telling us honestly what you
and,
feel.
and Mayor, I'm sorry to correct you. I'm not trying to be confrontational, but if we did it one per IP address, we actually would have gotten one per home, regardless of how many devices. The IP address is per router.
Well, you are the tech wizard on that.
I don't
See,
know that that's the
Anthony
greatest
and
way to
I,
do it. I just know that that's what would have happened.
well, that's probably
Unless they
going
use
to.
a phone. Yep, that's true. A phone would have done it, or yeah, that's true.
So,
a cell phone would have done
so
it off
people
Wi-Fi.
can do it on a
Good call, Brad.
phone or through their home, right?
Do it on Wi-Fi. It's
on Wi-Fi, it blocks them.
if you please come back with some understanding, I think, because
Okay.
I think it's worthwhile. I value the opinions. I just don't know that I've
Thank
heard
you,
enough.
all of
Can I-
you
Going
coming.
by what Anson
Appreciate
told
it.
me before.
Can I say one thing real quick?
So, Scott, we can't hear you. What is it you wanted to say?
I just was asking if I could say something really quickly. Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry, everybody. Could we please hear what
Just a
Mr.
minute.
Phillips has to say?
Am I not loud enough?
Tony's going to turn you back up. Hang on one sec.
Okay. Is that better?
Yep.
I really feel like our position as city council members is to do the homework and to find the true facts of what this means and what this is. I mean, there's no way that anyone in the public has been as educated as we have concerning how this works and what the benefits and detriments are. I remember when I first ran in 2021, there was a really great video that was put out on YouTube about how to do ranked choice voting, and it was really self-explanatory. You know, some of the older citizens in the community don't use that, but I just feel like a survey, it's not trying to listen to the public, the uneducated public, about ranked choice voting is difficult.
I appreciate that, Scott. I'm if it's cool with you, I still want to see if Matt will come back with some options just to tell us if it's feasible. He may come back and say, hey, there's no way to do this in a way that's going to help you. But I'd like to at least give the option to hear it.
Well, since we trust the public to elect us, I think we should trust them in the survey. That's what I think. All right, and I appreciate the motion.
It's not that I
Or
don't trust
should
the
say
public in the
idea
survey. I
that
just
we should
think they don't
take
have
the
the
survey.
education to give us information that would be useful.
Scott, I'm just going to share this with you. I think it's really important that maybe we try not to say things like that in front of our public that are still here. And it's very concerning to me that when we start to condescend to our citizens, and like the mayor said, it's true, if we trust them to vote for us,
How
then
am I condescending?
when you say that they're
present?
uneducated, because the presentation that was given today seemed to be very educated, even though it wasn't what we saw or maybe what we might have agreed to. That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
Well, it's not the
I just
people that
feel
are in
it's
the room I'm
carefully.
talking about. It's the people at home that'll just
I
get a
think if
survey
they're not
without any education.
And here's what I'm going to say. I think, and I'm not just, this is just to all of us. I think that if people are not comfortable, they won't vote. They won't say anything. They won't share how they feel about it. Because a lot of people who don't vote don't participate in surveys. Let's just be honest. They see it and they're like, not me, don't bother me. I don't really care. So I think that that will eliminate probably a lot of people, but the ones who really do care and the ones who are following it will make a comment or will say something either way. So I think it's good, and I agree with Aaron, and I think Matt's willing to do it, and as we go forward, I think this is a good idea. So
Well, I think you're misjudging that people who don't respond don't care also.
Let's move on to the next agenda item, everyone. I'd really appreciate it if we could move on. The next agenda item is the Heber City Annexation Policy Plan Amendment for the Wasatch Highland and Sitla lands. Tony, are you ready to present on this?
Yes, Mayor. If we can maybe just give a couple moments to let people clear out, if that's okay.
Well, please, you've got it pulled up. Can you pull it up, please? And then I don't know if we're going to let anyone else speak on this. Mr. Whitehead spoke before during the public comment. So is it just you, Tony, that's going to present the Planning Commission recommendation?
Correct.
No, that's fine. All right, thank you, everyone. We appreciate those who came. We appreciate your patience as we continue through this wonderfully low drama agenda that we have tonight. So Tony, are you ready?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Thank you.
So summary, this item was a consideration of adding the Christensen and Sitla lands to the city's annexation policy plan. This is different from an annexation. An annexation is actually modifying the city's boundaries. The annexation policy plan is a required policy document that the state requires for any city that desires to consider annexations. The city's had an annexation policy plan since, I'd say, around 2006, I think is about when that requirement came into place. Sitla approached Heber City last year and asked for the city to consider updating the map. The city council referred the matter to the planning commission. The state requires 3 basic steps. One is the planning commission to hold a meeting with the affected entities, namely Wasatch County and the utility companies. The second step is for the planning commission to hold a public hearing and specifically invite the same affected entities. And then the third and final step is for the city council to hold a public hearing and also invite the affected entities. The planning commission did just as you asked and held the public meeting and the public hearing. As you are probably aware, the county expressed its hope that the city would not amend the annexation policy plan. Last month, your planning commission, after much debate and consideration, recommended that the council update the annexation policy plan to incorporate, bad choice of word, not incorporate, but to include those lands on the annexation policy plan. As you are also aware, the planning commission also issued a letter to the council with findings of why they felt that this was important to do. The planning, and I'll just kind of summarize these because I know you've read them, but the planning commission strongly believes that there should be a collaboration with the county. The planning commission wants to avoid the risk of the property incorporating into its own town. The planning commission recommended this because they feel it's a way to help preserve the option for a land swap with Sitla. The planning commission wants to gain additional clarity on development plans. The planning commission also wants to make sure that the Heber City Council maintains a seat at the table for what happens on the property. And finally, the planning commission feels that by updating the annexation policy plan to include this property, that it will allow the Heber Valley citizens to best be represented and have a voice in how this property is developed. So tonight is a vote by council to continue with the process or to end the process. So you're not necessarily voting on updating the map tonight. If you vote yes, what you are saying is you would like to go to a public hearing at the next meeting or so and to host a public hearing, hear from your residents, and then take a vote and action at that meeting. So if you vote no, what in essence you are saying is, I'm not willing to, I don't want to go to that process. I already know that I'm going to vote no, and let's just end the process. Does that make sense?
So Tony, is that your presentation?
It is, yes.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions, comments, or motions on the Heber City Annexation Policy Plan Amendment for the Wasatch Highlands Sitla lands?
So I have some comments. So as I stated earlier in this meeting, Philo was one of my clients. And I actually worked on this project. I looked at it before I was even a part of the council. I can truly say that Philo is a great developer. They truly wanted and still want to do something special here. I know that for a fact because I was involved with that. These numbers that were thrown out were never in play when I was a part of it. 5,000 ERUs, that was never in play with this development. I don't know where that came from, but it was not. And yes, from a physically standpoint, you could put some density up there. And guess what? We wouldn't see it from the valley because it's hidden like that. But again, I can't hide, well, I work with a lot of developers. That's my job. Guess what? It doesn't pad my pocket being up here on this stand. It does not. In fact, it does different or the opposite. And I want the public to realize that because there is people out there saying that because I'm up here, I'm getting rich. Far from it. Far from it. And I want them to realize that I represent up here on this stage the public. Yes, I have personal and financial things that I have to worry about. I have to feed my family, and that's how I do. I work and help with developments. But you have to realize I represent the community. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Sid. Any other comments or
comment?
questions before I open it up for public comment? Aaron?
It might not matter to many people, but I want to give a little extra voice to what Sid just said. I have been super disappointed with the business ramifications of running for office. Yes, as interesting as that is, I didn't expect I would see so many issues that were not super contentious end up in direct phone calls of we're going to find a different IT provider. It's kind of blown my mind. And I talked to Sid earlier in the day, and the reality of his statement is he's in a position where disagreeing with Philo might cost him a fair amount of business. And I think that's an important distinction. I offered to Sid earlier and I thought that he might take me up on it to not say anything, and then to encourage you to call the vote in a different way, so that if it came down to a decision to make to not change the annexation map, that he might not have to voice an opinion. And I think it's really important for the public to realize that we are here not to get wealthy. We are here, and often our decisions don't align with. Not only do they not get us a trip to Hawaii or something, but they don't align with even just doing normal business, which is a bummer. So anyway, Sid, I appreciate you speaking up and saying that. I hope that the work to collaborate with the county and the work to look out for the citizens won't cost you business if that comes down to it, because I value your opinion. And I super appreciate you speaking up and saying that, hey, this is the reality of where we're at. So
I'm really not,
for
can I
what
just
that's
ask,
worth.
how would you think that this agenda item could be changed? I mean, I have to go by what's on this agenda, so I'm really
Mayor,
not
I don't
sure
think there's a
what
problem with the
you
agenda
mean.
item. It's just been an interesting learning to me that I didn't
Okay.
necessarily anticipate. So
Okay.
I can look at Sid and I can hear what he's saying through a slightly different lens, being that of one that has to explain to my wife why things change, if that makes sense, based on votes. So I'm acutely aware of the fact that this is a big project. The fact that your name's attached to it years ago is a bummer for you for this vote, and the fact that Philo is a potential collaborator in future projects is also a bummer for what that's worth, because it has a real impact, and I'm acutely aware of that. I respect you the more for saying something about it.
Thanks, Aaron. But that's why I'm not up here. I'm not here. I'm here to serve the people. You have to realize that.
Sure.
And my decisions are based on that. You have to realize that. They are based on that. You might not agree with me in some things, and that's okay. You have the right. But it is, I take this job seriously. I take this position seriously, that I can put you, the public, first above me. So that's all I have to say. Thanks, Aaron, for your support.
Yeah, other things I wanted to say, Greg. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. And I've told a bunch of people I loved walking through that project up there and seeing the land up there. I thought this was a really cool idea until the big huge numbers came out. The reality, I mean, that's just the reality. I can't get my mind around the units and the ERUs up there. And Tony, I listened to the entire planning commission meeting both times. You know, the planning commission that are listening or that are here, I think they did a fantastic job thinking through the best ways to consider the needs of the city, the needs of the residents of the city. I was really impressed with that. So for answering the questions the way you did and helping them to kind of think through the thought processes and come back with what was pretty solid, even if I disagree with their recommendation, a solid recommendation for a lot of reasons with really good proofs and concepts, I think was amazing. And I think the Planning Commission did a fantastic job in considering this stuff. So I know is somebody presenting on us too?
Presented everything, so it's just up to us now. But if unless
Okay,
there's any
council,
comments, I'll go to
for what it's.
public comments.
I'll make a comment too.
Let Aaron
I was just going to say, council, for what it's worth, I've read through here. I like, I know there was some wording earlier about what the MOU said and didn't say. If you read it again, actually, the wording in here, it says Heber City has received one or more applications to amend the annexation plan to include certain properties. And then it says Heber City agrees that the properties in the north and east of Red Ledges subdivision are not currently included in Heber City's annexation are best developed under the authority of Wasatch County. It doesn't say never. It doesn't have a time period. I know we heard that earlier, but this is what it actually says, and I believe that's true. I do frankly like these next two lines, and you guys did a great job talking to the county. To read it, it says, however, because development of such properties could impact Heber City roads and other infrastructure, the county commits to including Heber City in any development approvals that would impact Heber City roads or other infrastructure. I think that's awesome. That's what we were asking for originally. That's why I was interested to talk, and I think that's why I think we were all pumped to have a annexation map discussion in the first place, because we wanted a seat at the table and wanted to talk about it. I would love if this involvement with the county ends up being more density than the P160, but significantly less than the 5,500 units, and comes out to something that's really cool, that's a good use of the space, respectful of the land and the property rights, but also comes back to something that could be a county project in a way that the city could be proud of, that doesn't overly burden. And I don't know what that number is. I'm not going to be held to one tonight, but as far as the zoning, but I'd love if the county comes back and says, hey, this is how we think we might change this. What do you think? And we have a collaborative discussion. I think this is great wording. I'm really glad to see this type of understanding. I think it moves our collaboration with the county a long ways forward. I hope that they feel the same way.
Okay, everyone, just so you know, what's up on the screen right now and what Aaron Cheat was referring to is the next agenda item, which is a proposed memorandum of understanding with Wasatch County and Heber City on the 2025 annexation issues. So that's the next vote that he's referring to. Okay.
And I brought it up just because it was mentioned in the alternatives.
Thank you. So Yvonne, your turn.
Okay, so I'm just going to share. I appreciate that the Planning Commission, I know that their objective at this point was to really take into consideration, they wanted to make sure that the city is cared and the citizens. So for those who are concerned that this is just another added annexation, I think this was more in a direction of the Planning Commission trying to find a way to say, hey, listen, there needs to be something here unless we hear something from the county, which we have. These are some of our concerns, and this is why we would say, yes, go ahead and go forward. I have had the privilege of meeting with our county council, or with the county council, and along with Sid and Matt and the mayor as well in the state, and Mike also when we went to the state. And I can say this, I think, Philo, first of all, let me tell you this. I'm going to probably get a lot of backlash from this, but if I were to choose between what some of the things that we have allowed to be annexed in to this project, I probably would have picked this one over it. I'm just saying. But since that's not the case, I will say this. I think this does need to stay in the county. And the reason why is because after our discussion with the county, their objective at this point is to definitely, we had a lot of information that was shared with us from the SITLIP portion of it. And it kind of opened our eyes, kind of gave us a little bit of better understanding of what was going on. And I think there was some misunderstanding of the numbers. And I think that's where a lot of this came in, where people were just really concerned, as was the city, when we started hearing a lot of these numbers. And there's so much involved in this. I'm not going to go into detail because I don't think that's really the point right now. The point is that I personally feel that what we had and what has been hashed out in the meetings that we have and what is going to be presented for the MOU gives that open window that I think a lot of some council members and planning commission were concerned about. If things don't work out on the county side, if it looks like they're going to give all this density, which we know that they're not going to give that much density, that we would have an open door. There's a potential for us to step in and say, okay, wait a minute. Let's slow things down. I think that was part of the concern. We're concerned about the infrastructure. There is so much attached to this property. And in that area that at this point right now, it's a lot to deal with. It'd be a lot for our staff to deal with. And I appreciate that the county kind of helped us in a lot of ways to kind of see things in a perspective where they're trying to say, this is what it's zoned for right now. And to Aaron's concern, looking into giving them more density, yes, but of course they're going to do it their way. And we did have those discussions, and I'm not going to put words in their mouth because they will share that information with Philo and with Sitla, and it will start there. If there's an opportunity going forward for land swapping, because I think that was something, I will just tell you this, on Sitla's agenda, that is at the bottom of their agenda. That will not be a discussion with them until they have exhausted everything they can with the county. That's where it stays. That's where they'll go. They're willing to go with whatever is out there for density in the county. So with that said, I hope that we can all understand that, if what was happening here for the citizens, this wasn't a land grab. This wasn't we want to have more land in. It was a legitimate concern from the Planning Commission, and their objective was to make sure that there was no additional added issues that we would have to deal with as a city and get this trickling down effect that would be more like an open floodgate. And I think we are able to, after these meetings, to kind of bring that to rest. And I'm hoping going forward for the land, for those who, the property owners, that they will have a better discussion. And I'm hoping that going forward, the county, that they will have a good, honest discussion with them going forward, because I was not aware that there was discussions with the county prior to this. So I'm hoping that maybe everyone kind of turns it around and we come with a better foot forward, and that they're willing to listen to this group that I think has some really good thoughts on how that property can be used in a beneficial way for the community as a whole. So that's where I'm going to leave it.
If the council doesn't mind, let's open it up for public comment. Let's see if anybody wants to come forward to give a comment on the Heber City Annexation Policy Plan Amendment for the Wasatch Highlands Sitla land. We'll have public comment for 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes. I'm sure we don't want to all be here all night, right? So if you want to come forward, state your name.
This is why I came tonight. So the ranked choice voting was just a bonus. Eric Rowland, Heber City, also on the county council. So I think it was like 14 years ago. I sat for 2 years there and 2 years over there as a Heber City council member. And during my term, there was, I think, one dark cloud, and that was the city just didn't get along with the county. For any number of reasons. I'm not going to point fingers, but it was a thing. And it made doing anything very difficult. And a lot of it was just because the staff would be fighting and the council wouldn't be talking and whatever. What I like about, what I'm thinking about tonight is, I think this really is a crossroads we're at tonight. This is such an amazing opportunity for us to mend old wounds, to continue to move forward, and to work together. I hope we always have conflict, because through conflict, the best ideas can be formulated, but not contention. And contention happens when you don't talk. And I can't speak on behalf of the other council members, but I can speak on behalf of myself, that I will do everything possible to make sure that we can continue to collaborate, that we can continue to not only have conflict, but to always talk and to work out a resolution and to work out a compromise. Because what we can do together will be better than anything that we can do alone. And I hope with allowing us to work with this group, that we will, how do I say this? That we will earn that trust. And that we will establish a pattern for our staff, because we're going to be gone. As elected officials, we're not going to be around. It's going to be the staff. And it's vital that we establish that tone with our staff, that they can know that we want them to work and collaborate with the other municipal staff. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Really appreciate that. We want to collaborate with the county too. We are not an island. We're inside your island. Let's put it that way, right? So we really appreciate it. Please come forward, Cindy. Come forward. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm just thanking the county for being here and for their time and all their effort on this project.
Hi, I'm here to address the Wasatch Highlands property. My name's Cindy Cosart, and I live in that area, which is precinct 415. So that would directly affect me. And I know a lot of people have already talked about the water, the sewer, the roads, the things that I don't think have really been talked about if you're talking about low-income housing is bus transportation. To address those issues for people that may only have one car and two people working, they're going to need to have transportation in that area. And the most pressing one right now is the insurance. A lot of us living in that area can't get fire insurance right now. We have to self-bond. And how are low-income people going to be afford to self-bond for fire insurance if they qualify for low-income housing? Those two don't mesh. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Appreciate your time and patience. We'll get to you, and we'll get to you too. You might as well all come up, and we know you're here.
Mary Duggan, resident of Daniel. I would like to see all of you not be attacked by residents that want to defame you or accuse you of different things. I've been in your seat in the Daniel Council. I have also served as the chair of the Wasatch County Board of Adjustments for 7 years. I am currently member and was an initial member of the Wasatch County Fire District Advisory Commission. So from those viewpoints, I would like to say that you could stop this annexation policy plan amendment tonight, and people will not be accusing you of trying to annex the entire county. It would be easy to do that. The P160 zoning has not been designated haphazardly. There's a good reason why that zoning is in place right now. We've had people come before the Board of Adjustments and try to get zoning changes that they weren't getting. It's very difficult to do that. From the fire perspective, I'm not speaking for the fire district, but I wanted to follow up on what the last lady said. We have had a discussion about how difficult this area will be to service if it is developed. As you know, it's going to be very expensive, and providing that service for those residents will be not forthcoming immediately. It'll be quite a long time before that will happen, and it will be very expensive. So I appreciate your time. Good luck with all of this, but I would like to see you just put an end to this process tonight and vote no.
Kendall and then Joe.
Kendall Crittenden, Heber City, and also Wasatch County Council. I debated whether to comment. Number one, I'd echo everything that Eric Rowland said. I agree with him 100%. The county council wants to work with Heber City Council. I've appreciated the meetings we've had on this issue with Yvonne and Sid. They're your subcommittee, and we've had some great discussions, and I've appreciated those discussions. I want to, as a way to remind you of what all 5 city council members said 2 meetings ago, I think it was. This is the MOU, because in your deal, they expressed, and your planning commission said, we'd like to see an MOU. This is the MOU language, and I don't know whether you've seen it. This is the MOU language the county sent to you. It says, now therefore, the parties agree that Heber City does not intend to include the Wasatch Highlands properties indicated in attachment A, and it's the map, in their annexation policy plan, and encourage the owners and developers to work under the county's land use development code. The county has no intention of not working with Philo and Sitla on this property. We want to work with Philo. We want to work with the Sitla. Sitla came to the county in 2004, and I learned the other day that Sid was part of that project clear back then. And they came clear back in 2004 and asked for a rezone, and the county said, no, it's P160, as has been expressed, for some obvious reasons. We've got a resolution that you're going to, or a MOU you're going to vote on next after this. I'd like to just change that a little bit. This is one that you've submitted. I don't know what the county will do with this. I think it's on our agenda tomorrow night. I haven't looked fully at the agenda. I'll be up late tonight while I listen to the State of the Union when I get home. But I'm going to reword that. There's been a lot of expressed, and I don't disagree. I think the city needs to look out, and I live in the city. Issue of what you do affects us. And so you're concerned. We even had a statement. I won't go there. Anyway, I want to change to give you a different perspective of this. I want to change the last sentence a little bit.
Is this the one you're
It's the one right there.
to?
I'm going to.
Okay, and the
starting with
county
however.
commits to including Heber City. Go ahead.
Do we do that when we get to this point, this MOU?
Yeah, I'll let you have public comment again if you don't
Maybe
mind waiting.
maybe it'll fit there. I just give you a perspective on where anyway,
If
my
you can
thoughts on
say
that.
it in 10, 15 seconds, please go ahead. We're
Well,
not
I
trying to
got
cut
30
you
left,
off.
but that's okay. I'll come back up and that'll give me
Mind?
3 minutes.
That's very
Go
kind
ahead.
of you, Kendall. Thank you. We do not want to shut you down. So this is our last public comment, please.
Joe Coombs, it's been a while since I've been before you
Mhm.
individuals, but what I'm concerned about is how old I'm getting. I need glasses. Now, there is some differences between the people that live in the county and the people that live in the city. We want our horses, we want our freedom, we want our individuality, we like our ruggedness. I'm sitting on the border. I've spent over $15,000 to be a good neighbor. I put rail fence around my horses so they can't get out. Barbed wire wouldn't cut it. I had joggers getting barked at by my dogs when I let them out to go in the morning, go to the bathroom. So I put picket fence around the front there. And these things are trying to be a good neighbor. But what I'm concerned about is that how the city has moved in, and yes, this was all planned, but it all seems to be happening at once. And I have to question adding another 4,000 acres to this medley that we're involved in right now with all this development that's going on. We don't even know what kind of infrastructure we're going to run into yet. We think we have enough water. Well, this development has no water. They say they have a private individual somewhere. We just got adjudicated. They took our water away if we weren't using it. Who's a private individual with enough water to put at the time 4,000 houses in? That they'd have to be irrigating over 150 acres out here somewhere, and they'd have to dry and buy that land, dry it, and then it would never develop in the valley because it wouldn't have water. And it's just real quickly what's happening with the water, and this is from Red Ledges. They got annexed into the city. They wanted more density. Couldn't get it from the county. They got more density, but what it has done is I get their treated sewer water now in Wasatch Canal, and I'm sprinkling it on my vegetables and my pasture. 10%, it's going to be 20 when they're done up there with Tuahey. That's not where my water diversion comes from. It comes from the North Fork of the Provo River, clear up there in Weir Lake. It doesn't go through their sewer system and get treated and come back to me. What does that do? It gives them a chance to have 10% more houses up there, 4 or 5 more houses up there that they are, I'm whole, I'm supposed to be whole. No, I'm not. My water is supposed to be returned to me in the same condition that it's held in. And I'm really concerned about the water situation and how it's not really being addressed. When you look in these memorandums of understanding with some of these developments, it's 2 lines. We'll talk to Twin Creek Special Service District. We'll talk to Jordanelle Special Service District. If we can't get water from them, we'll find it somewhere. I think water has to be upfront, has to be on the table, has to be in the pot before anything gets approved. Annexations or anything like that. Because put a golf course up on top of Sorensen over here, where's the water? They have 600 acre feet, 600 shares, something like that. I'm sorry, it doesn't work in my calculator. And I think that we need to give it time to percolate and sift through and decide what we really have and what this is going to look like before we add a bunch more. It'll develop, but it needs to be done right. And by golly, I'd like to see where their water is before it even is entertained. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. It's good to see you again. Mr. Whitehead, we're
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
I mean, years of working together, maybe 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know. I just want to say I enjoy hearing the discussion. I completely reject the idea that I wouldn't have enough integrity to work with someone if they didn't vote the way I wanted. I just want to go on record saying that's not right. So, thanks.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you to say. All righty, everybody, we are back to the council now for motion. Okay, go for it.
Well, Scott had something.
Aaron was ready to make a motion.
All right, Aaron. I'm good to hear if you just had a comment or something. Otherwise, I'll go for it, Scott.
I just wanted to say to the county, when they're working with this group, to please make sure that there's public access to the property by way of trails and open space and things that everybody can enjoy if something's developed up there. That's my only thought.
Awesome. Thanks, Scott. Eric was nodding his head. I know you can't see that, but that was the most exciting thing when I looked at it too. Do you want to talk before my motion?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment before you
Do
make a motion.
you want to wait for the discussion?
I'll wait. No.
Because usually we
I'll wait.
let the motions go forward.
Yeah, but he's waiting.
That's fine.
I want to say a few things too. I have learned in 30 plus years of working in this type of stuff that things really move. They always go somewhere different than when it starts. And that's okay. That's a good thing. We have talked about this a lot. This has been now percolating and between the city and the county. And Kendall and Eric, I appreciate you, what you say and what you've been doing. And this has to continue. This is why we're having this discussion tonight. It's important to us too. And we can let, some things just be bygones. The only thing I really want to just point out is it has nothing to do with density or traffic or sewer or water. It's my concern, and I've voiced this, but I'm going to say it in public now. We're short-sighted when we think that we're going to tell a property owner, a family in this case, that owns almost 4,000 acres, that they can't do anything. They have to stay as P160, and we presume it's always going to stay that way, when that's not the case. And even that's not the case in things like the North Fields, where people don't want to run cows anymore. Does anybody in this room run cattle? They've died. They've moved and died. So we do, what I'm saying is we need to decide how as a community we're going to support this. How are we going to support Bo Thompson's family, who's the Christensen family, and we're on the 5th generation now, and there's hundreds of you. How do we support them keeping this land? How do we support the Erkenbrack family and the Harmon family and the Dewey family up above Walsburg? Thousands of acres they own, and they can't even build one home because they don't have they exceed the cul-de-sac length of 1,300 feet. So I'm not saying we need to give them 5-acre density, but I'm saying something has to be done or they will lose their land. They've already told me that. And they lose their land because they can't keep running sheep on it because no one's running sheep. And then the county assessor says, well, you just lost your greenbelt. Write a check for $500,000 a year now. So I'm going to advocate for, as you go through this general plan, councilmen, think about how we're going to, how's this going to work, not just in the Northfields, but in these P160 areas around us. You've come up with a conservation code and no one's used it because it's unworkable. Come up with something that actually works. I could imagine on this 4,000 acres, 200 ranches and 2,000 or 3,000 acres preserved as public lands, and make a deal where they can monetize what they've had for 5 generations, and we can get what we want, which is honestly what Park City's been doing, right? Bonanza Flats, Round Valley, thousands of acres of land that we can ride our bikes on and hike on. And they've got something, they don't have to keep running sheep on it and hoping that they don't lose their green belt. So I feel strongly about that. And I know that because I talk to these families year after year doing land surveying, particularly surveying and estate planning and moving it down from generations. And it's not easy for them. And Bo, I know you're going to agree with me, and maybe you could say something, but this is an urgent thing. And I deal with, I know a lot of people in North Fields, and yeah, they're being bought up by wealthy people. They don't run hay. They don't turn out irrigation. They don't know how to take care of cattle. They don't know any of this stuff. And we think it's going to continue. And so we got to come up with some way to help it continue. That's my comment. Get off my soapbox now.
I'm very glad I waited for your comment. I think that's great guidance for the county to try to see if there's some way to make these work. I am ready to still make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I move that we exercise alternative number 2 on the agenda, staff report, which is to halt the annexation policy plan amendment process and proceed with an MOU with Wasatch County.
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Yvonne. Any further discussion? All right, let's go with the vote. Mr. Phillips, you're first.
I have one quick question for Jeremy. Does this stop a potential future amendment to the annexation map, or can we revisit that at another time if the county comes back to us and, you know, says this looks like it may be more appropriate in the city?
Well, I mean, an MOU is obviously this council saying that they support this direction. It's, I think would not, I don't think we can bind a future council or ever to say that the future council would never consider this. I don't think that's legal to do. So could a future council at some point reconsider this? Potentially, but I think at least it's direction from this council saying that they support this and they're supportive of not going in that direction and letting it develop in the county.
Okay, thank you. I'll vote yes then.
All right, Sid.
I'm going to follow or say something. This is for the people. It's not for me. It's me holding to my word that Kendall, Eric, and the county, we agreed upon. And this is a yes.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, the motion passes to halt all processing of the annexation policy plan amendment, not hold a public hearing with the council, and have the city proceed with the next agenda item. Let's go to the next agenda item, everyone. It is a proposed memorandum of understanding with Wasatch County and Heber City regarding 2025 annexation issues. Matt, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, this agenda item number 3 and number 4 are MOUs with Wasatch County. These two MOUs were negotiated with Sid, Yvonne, and myself with the counterparts in the county. The first MOU, agenda item number 3, is dealing with the annexation of properties that are identified as east of Red Ledges. I'll read this to you so it's in the record. This is now, therefore, the purpose of this MOU is to express support for the following pending issues and commit to act with respect to certain pending issues that impact both Heber City and Wasatch County. Annexation of properties by Heber City. Heber City's annexation policy plan currently does not include properties to the north and east of Red Ledges subdivision. Heber City has received one or more applications to amend Heber City's annexation policy plan to include certain properties in order to annex certain properties to Heber City within this area. Heber City agrees that properties to the north and east of the Red Ledges subdivision that are not currently included in Heber City's annexation are best developed under the authority of Wasatch County. However, because development of such properties could impact Heber City roads and other infrastructure, the county commits to including Heber City in any development approvals that would impact Heber City roads or other infrastructure. So this is the language that was discussed at the last meeting of representatives from both entities, and it's before you for your consideration this evening.
Could I just make a note really quick to Kendall and you, Eric, if you could also include Heber Light and Power and Heber Valley Special Service District that receives the Twin Creeks SSD sewage at this time in whatever potential discussions you have coming up. We would really appreciate that. We want to be able to give accurate information and help guide you with what we know about any impacts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I would like to open it up for public comment. Kendall, we cut you off last time. Let's do it really right now, please.
After a little bit more discussion, after a couple, appreciate your vote, Council, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you on this and to continue to work with the Sitla and Philo people and the Christensen people. I'm not sure as we move forward with this what'll happen. I think whether we develop this together with Sitla and with Christensen or we do that separate, we'll have to see what comes. We've got some ideas and some proposals that we're going to make as we meet with those people, and that hopefully will happen very soon. I mentioned, Mike said something about conservation developments never worked. I don't think it's ever been looked at on a piece of property this size. We do have a conservation development in our county planning, our county zoning, and it could work. If you look at the Christensen property, their neighboring property is P160, Wolf Creek Ranches, and our information or whatever that lots in there are selling for $3 million. So if you put that onto the Christensen property, you're looking at 90-something million dollars that could produce if they sold those lots at that price. That's what they're bringing. But they probably won't want to totally do that. We'll see what happens. But just that point. I just wanted, and I appreciate, and I think the county hopefully will support this MOU. We talked about it. But I want, just to give you another perspective, I want to take the last sentence and rewrite it. Been a lot of concern and expressed a lot of concern from the city, and I don't mean this in any way to be controversial or whatever, but I just give you another point of thought. However, because development of any properties in the city could impact Wasatch County roads and other infrastructure, the city commits to include Wasatch County and other county jurisdictions in any development approvals that would impact Wasatch County roads and other infrastructure.
So you want that added on?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just, it gives you a perspective to think about this. We say all the time, well, we've got to have a say in what you're doing in the county because it's going to impact us. Are you willing to turn it around the other way?
And no, I completely agree with you. That was my
we
comment.
look at what's, North Village. That impacts every citizen in this county. And it's just another perspective to think about. So
I don't think we have any desire to get involved in your approvals.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Thanks, Kendall.
So you're right.
Thank you, Kendall. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and give a public comment on the memo of understanding between Wasatch County and Heber City on 2025 annexation issues, particularly regarding the north and east side of Heber City past Red Ledges? Is there anyone online that would like to come off mute and give a comment? Jay.
Yes, this is Jamie Hewlett. Sorry. So the MOU always included everything east of Mill Road. I'm just curious why we're taking out the language that we would approve anything east of Mill Road.
That's been a gentleman's agreement between the county and the city for some time, but it was put into our last annexation policy plan, Jamie, that we would not annex past that. That's actually written in there according to my memory. So I think it is in the current annexation policy plan.
Yes. Okay, so this wouldn't supersede that.
Well, it's the same language, so definitely not supersede.
It's not saying that it's superseding the annexation policy plan. It's completely separate from the annexation policy plan, and it's only regarding the properties north and east of Red Ledges. So not anything on Mill Road.
Thank you.
Okay. At least that's my interpretation, Jeremy. What about you?
It's right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is just reiterating our stance on this separate issue, but certainly not meant to supersede any other commitments that we've made or understandings that the city has made with the county.
Okay, so let's, wait a minute. Wait a minute, everybody. I think it's still public comment time period. Jamie, did you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, is there anyone else online that would like to come off mute and give a public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so feel free to go ahead, Mr. Whitehead.
Thanks. I won't take 3 minutes. Speaking specifically for the Christensen family, if this MOU is signed, what is the recourse for the family if the county isn't cooperative or doesn't want to work with them to develop the land? What can they do? Typically, you have some options in, creating a municipality or working with local municipalities or annexing in. In this case, it's saying we won't do that and you're going to work with them. So I just want a better understanding. I mean, I'm asking for them, what is the recourse if it doesn't happen?
I asked Jeremy for a thought.
Jeremy, you're fine to answer that if you think you've got your crystal ball there.
Jeremy, when I read this, it does not say that we are not going to ever consider an annexation. It says that we agree that the properties north and east of the Red Ledges subdivisions currently in Heber City's annexation are best developed under the authority of Wasatch County. I read that to mean that if Wasatch County just absolutely ignores them and won't talk to them, that eventually we come back and we say, guys, we tried to have an MOU. You're just not playing ball with these people. We're going to have to talk to them. Am I wrong in reading that?
So I mean, this is, and we do this, with other agreements that we've had with the county where I think clearly, we're expressing to the county that we believe it's best developed in the county and we want to give the county the opportunity to develop that. And, this is us expressing this is something we believe in. I think, again, I don't think it's 100% binding. So, if they came back, if the council changed in the future, would this strictly prohibit us? No. Would it be bad faith on behalf of the city, I think, to move in a different direction? Yes, I think it, and I think it would probably, we're working towards a better relationship with our council and we're committing to things and the county, we're asking the county to commit to things. I think certainly if we didn't honor our commitments, so to say, then, that's going to be bad faith and, I wouldn't expect the county to honor their commitments at that point. So.
I mean, the reason I say that, Jeremy, and thanks for that. Sorry, Mayor, just a quick thought on that. I could see myself being in a position where and Greg, you asked the question, where if the Christensen family knocks on the door over and over and over and gets nowhere, that they would come to us and we would go with them to the county and say, guys, they want to talk to you. That's what I would see. This is the kind of collaboration we're committing to here, is that we want the county to deal with it, not deal with it. That sounds wrong. Sorry, we want the county to be interested. And if, frankly, what is the recourse? If they're not willing to do so, I commit personally to going and standing in front of them and saying, you committed to talking to them, talk to them. And I'll tell you right now, if they just threw up their hands and said, no, 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 which I can't imagine from, frankly, pretty rational human beings on the county council, I'd be happy to talk to you again, but I don't think that's going to happen.
So I can also say that we've seen this a lot, and I'm going to be careful how I choose my words here, but, Heber City is not their only option. I mean, if the county doesn't cooperate in some good faith effort, I think there's certainly other options on the table, including, as we've always seen, going to the state legislature and changing the options. So I think that, it's always good for governmental entities to have options and be reasonable. Otherwise, I think as both the county and the city have seen, when cities and counties don't cooperate, the state makes us cooperate sometimes.
So go ahead, Mike, and then we'll try to wrap this up. But hang on one second.
Okay.
9:47. I think I've got one more minute if there's anyone else that wants to give a public comment in person or online. Come off mute. Come forward. Go ahead, Eric.
When the group originally did come meet with us, there was a proposed R1, and that was such a high density that as a county we just said that's a non-starter. That's really hard to even contemplate. They asked the same question. Well, what are our options? Well, maybe you might have luck with the city. We don't know. Try annexing with them, but it was just thrown out there. That's when there was no further conversation. And as I think we've witnessed on the national scale, there's an art in a deal. It all comes down to how do you negotiate and how do you communicate with another party. I have no doubt that we have some thoughts, and we met with Sid and Yvonne, you were there, and we shared a few ideas. We're very open to some creative planning to try and see what will work. It's not just black and white. It's not yes or no, but if it's just R1 or nothing, we might have some issues because that might not fit, but there are other things we can talk about. We just have to have that opportunity. So.
And I do want to mention that the county is going through, just starting their general plan process. And that could delay their negotiations with Christensen and Sitla. And you've just got to realize to update a general plan that's 20 years plus out of date is really, really important. And to be able to get that public input. And obviously the property owners are part of the general plan process. But please realize that they're not trying to delay you on purpose. They're really trying to do a general plan right, and then also see how that project can fit into the general plan. Then also realize that according to state code, when applications are made, the city and the county have deadlines to meet to respond. And so you will be getting responses from them once you're making applications to them. They can't delay you per state code. We can't delay applications to our city per state code. So there's that too, right? They're trying to do their general plan. They're going to need time to figure that out. Maybe they can fast track their negotiations with you, but they are not trying to delay you, and they will meet state code application deadlines for zoning because everybody does in the state. Sound good?
It's a good reminder, Mayor, too, because if we end up with something, we've talked hypothetically tonight, but if there ends up being something where there's a big portion of acreage that's conserved and a count of ranch style, homes, but there's some public access, perhaps the county even looks at that and says, that feels like a direction for this area of the county in our general plan. Maybe to your point, the general plan might delay, but also this kind of a mentality and thought process could help direct what a general plan reflects in the future as well. I think they'll do a great job considering
Right.
it.
We're all trying to act in good faith with all of you, and all we can do is go forward, okay? And we have to let the county do its job in good faith, and we'll trust the county to work in good faith. So it's not a matter of us questioning their every step or their every, deal with you. We will let the county have time to work in good faith with you, and we really appreciate the county working with Philo so that hopefully there can be a win-win there. A win-win-win, okay?
Mayor, may I make a motion right now?
I have a comment first.
I'm just going to say
on
this real fast. I know, you can. I just need to make a motion that we extend our meeting to 10:15.
Oh, thank you, Yvonne. Are you sure you don't want to go to 10:30? Because we do have
Okay, I
more
need to
things.
make a motion that we extend our meeting to 10:30. Not that I want to. By the way, Tracy Taylor, thank you for the throat lozenges, but 10:30 is my motion.
Okay, he said second. Let's take a vote on that right now. Scott, you start.
Yes.
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 Okay, very good. We are now going to continue for another 40 minutes, almost. All right,
I'll be
go
quick.
ahead, Mike.
I thought about this. So, Eric, Kendall, this council just moved forward with terminating any more discussions of this annexation policy plan as you guys negotiated and requested, and we're showing this very good faith to you. So I know you appreciate it. I think it's important to move forward with the 2 MOUs that have been discussed. Pardon? I know, but thanks. I think it's important to do these MOUs. I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to criticize this paragraph, but language and words matter, and Kendall brought that up, and I agree with him, and I have a lot of other things that matter, but I do have a substitute paragraph A to share, but I'm just going to tell you what I don't like. Heber City's annexation policy plan currently does not include properties to the north and east of Red Ledges. Everything to the north of Red Ledges is already in Heber City, so scratch the north. Red Ledges, we've already annexed properties east of Red Ledges, so this sentence is incorrect, completely incorrect. Heber City has received 1 or more applications. That's incorrect. We've never had an application. It was a request, no application. I verified this last meeting. So it's a request to amend Heber City's general policy plan to include certain properties. I'd like to identify those properties. We know what they are. Sitla and Christensen mountain properties. And or to annex certain properties. There's been no request to annex yet, so I don't want to keep that in here. Heber City agrees that properties to the north and east of Red Ledges are not currently included in Heber City's annexation, that would be probably boundary, are best developed under the authority of Wasatch County. However, because of development of such properties could impact Heber City roads and infrastructure, the county commits to including Heber City in any development approvals. No, I don't think they want us in their approvals, and I don't think we want to even ask to be in their approvals. And my other point would be everything the county, Kendall made the same point, everything we're doing, everything the county's doing east of us is impacting, it's all development it will impact Heber City's roads. I have a proposal, and we can edit it. Heber City, here's my proposal for this A. Heber City has received a request to amend Heber City's annexation policy plan to include the Sitla and Christensen Mountain properties located east of the current Heber City boundary. Heber City Council agrees to indefinitely suspend discussions, which we just did, on changing the annexation policy plan for those properties in order to facilitate Wasatch County working with the property owners on a very low density development plan. Wasatch County commits to work with Heber City on a future transportation plan that encourages traffic from the eastern county to move to the north and south around Heber City's downtown. This is our biggest concern, I think, in Heber City. I'm not really worried about sewer and water. That's something that an engineer will deal with, but I am very worried about traffic. I think we're all worried about traffic. I think the county is worried about traffic. I see a lot of traffic in the next 10, 20, 30 years coming from the east, and we're doing our darndest to try and move it around downtown so that people aren't coming through downtown, but going to downtown. So that's why this is important to me. The last thing I'll just say is your council and our council are aligned. By next year, and in the second year, and the third year, and fourth year, there will be different councils. And in 8 years, we'll all be gone. So I'm not really comfortable ever binding your council or my council to anything beyond now. And so that's what the language I came up with is we're working together now, and we know where we want to go. We know where you want to go. We're going to step back and let you do it. And I think if you would, in your general plan, again, look at transportation. Lake Creek Road is a big concern of ours too, because it becomes Center Street. 12th South is a big concern. It's going to be busy. So this is the text I came up with that I thought was actually precise and correct, rather than something that I thought was much more loosey-goosey.
There's only one part I thought was imprecise. Can I see your phone? I'm sorry to point fingers, or not fingers, but like you talked about the wording, and I just don't know what very low density means. And as a result, I don't like that.
So low density to me would be 1 acre lots, and very low density is less than that. And I think the county would agree.
That
I said low density to me is 1 acre lots. Very low density is less lots, less than that. You come up with it.
well,
I'm not going to dictate.
We're prepared to make a proposal, but we're not making it here. But anyway, I like some of the language you put in there. We have this on our agenda, this exact same language tomorrow night, but maybe you're not ready to pass it tonight, and possibly we won't with this new language. Maybe we need to get together and rework this MOU and pass it. It doesn't, we all know we're going to do this, I think. Probably doesn't have to be done tonight and tomorrow night between the two parties. I really like some of the things you put in there, better than what's here.
How about to show good faith, the council considers passing the intent as he has just discussed. And I don't know if you were able to finally get to that today, Mike. This thing's been posted, since last Thursday. And so anytime you want to present stuff like this, just try to get it all to us as quick as possible so that we can have, a really clear discussion like you're saying.
We'd have to have your language
county. So
tomorrow night in our discussion.
If you could send it to the county, and if the county wants to change their proposal for your intent, you see what I mean? Then we're conditionally approving it based on a final version from you. Is that
we work
okay?
out between the two parties.
It's not from them, it's from both parties.
We gotta both pass it, whatever it is.
I'd like to have
Mike's
a copy.
version.
Well, I think we need to see Mike's version. I think all of
Yeah,
us do.
we do too. Yeah.
As
I think
does
Matt,
staff.
you wrote this one, right?
Matt, that's what I was going to say.
Jeremy did. So yeah, we asked you guys to write something. So
open
I thought
to.
it came from Dustin, sorry.
No. Yeah, we say, hey, draft something up, we'll look at it. And so I think if we want to continue doing that, that's great. If you want to revise it,
Well,
present another one.
Would the county appreciate a conditional approval based on further refinement of the language?
I think so.
Yeah.
Would you?
Like that.
Yeah, so I think I think Mayor's asking, would you rather us conditionally approve something right now or say that we're gonna get with you and work this out? I'm worried about.
I'd love to keep talking about it.
It seems awful conditional. I'd rather keep talking about it.
So that we're both happy.
So just,
Do we want to
You can
continue?
approve something, you can edit it and send it back and we can then approve that. I mean, just because we approve it doesn't mean you have to.
Well, do you want to read it again and make a motion
That's a
on
good
that,
point.
Mike?
I move that we add this language, that we replace A, annexation of properties by Heber City, with this statement. Heber City has received a request to amend Heber City's annexation policy plan to include the Sitla and Christensen Mountain properties located east of the current Heber City boundary. Trina, I'm going to email this to you. The Heber City Council agrees to indefinitely suspend discussions on changing the annexation policy plan for those properties in order to facilitate Wasatch County working with the property owners on a very low density development plan. Wasatch County commits to work with Heber City on a future transportation plan that encourages traffic from the eastern county to move to the north and south around Heber City's downtown.
I'll second that.
so I want to continue this, basically move to continue it until we have further discussions with the county.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm fine. I already
As long
texted
as-
these two guys.
With our committees, the two committees that have already been
But that
processing.
shows intent that we want to
Yeah.
work.
Well, how about this idea, Mike? In your motion, you want to replace A with a statement, but how about saying we continue this MOU with the county to consider this statement? What do you think?
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
No.
'Cause-
Well, just
and I'm
amend
gonna-
it, just amend it.
I'm going to give a new motion.
Okay,
I move that we vote to continue discussion with the county on a final memorandum of understanding regarding Heber City annexation issues east of Red Ledges. And I have, with the language, with edits to the language that was presented to us and the language I have proposed and already texted to Eric and Kendall.
I'll second
And
that.
come back to us as soon as you can, a couple weeks, for us, our discussion.
you seconded. Okay, is everybody clear on that motion? Any further discussion, any further questions? Okay, let's vote. Scott, you're first.
Yes.
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 Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Let's go to the MOU of understanding, next agenda item, everyone, with Wasatch County and the Heber City property sale intent. Matt, we'll turn that over to you, please.
Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, this second MOU is addressing another issue that's important to both parties. Again, let me read to you the language found in the MOU. It reads, and I quote, "As part of the Heber City's effort to revitalize portions of downtown Heber City has expressed a desire to purchase from the county parcel 0000050380, the county administration building parcel, and parcel 00004985, the fire station parcel. The county believe that cooperating with Heber City to allow Heber City to purchase the parcels at fair market value is in the best interest of residents, and the county commits to ongoing discussions with Heber City with respect to the best timing and methods for Heber City to purchase the parcels." Council, I tender this MOU for your consideration and possible adoption.
Ready to make a motion?
Go ahead.
I move that we adopt the MOU county property purchase language as set forth in the agenda today.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sid. Any further discussion? All right, we'll start with the voting, Scott.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. I'm sorry I didn't call for public comment, everyone. It's just given the lateness of the hour and the time of other items that we still need to discuss. Okay, everyone, I'd really like us to skip forward to item number 6 on the pro forma and term sheet for operations and programming of Sunset Ridge Amphitheater with Phil Jordan, because he's been waiting all this time. And then we can hopefully finish up the 2 other city items in the other 2. Matt, did you want a closed session tonight, Matt? Is there
I'm going
developments
to
that
ask
we
that you
need?
punt that due to the lateness of the
Punt
hour.
that.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. All right, Phil, thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Appreciate your attention to 10 p.m.
Not this late. Great willpower. I am so impressed.
You just need to activate the Oh, yeah. Screen, what's your username? P. Jordan, Phil Jordan. P. Jordan.
Are you up and running?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Okay. Everyone, we're going to start the next agenda item. We'd appreciate it if you could take conversations outside. Phil, please feel free to proceed.
Sure. So here we are. Very good. Good evening. Thank you so much. We are here tonight. First of all, I'm Phil Jordan.
Cody Winterton.
And Mike Glenn.
Mike Bradshaw wishes to express his sorrow for not being able to join us tonight. He has some family matters, and Cody Winterton is very much a partner of Raintree. So today we are here to essentially bring to you the opportunity for you to give direction. I believe our action items that we've asked previously is that you consider pursuant to the Jordan Oak Ridge Development Public Infrastructure District Agreement, the funding allocations for public benefits in villages 1, 3, 4, and 5 investments be reallocated. And we're asking you to give direction. I believe, Matt, you want to discuss for a second how this is not an action for the council, but rather giving direction to you as staff?
Yeah, thank you. So what we're looking for tonight is simply direction from you to staff to proceed forward on the recommendations that Phil is going to make tonight.
Right. So this is not an official motion. It's just direction to staff on if you want to proceed with any of these ideas being proposed.
Right. The second one is that as part of that, direction for Jordan Oak Ridge to then proceed with what's known as project development using PID funds. Those funds would then support the design architect RFP, which is a competitive process for the architect to be selected and go to contract and design of the amphitheater and have those designs go out to bid, at which point then Jordan Oak Ridge would return to you with these options to have actual contractors be hired and start work. So that would be activating the first request, which is reallocating funds within the PID. Also, activation today by your direction to Jordan Oak Ridge to hire the Heber Valley Arts Center, which Mike Glenn and myself represent, as consultants to the project specifically for fundraising. As we're about to present to you, the deficit between what can be funded in PID and what we're recommending as the enhanced amphitheater is approximately $14 million that needs to be privately fundraised. We'd like to activate that using PID funds to support that project moving forward through the next year, because we believe in the next year, it'll take that long to essentially design and bid. In that same period, we're going to be out there publicly fundraising. So then we come back a year from now with designs, with bids, and with the success, hopefully, of having private fundraising, at which point we can then activate the project. So that's what we're talking about tonight. Also, as I've submitted in documents, we are delivering and have delivered to you as Heber Valley Arts Center the pro forma of a 10-year pro forma to operate the amphitheater. You have that in your packet right now. It is about 30 some odd pages of documentation. Would invite you to have comments, and perhaps Matt, you can filter any questions back to me and we can have those discussions. Just a reminder, the amphitheater owner, Heber City, has these responsibilities essentially to deal with the design and construction as a consultancy to JRD. You're also the venue operation management, since it'll be a public entity owned, operated facility, and also therefore now moving forward, the capital maintenance of whatever is being built will be the obligation of the owner. Also, Jordan L. Ridge Raintree is actually going to be responsible for hiring a project consultant, hiring and paying the design team, hiring and paying the general contractor and a construction project manager, and then completing the amphitheater and the arts district, all the responsibility of the Jordan L. Ridge and Raintree to then hand over to the city for your ownership and use. The consultant, of which Heber Valley Arts Center has been selected by JRD, is to then engage a fundraising campaign sub-consultants contracted to Heber Valley Arts Center, designed for operations, which is the intention for our help, as it were, and then to provide operational planning and readiness. And ultimately, we would like to be one of the competitive bidders to work for the city as the operator of the amphitheater. So just a reminder, this is sort of the options that are available to private and public owners as to how you can also merge owners and operators. You can see that a private operator is the only thing that cannot be operating. Essentially, a private owner will not have a public operator. That's generally not use of public funds for private benefit. Otherwise, all those options are available, and it's our recommendation that you consider this, which is that a public owner would then engage a private operator. There are opportunities for you to hire staff and to operate yourself, as other counties do and other cities do. But at this juncture, it's our recommendation that you have a private nonprofit operator.
Phil, if I may, Phil, it's important to note that if we are going to use PID proceeds, state law is such where it has to be publicly owned. It cannot be privately owned.
Which fits into his model.
Correct.
Right. Yep. So just a reminder of the core functions of an operation of venue management. Safety security is the first part. Event management, contracting, insurance, ticketing control. We talked about it at last meeting. Financing, as you heard, we hold all the ticket revenue before the event has occurred. Once the event occurs, we then present your dollars to the presenters. So we save them from essentially taking your money and running. The guest experience is entirely within the purview of the operator. However, it is a direction by the owner. So the owner has a lot to do with setting policies and procedures on how the building is operated to the extent of the guest experience. And that guest includes all the groups that use the venue: technical equipment and personnel, food and beverage management, and then, of course, sponsor and donor management. So as people are donating to the future operations as well as sponsors, it's the obligation of venue management to make sure those contracts are written properly, executed properly, and then brought back to you as far as executing them. And then it's our job as operators to then implement them and keep sponsors and donors happy, as it were. So that's part of it. Just a reminder, this is the project site, as you've seen many times now. But I would also say that what you see here is what's known as the enhanced. Just a reminder that the base design is a civic community amphitheater as originally conceived in the PID documents, open area, no seating. This results in more annual operating equipment required on a regular basis. It also requires that there's a minimal, it does really influence a minimal potential for on-site earned revenues and premium options. And this evening, I'm going to walk you through some of that as a sort of high-level purview. The documents I've submitted to you are the enhanced version, but you're going to see that there's a significant difference by taking the capital investments and turning them into essentially earned revenues. And that's what we're recommending to the city to consider at this juncture. And the guest experience, if you have guest experience that is actually fulfilling expectations, you then can book more events, and you can also have less events or less attendance. So what we're trying to bring to you tonight is this decision point that you're beginning to activate is saying we then want to move forward with activating more events and more attendance by virtue of more capital dollars. And that's what essentially the enhanced design brings. So with that, this is, let me back up. In the base amphitheater, you can see these are all the aspects that you'll remember. Grass seating, concrete walkways, there's a loading dock access, the stage building with basic lower building entry plaza, simplified site, essentially a lot of gravel on road base, very little asphalt, essential sidewalks, native grass blend. Here's the budget that is essentially our current estimate on that. Looking at a base amphitheater at 5 million, additional site and amphitheater functions at 3.3, project management costs at 0.4. So the base amphitheater sits at 8.8 million. The current PID documents call for this same product at $5 million. However, that PID document is about 2.5 years old. So that's what's happened with pricing and also realization what the project is. Just a reminder, this is what it looks like. Essentially, it's a concrete platform as the roof of a building. As you can see, there are no seats, no sponsor suites or fire pits, chemical or porta potties are dealing with restrooms. All the other amenities would be tents that are rented, as it were. In the enhancements list, we then wish to complete the stage building, adding an elevator from the lower level. We recommend a permanent stage canopy will give us actually a new idea, which is year-round use. If you have a permanent canopy, we can then present perhaps wintertime events, particularly in the 2034 season of the Olympic Games, when we can actually be doing winter events. And these winter events are not necessarily sitting and watching a show, i.e. ice castles, other types of events can occur where families can be walking through the site and doing things at different times. So we're trying to innovate during the all season of this venue. Fixed audience seating is part of what we consider to be the guest experience. Happy guests come more often, more events, more promoters, more shows equal more food and beverage, more sponsorships, more ticket revenues, and more ultimately, I think, parking revenues, although we're not quite clear on that yet. Fire pits we talked about a bit. We'll talk a little more. Restrooms and concessions. I'm sure all of us love porta potties. This is going to be built buildings. Oh, by the way, I've forgotten to mention earlier that some part of the design intention is that these two buildings you see on the sides that are concession and food and beverage buildings are actually box seating areas with seats on top to watch the show from above. Ticket office building. So this, you'll remind yourself, is sort of the full vision of it with the buildings that we just discussed, as well as the ticket office building. So fire pits, this is just another example of what we can see that came from the Ford Amphitheater in Colorado Springs. We believe this actually can bring capital dollars. If we are now looking forward to designing them into the project, we begin, once we know they're going to be there, we can actually start selling them as part of a capital investment in the building. So when we look at the totals, we have the base amphitheater at 5 million, the additional site at 3.3. All the enhancements I just reviewed is 19.4 million. The project management fee goes from 0.4 to 0.8. The total project comes in at $28.5 million. Finance management. So as I've said earlier, we've delivered an extensive amount of documentation for you to look at. I have a lag time on the PowerPoint here. Tony, you want to check? It seems like it's frozen.
Bill, do you have a more line item amphitheater enhancements thing? And if it's in here, I'm sorry, I missed it.
No. In terms of the capital costs? No. It can be available though.
I would appreciate one.
Sure. Absolutely. We have a 30-line version, or I think we have like a 25-line version or a 20-line version. Actually a 60-line version.
Most lines you have.
Most lines? Okay, you got it. So we call this following the money. Just a reminder, when we talk about pro forma, they're not budgets. They're purposely stressing what is a case of how the building can work. And it's important for me to, under essentially a sense of discretion with you, to say, this is my perspective, having been operating these buildings for more than 20 years. I'm sure others would look at this in a similar way. I would argue that the differentials between us are going to be based entirely on the assumptions given. I have put into this as much as I know to be the market area of where we live in Utah, Intermountain West, for my years in Salt Lake, and how amphitheaters generally behave across the United States. Having said that, I'm certain that there will be other people that could look at this information and will come back and forth. But I believe that there's not going to be a significant departure from the numbers I'm about to show you. This shows in a 10-year pro forma in this essentially roll up on the left at the top of our earned revenues, coming straight down the line from our at-risk programming through Amateur Nights is a series I explained last time, all of our rent that comes in, the box seat program, which is the public fire pits, as would be available for sale for sponsors, individuals, parking revenues, which are minimal. We do not have the ability of capturing parking which is normally a significant revenue stream for theaters and for outdoor venues. In the Intermountain West, that's changed. In Las Vegas, you're probably aware that it's changed significantly. When I first got to Las Vegas, everything was parking for free.
Why
Now
don't
you
we
have to
have
pay for everything.
Why don't we have the ability to capture parking revenues?
We're concerned about where the location is going to be and how we're going to, one aspect of this project that has not been figured out is that at 3,500 seats and 2.3 people per car, we're looking at roughly 1,400 to 1,500 cars. And on property right now, we have parking roughly 450 to 500 cars. So there's 1,100 cars that would need, on a sold-out show, need to park elsewhere. Now, being a city, you might want to talk to the school district about the
You can
use
be
of school
creative with
buses
that.
on nights and weekends and parking at other places around the community, and or something we've talked about with our county folks about what is a festival parking system that they will need to invest in for the Olympic Games. Not necessarily 15,000 people at Soldier Hollow, which is the number, by the way, which then if you do the math is 6,500 cars every day or more. Now we're going to shrink that down to what we need, which is about 1,100 cars. That's a lot of cars. So we have to figure out how we're going to do this. But this is how we grow our community, is figuring that out. And we don't want what Salt Lake had for many years, which is flat top parking pop up everywhere, so much so that Salt Lake City specifically prohibited any flat top parking starting in roughly 2015, 2014.
If you have, I actually just don't know the answer to this question. If you have 500-ish spots on site, why would we not be anticipating charging for them? It seems like that would be the most.
That's the
premium.
revenue from 500.
Okay. I misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, sorry. We would normally charge everybody.
Okay, I misunderstood.
I'm going pretty fast because of the hour right
You're
now.
good.
So.
You're good.
Thank you, Phil. It is a lot to go through.
But go ahead.
Well, finish up and then
Okay.
I'll ask.
So as you can see, in expense-wise, it's actually 2 pages. So at the top at earned revenues, we can sum everything going left to right. You can see that we're averaging right in around 1.2 to 1.3 million. There are some high years. If you look at year 6, which is the Olympic year of 23 to 34, we're looking at nearly $2 million of earned revenue. But down below, we're looking at 1.5 in expense. That's the highest earning year, which will be a profit for the city of $417,000. There are, however, those years like the inaugural year and or the off year in year 4 or the off year in year 7 and the off year in year 10, where you'll be losing anywhere between $140,000 to $270,000. So again, this has got a very subjective point of view to it. It's got a lot of detail to it. I've sent most of it to you for you to look at. Be happy to walk you through it. On the expense side, it's important to say that I've really called this into about a 5-month building. There's really only 4 months of active business between June and the end of August, or September, end of September. And with that, the nonprofit would be paid a flat fee on the annual basis to essentially operate, but the staff would only be appearing on payroll for those months that are needed. By example, when you look at the staffing list, we have the general manager, normally a full-time job at about $130,000 to $190,000 a year for a general manager of this kind of building, is only on payroll for 8 months. And that has a lot to do with sponsors, donors, bookings, and other such relationships. But we do not need that general manager for 12 months. There are, however, managers in here that are only working 4 months, like the house manager. And the event manager is working 7 months. So I've culled it carefully to make sure that we are using professionals to get a professional product, but we're also then pulling back to really only doing what we need to do as far as that's concerned. So that's going to be an interesting opportunity when you put it out to bid as to who will bid and how they'll bid. I would imagine other operators in the community will be interested. Egyptian Theater, perhaps, Park City Institute, perhaps. I would encourage you to have somebody who's done it before, but yes. This is probably the most significant slide for you to see when you have a chance to look at it later. What I've analyzed in the base amp and the enhanced theater are the criteria to the left, which are all our revenue streams. And then down below, essentially, those are all related to the events. Events such as popular co-promotion, which are all of our concert series, professional series, the amateur series, which we've talked about, commercial productions or commercial uses, community resident arts groups and nonprofits, of which we have many in the community. Dance is a separate type of entity, so we've got its separate there's a government entity or a government allowance in here, and we've not had a chance to discuss how you as the government or the county or others or the state would like to book the venue. You might have other events that you want to have year round. Of course, you're the owner, but you still have to pay for some operational costs. And then finally, in this looking through the opportunities and what we had envisioned as the opportunity for there to be something unique, we believe that the venue would hold and would produce with the city an annual event that we're just giving a namesake of Fall Fest. We're recommending a 3 to 4 year day music and art festival that would occur at the venue as well as the Main Street Park downtown. And we could then host multiple concerts in both those venues over those days and bring in the visual arts as well. So that we think would become something that we do annually. And we'd invite other opportunities such as Midway or the county to participate, or even Park City. In fact, we might open it up to be essentially the Wasatch Back Fall Fest here in Heber. So these are some of the brainstormings that we're thinking about. We then went ahead and budgeted it, as it were, and wanted to look at the analysis between the base amphitheater versus the enhanced amphitheater. So you can see on the base amphitheater, if we go down those uses, you begin to see that in the concert business, we're only doing 4 shows. We're selling 7,400 tickets with an occupancy of 35% possible, but our gross is about $138,000 in doing that work. Then you drop down to the nonprofits where they're doing 4 times that amount of work at 16 shows. They're selling 15,400 tickets, which is only double, 4 times the number of shows for only twice as many seats, because they sell a lot less tickets. And then with that, they still earn the venue $271,000. And then Fall Fest, we think at 4 shows, which could sell, we think at an occupancy of 60%, would then yield 6,300 tickets, and that all gross revenues would come in at about $80,000 for that gross. Our food and beverage concessions are essentially the result of a contract. We represent that we would prefer not to hold, and we usually do not hold the liquor liability to it. We prefer that to be underneath the purview of a caterer, preferably a caterer who's actually done concessions business. And we've seen success where caterers can do concessions, but we've actually found out over time that caterers are not very good at doing concessions. Concessions are good at doing concessions and not good at doing catering, and catering is really good at doing catering and not doing concessions. So we have learned over time to put them out to 2 separate contracts. With that, though, we can see catering commissions being quite a reasonable amount of money earned so long as you have the facilities. If we're using portable tents and portable chairs and folding tables, it's a different amount of money you yield than when you have a permanent building. With that, on the right-hand side of the column, so going down to the finish, we believe that we can do 35 shows in the base amphitheater in year 3, normal year. We'll sell 39,650 tickets, and we'll yield $899,000 of gross revenue against an operating expense of 1.067, which means that in this year you'll lose $168,000. The column on the right with the enhanced amphitheater would do more shows with more people because it's a more attractive customer guest experience. Then therefore we would see the opportunity to do 50 shows, not 35. We'd sell 72,000 tickets, not 39,000 tickets or 40,000 tickets, and we would get to a yield of gross revenue of 1.645, which then means that we net after expenses $297,000. Now, there's a lot of ins and outs on all of that. I have to look at it mostly through the lens of what the building can yield. My job was to then give you a reflection of the distinction between spending $8.8 million versus $27 million. So it's an interesting slide.
Council.
There are descriptions to go forward with this. And then finally, this all shows you, these are the details that are in your packet right now for all the revenues. And then the yield to where we start and say, well, here we are tonight. We believe we've made the case that says we'd like to continue to work on this project, but we would represent that the larger amphitheater is the business that you should be in.
Okay, now, just one thing. Council, it's almost 10:30. Do you want to extend the meeting? We still have the parks. I doubt we'll get to the standard specs. But does anybody want to extend the meeting?
I don't understand the urgency of the parks tonight. I'm not saying it's not important. I just don't understand. Do we need a decision today?
Yeah, Russ,
Okay,
answer
we,
that.
we
So-
do. We need a
So
decision on it.
I'll move that we extend the meeting to 11, although hope that we get out earlier.
That's a good hope. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll go with Mike. Is everybody ready to vote? Go ahead, Scott.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we can extend the meeting. So my question to you, Phil, and I wish we had more time to dive in deep, okay? But you're bringing this back if the council wants to go forward. And I don't know if you can answer my question, but Matt, how much money is in the PID that could go towards the 28.5 million that's being proposed for the enhanced amphitheater project?
There are proposed 5 PIDs. The PID that has issued debt to date is PID number 2, which is tied to Village number 2. In the PID documents, it identified that $5 million would be allocated to publicly owned improvements, such as the amphitheater. I believe, Cody, if I'm wrong, please correct me. I believe in PID number 1, which is up near Highway 32 as you go around the bend, it was also $5 million, I believe.
So it's 10%. So there's 4 remaining PIDs, each being 10%. I think to get to the answer that you're looking for, the best estimate today would be another 8 million with the remaining 4 PIDs. It's
With the
approximately
remaining 4 PIDs.
it's an estimate at this point, but it's approximately $2 million per PID for the 4. It could be more, but I think at $2 million per. So the way I would be thinking about this tonight, if I were you, is you have 5 million with an additional 8 million, which would give you 13 million towards the 26, which would be, roughly half, just a little less than half. So you'd be raising the balance. So.
And is that 2 million per PID? Jeremy, you actually worked on that way back when, before you worked with us. Are you verifying those figures from Cody?
Yeah, well, it's 10%, so it depends on what their bond issuance is.
Okay.
They're have a much better idea of what the market, because how much they can issue in bonds depends on how much their valuations are.
Okay.
Because they can't, they can only have so big of a mill levy, which means they can only issue so much in bonds. So it depends on what the valuations of those properties are that can support that bond yield. So again, they know much better what they're anticipating their bond amounts for each of those PIDs are going to be.
Please let me clarify something, everyone. Mr. Winterton, you work with Jordan Ridge, right?
I am I'm the division president of Braintree Investment Corporation. So I
Yes.
oversee the entire project. Yeah.
Yes,
Work very
that's-
closely with Mr.
Thank
Bradshaw.
you. Thank you for attending tonight. I'm sorry I forgot to mention that because you are an official source. If anyone else is, thank you very much for sticking with us till this late time.
course.
Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at up to 13 million, potentially more, depends on the land valuations. We can only assume that the land valuations are going to be much higher in Village 1, given the Marcella development that's going to be coming in there. But Council, the big picture here is if all of this money from the PIDs goes to the amphitheater, then that means it won't be going to other promised amenities that were listed in the PID document, such as an ice ribbon. Who knows what else? I'm just thinking of ice ribbon right off the bat. I don't know if you remember, Jeremy, any of those other amenities, but you're seeing what the costs are, and you're seeing that these PIDs were put in pre-inflation. So, Mike, your question.
So I'm thinking the same thing. I definitely support moving forward. I'm reticent to just right now say, oh, we're going to take PID money, all the PID money. I don't know if it's all, but from 1, 3, 4, 5. What are we giving up? What are we taking out of those PIDs? Certainly, there's probably is some things that were extras or maybe don't need. The whole thing's changed. Marcella's changed. That whole Village 1, I think. I mean, it used to be different. So I don't want to make a final decision until we know, okay, here's what was listed, here's what was allocated. I'm not sure I want to just strip out every single dollar that was 1, 3, 4, and 5 we're going to get and just say, oh, we're going to put it here. I know this will really enhance this North Village North Bench substantially and people living there.
I argue it's going to do the entire valley. You know.
Oh, yes, yes, but the issue is 1, 3, 4, and 5 are up and over the hill, and I just want to know what we're doing before we do it.
So, point of clarification, the two PIDs where we had identified lists of things, publicly owned things that would be funded through the PID were villages 2 and 1. The villages 1 had the ice ribbon, it had a couple other minor items, but we don't have any details for the areas of 3, 4, and 5 yet.
Yeah, it was just a 10% commitment.
That's just allocated.
Well, I would like to see where they are allocated, what was, and at least the lists in 1 and 2.
Okay, one other reminder is that, you know, that PID is contingent on issuing bonds.
Yeah.
They only owe money if they actually issue bonds. So, I mean, again, Cody, I'm sure knows their timing a lot better than I do, but, you know, I think certainly the timing on probably 2 and 3 is going to be, or sorry, 1, 2 has already been done. 1 and 3 is going to be done sooner than later. When 4 and 5 occur is probably not quite as known at this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously a lot of that depends on what the market is when they go to issue bonds. I mean, I think they probably would have anticipated that they issued more bonds sooner when we're down at 3%, when we're up to 10% in 3 years interest rate. They're probably not going to be issuing a lot of bonds. So,
yeah.
If I may, this may be one way to think, because you're asking all the right questions. PID is just one mechanism of being reimbursed for obligations that the developer's putting in. You guys negotiated a very good development agreement that's in your favor. So when you think about the development agreement, we're obligated as developers to do, for example, a Village 5 park, or a Village 5 center, a Village 1 center. Those things are going to happen regardless. So I don't know that I would necessarily, it's the right question, Mike, you should be asking. But to try to help you process, I don't know that I would think about what is not going to happen up there, because that's our obligation. These are just mechanisms for us to get reimbursed. We're very fortunate, I'll just be honest, to have somebody like Phil in our community, because his knowledge is insane. His experience is incredible. And I think what he's bringing to this community, I mean, I don't even know what this evaluation would be worth if you went out to try to pay somebody to do it to you. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars, I can tell you that.
About 300,000.
There you go. So here's how I would, here's how I would think about it if I were the council. One way to think about it, just for you. I think that this is an opportunity to do something incredibly special. I think this is an asset for this valley that is going to be almost impossible for all of us sitting in this room tonight to really comprehend what it can do. And I've got them, we started to talk about this 2 or 3 years ago, and I've become increasingly excited and motivated for a couple of reasons. First, its location is incredible. It's accessible for the entire valley. If we spend these PID dollars clear up in the middle of the mountains, some people may enjoy it, most won't. If we put all of our resources into doing something super special on the side of this mountain with the views of Mount Timpanogos, it's going to be something that's going to change generations. I mean that, with the arts and the performance.
Yeah.
So that's one way to think about it. I think, and so we could do a bunch of small things, 2 million here, 2 million there, 2 million there. But if we pool our resources and we give everything we've got to this and we put it all in this one location, it's going to be something that we can all be proud of. So I've become very supportive of this. I think it's something we should really consider. The ice ribbon is, if you're saying you're going to give something up, it's the ice ribbon, but we've decided that you're doing one in the middle of town anyways, and we don't want to compete with you. Right. It doesn't make sense. I don't think our homeowners up there are going to suffer, and I can say that because as the developer, we do have things like the amenities up there are going to be incredible, and we can't wait to share them with you. Del Webb, some of the things we're bringing to you, they're going to have so much. And then I don't want it to be lost on you. There's 2 special assets. Our mountain biking trails are incredible today. Those of you that know, Matt knows, we have 30 miles of groomed mountain biking trails. So as the developer, when this is all said and done, I want to be known for a couple of things. We want to be known for a couple of things. Our mountain biking trails and the access we've given to the community, and something in this art district. It would be incredible. So that, I don't mean to sell you on it, but I just want to give you my passion speech.
Oh, I'm worried, but we do it right.
I mean, I think, so the summary is $13 million, we think, could be a little more. They go out and raise the rest. We're not making any commitments tonight other than taking some of the PID dollars and letting them move forward and come back to all of us in a year and see where we're at. Worst case scenario is we end up with a base amphitheater like we started, and we can evaluate. Best case scenario, we end up with something amazing. We don't have to make that decision. I think all you need to do tonight is give them direction to, let's go spend some real money and see if this is viable, and then let's come back and assess it at that point. I think that's what's before the group tonight.
Yeah, that's correct. That is part of the reason why it's the second response, is that we've understood from Mike and Cody that for them to be able to engage PID money requires your participation. So this is our approach and petition to you to now start this process of PID investment in the project, both as far as the architect and moving forward to getting design drawings. Our vision and direction is to have two packages. One package is bid as the base package, and then we design on top of that. Everything that you've heard is now the enhancement. So we'll get bids back on both of those, and we can pick and choose perhaps of what we can get out of our dollars when the time comes with a real contractor in front of us. That's the proposal that we have in front of you. But in order for us to get $13 million more money, we need PID money to be able to pay consultants, marketing dollars, all of that to move that forward, and that's part of the request tonight as well.
So on that point, I was thinking that same thing, what this is going to provide to the valley. Yeah, there's going to be people up on the other side that it sounds like already in place amenities that's going to support them. Again, from the general public and from my point, I probably won't go up there and use them other than maybe mountain biking. But other than that, this, in my opinion, will provide an amazing venue for the valley. And it's going to be Heber City, Wasatch County, everybody, and the Wasatch Back.
Charleston.
Everybody. Have we thought about, because it's going to benefit them, are they able to, provide money or provide finances to help that? Or I don't know if they have any mechanisms.
We are booked to present at the Wasatch County work meeting in the 1st of April.
Okay. In the interlocal or
It's gonna
just
be with a council work session.
Okay. Yeah, and again, it's going to benefit everybody, but us as Heber City, we kind of are driving this and we're pushing it, and we have the opportunity to do something special. So I'm for this.
Are we ready to go forward
I
and just
wanna
give a
make
thumbs up?
comment. I think so too, for sure, but I just wanted to make a comment too. I think the longer we wait on this, the higher those numbers are going to go up. So I think it's really important that if we do something now, I mean, I'm not saying let's throw the whole kit and caboodle right at you guys and let you wallow in all the money, but I think if we start now and we say go forward with this, I think it's important that we at least start sending it in that direction. And for me, I'm going to say it right now, the ribbon, I mean, we're already talking about it. I still want a smaller one, just saying. But I don't think we really need 2 ribbons in the Wasatch County area, or 3, like some of them were proposing. So, let's have some place where we can all go for plays and fun and seeing wonderful productions and in such a beautiful setting too. I mean, there is not a better place than right there. So yes, yes.
Bill, I'm not going to hold you to it at all. What is the likelihood of being able to raise that type of funding?
Well,
you're acutely aware of the types of generous grants and stuff. I mean, is this likely? Is this pie in the sky?
Let me speak to what's positive about it. You could not ask for, as we just discussed, the most beautiful site in the entire valley. When donors are part of this project, few of them are depositing their money on the basis of their family name and legacy and walking away. Most do that, but they actually want to be able to bring their family and friends and their business associates and show them what they've been able to contribute. So we think that there's a higher profile, particularly with the location close to Jordanelle and everything that's going on with MIDA and Extel and all of those investors. We also believe that they're going to provide us some regular business opportunities just to use the building. So that all gives us credibility. The answer to your question generally is that the largest single gift is the naming of the amphitheater itself. We have to be very careful as to what we'd be talking about, as understanding that all the other donors that follow are going to get less for their dollars. So strategy-wise, that's part of it. But the answer to your question is it's private individuals that are moving here or have moved here in the last 3 to 5 years that have corporations and specific interest, and they have a high visibility with the project.
And we have already started talking, approaching some donors, large scale donors that we think might have some interest in this project. So we kind of got the feelers out for that.
Not the least of which is the Sorensen family itself. And, on record, we have actually petitioned them for a much bigger gift for the entire project. We were declined, but also there was a request for us to submit again. So we're actually bringing some part of the project over to them, and we hope that there's interest on their behalf.
I think just to add to that too, when you're fundraising, the fact that they already have the land, there's already a bigger commitment more than just behind with the roads, the infrastructure that's all happening. So you're taking away a lot of the uncertainty. When people are looking to donate money, they don't want to do a blue sky, pie in the sky, let's hope. They want to know how certain it is. So if you've already got $13 million committed, plus the land, plus the infrastructure, you're starting with such a strong base.
Yeah.
Donors want to come in at the end to see it done. And so I think the last 13 million, it's a lot different than raising the first 13 million.
Exactly. Or certainly having 5 million and wanting to have a $29 million building. It's a big difference.
Well, do you see, is there a possibility in, and it doesn't really matter for tonight's decision, I'm just curious, but is there a possibility for, hey, we raised 60% of what we're looking for, we're going to do cover and we're going to do one of the concession buildings?
Yes, that's
and we're
correct.
Going to go back for another fundraising.
Absolutely. We, have had many experiences in phasing projects like this. And Yvonne, to your point, it's each one of those opportunities have proven to be positive in the sense that we got the project done, negative in the sense of what it costs finally to finish them off at a later time at literally 50 to 60% more money. Case in point, Salt Lake County in building the Mid-Valley Performing Arts Center, which I'd love to have us do a road trip down to see it. My last project with them was 55,000 square feet, finishing at $57 million. They saved off a storage room and not finishing a studio, dance studio, which was pretty large, but it saved them off budget about approximately 1.5 million. They're now finished with that project. All that was put back into the project, and they end up spending 2.7 million instead of spending 1.5 only 3 years earlier.
Yeah, and I'm not asking at all to value engineer at this point. I think we got a long ways ahead of us. I'm just trying to think of, do you also have the ability to promise or to talk about, hey, we're going for this, but if we don't get all the way there, we're still going to do some amazing stuff, right?
Well,
it sounds like yes.
So by example, it was Mike Bradshaw who offered that if we can't afford to actually build the canopy, which is one of the single biggest expenses we have, is that beautiful canopy, then we'll put the infrastructure inside the building we build, because the stage is the roof of the building, to support the steel, so then we don't have to rip the new building apart when we have the money to put it in. So from an engineering point of view, that's what we'll do. So I think our design intention is to build this in such a way that we have a base and we'll continue to have elements around it. And that's what we've conceptualized so far.
And the other good thing about phasing is you can then target special donors. Okay, you're now going to contribute this, and you're going to contribute that, and so you can piece and build it. But yeah. I think for sure to say, can we get something built? Absolutely. I think we can start with something and hopefully, go big.
So,
exciting.
Mr. Winterton, you said that with the PID money plus the land dedicated, should the city already have the management contract in place also, showing the expertise of whoever the city picks? Is that going to help sell it more too? Or is that management contract not as important?
I think I understand your question. I think it's important, but I think you're going to probably want to do that the way you would normally do it, through a bidding process, through some
Yes,
type
that's what
of
I'm saying. If the city went through the bidding process and awarded
honestly,
the management.
That's more his expertise than your expertise. I don't want to weigh in on that, but it's a great question. But I do think we're committed to giving the dollars to make that happen sooner than later. So I don't see any downside to doing it. I only see upside. But how you do that, I'll defer to you. And
typically, the mayor, the flag points is that the owner has a site. The owner has a design concept that actually has a firm number been put to it by a professional.
Okay.
that you have a programming intention, that you have a reciprocation of an audience that has been identified with their wants and needs.
Okay.
Then the operator can respond to specific building, doing specific kinds of work to give you specific costs.
Okay.
And all of
That
that
sounds
is
good.
pretty much done in what we've done so far.
Is very impressive. It is absolutely impressive, the amount of details you
Do
have.
you have to make at this point anything or?
Just to go
I
forward.
don't know if you need a motion necessarily, but
Say,
instruct staff to
go
move forward
forward.
and bring back the appropriate documents for execution later on.
Go forth and
Mhm.
conquer.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Is everyone good with that? Yes. To go forward, and Neil, bring this back. Do we have any, oh, wait, one more question. Mr. Winterton, are you good with the timeline that Phil's presented in here with using the PID money to get the design and hire the GMCG?
We're fully supported. We have $5 million in the bank. We can start using that. He brought it up, but I want to make sure you understand that we are partners in this, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to come, tonight, so that we're doing this collaboratively. We didn't want to go make this decision without you. So if we're supportive, if you're supportive.
Very good. Very good. Scott, do you have any yes or no on this?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, looks like we want to go forward. What's your timeline to bring back documents?
Well, let me work with Phil and Jeremy, and we'll get back to you on a timeline.
Hopefully in April.
I don't know about that. I need to huddle up with the experts and get back to you.
Okay.
We will keep it simple. I think it's really just a
It's
matter.
too hard to
it
keep
is a
simple.
matter of your direction. I think the PID document actually provides that the parties are going to work together. So I think we're working together.
Nice. Nice. This is a
Thanks,
whole new
guys.
chapter. Very exciting for the
And needless to
city.
say, as we start to get through the process, we'll report back how we're working. Certainly the proposals for the architect will be interesting, and we'll bring forward those and share that decision and discussion of that decision. And then from there, we'll actually see some of the beginning of design, which is always exciting. And sooner than later, we'll actually start seeing some additional hard, firmer pricing that's not just conceptual, but actual based on drawings. Generally, in these projects, you'll have a price estimator for you, the owner. There'll be one for the architect, and there'll be a price estimator for the general contractor. So I'll save you from being in the same room where all three of them debate what things cost. But at the end of the day, all we care about is that they're accurate.
That's good. Thanks, guys.
It can be given certain current economic conditions. Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
greatly appreciate that.
Russ, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Russ, let's go to
Actually,
you.
you've got 5 minutes.
Let's go to the contract award. This is the next agenda item that we skipped. Contract award for Perco Rock Company for the construction of the Coyote Springs Park project. And you're looking at a motion on the 1.705 million plus the 290,000 for the bridge and trail. Go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, so that's the purpose of this item, is to get authorization to enter into a contract for the Coyote Springs Park. We bid this out recently. We got one bid. It was surprising. There was a lot of people that came to the pre-bid. Thank you, Tony. But we got one bid, and we broke the bid out into a base bid for the Coyote Springs Park, and we also did an alternate. So what you're looking at right here is the Coyote Springs Park. You authorized us before to move forward with purchase of the park equipment that would go in this area. This is basically for the rest of the construction, including installing the owner furnished things that pavilion, park equipment, those kind of things. So the base bid is for $1,705,234.20. Like I mentioned, we bid a alternate. See, Phil?
Good night. Thank you, Phil.
So what you're looking at here is the bid alternate. This is Cove Springs Park. There is a master plan trail that runs along the Wasatch Canal here. Portion of it's already built. This last section of it that will be in this area is going to be built in 2025 by Ivory Homes. So the concept behind this, is recommended by our post committee, is to connect along the trail system, the parks. You're connecting the Coyote Springs Park, access to Callaway Drive, to our new park, Coyote Springs. This bid alternate was 290,000. Sorry, now I lost it.
620.
Yep, $290,626. So what I need tonight is a decision from the council our recommendation is to award this contract to Perco Rock. And the discussion is, do we want to bid or award all of it or just the Coyote Springs portion? Another important thing to understand is that the Coyote or the trail connection for the Cove Park and Bridge is not impact fee eligible. It's not budgeted right now. If we want to award that, we'll have to come back with a budget amendment. We'll have to use reserve general funds for that purpose. So any questions?
Russ, can we put the 290,000 for the bridge into fiscal year 2027 budget? Because we don't know if it can be built this spring, but it certainly could be built in the fall.
Yeah, just kind of an update on that. I have in my email as of today the contract from the federal government that would permit it.
Oh,
it still has to get both signatures, but that's going to take a matter of weeks, and it could get done this spring.
Could get done this spring.
So if the council, if that's priority for the council, you want to get it done, I think we could get it done in the current fiscal year. Otherwise, we'll have to bid it out again in a later time if you want to get it done later.
What was the 2.43 million that was budgeted for this and that somehow seemed to be able to cover both projects?
Well, it couldn't cover both because it's all impact fee. But our budget, what we've budgeted in the budget for this year is $2,521,000. If we just did the base contract, 1.7 million plus a 10% contingency, the engineering consulting and the equipment that we bought separately, we're estimating it would be 2.43 million. So we have adequate funds budgeted. It's part of our impact fee study. It's consistent with the Parks and Trails Master Plan that we've adopted. So,
but the connection specifically is not.
The connection specifically is just an adder we just threw in to see what the numbers were. And if you want to do that, we would have to come back for another budget amendment and come up with that money.
Is it correct to?
Just 1 second. Go ahead, Mike.
Is it correct to say that most of the development up here that's been built the last 2 years has paid these impact fees? Or are those impact fees going into somewhere else?
I guess I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to go and look at the number of units in this
Well, I mean,
area.
are all these homes on along Coyote Parkway, are they paying this impact fee?
So all of the ones in the Coyote Springs development, the Coyote Ridge development, which is Ivory, are paying the city impact fee, which is going to be, our impact fee funds are going to be used to build this.
Below the Wasatch Canal, between the highway, that's what you're talking about.
It's for the whole city is paying into the impact.
Yeah,
fees.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, any impact fee. I mean, we only have one Parks and Trails impact fee.
I know.
So, but these people in this area are paying this impact fee with each home.
Okay. I was just trying to decide if this was a separate impact fee in the North Village. This isn't, I mean,
no.
It's not North Village really. Okay. What is it? I understand the bridge on the top. What's the next brown thing?
So this is Central Utah Water's access down into the canal, and building the bridge right here, which basically we don't really have many other options as far as where to make this work. Cuts off their access to get into the canal. We have to build them another access.
Well, it's concrete work.
Canal work.
Is the bridge somewhat movable if needed, or is it completely bolted down permanent?
Culvert, it's concrete.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, this is basically the same design we did up by Red Ledges, where we have a box culvert and we run the trail over it.
Yeah.
Which is.
Can Eric Rowland ask a question? He's the neighbor here too.
I live right next to it. The only thing I have observation, maybe you've talked about this during the summer. It's not unusual for there to be 50 people lined up in my yard to float the canal because they use the ramp as an access point. We'll get parking all around. I mean, it's the hotter the day, the more people we get. So I just, as an observation, with a trail that's actually taking people right to the canal, has there been any concerns or thoughts of as far as it looking like it's being advertised as here you go, more access? I, for one, I'm not negative or positive about it, but it is a highly utilized, and I know that's a CUP thing because they're the ones who control access. So I don't know if that was just an observation.
What you're talking about, Eric?
Stop talking about it.
No idea, right?
This location, though, I mean, it is a another way for people to get a great access to the trail system off of Callaway Drive down to it. This trail is going to continue along the Wasatch Canal north into the North Village area as well as south in the future. So it's anyway.
Amazing.
No.
So let me talk about the contractor. Actually, they are working on one project that I'm doing down south. Yep. Very, very impressed with them. So it's great that they're coming in and giving us a bid. So
That's good. That's been, I mean, we looked at lots of references, called everybody, and we haven't had anything negative at all.
So I can speak highly of them just for the fact of the experience that I had or am having with them.
That's great.
So
Council,
If there's anything to be read into only getting one bid response?
I think that the schedule of this project is very aggressive, and I think that scared a lot of bidders away.
Can I go to them? They have the manpower. They have the horsepower to get this done.
The goal with this, getting it out right now, is to try to have this done and open for Memorial Day weekend. Matt, that's weather dependent, but right now, the weather's looking good.
What?
Don't mention it.
We try not to jinx ourselves. Everybody, you've got 1 minute to make a motion and adjourn
They're Cedar City, Southern
in
Utah.
the same motion.
So they're in Cedar City.
They're-
So that's
they're
not
business.
going to be a problem finding the
bring it back, it's way
manpower
too
up
big.
here, or is
Unless
it
you want to
they
make a
just bring it
motion
with
to
them?
No,
approve
they'll
that at the same
mobilize.
time
Contractor
you approve
for
this.
our
That's
Central
totally
Heber water
fine.
sewer line projects out of Vernal. So those issues are not
Mobilize
issues.
and just bring people.
They'll have some subcontractors that are from up here. Their subcontractors are also qualified subcontractors. We did only get one bid. It's right in line with the engineer's estimate, so we don't feel like it was,
Yeah. We finally are close to what we budgeted, which is great. Okay, everyone, remember it's 10:59.
Ready for a motion?
We can do a motion on the contract award to Perco Rock for the 1.705 or the 290,000. If you really want to gung ho here, you can also approve ordinance 2025-02 to amend the standard specs and drawings as they've been presented without discussion or not. But you can even make this a better motion if you wrap it all up with an adjournment. No.
He said we can.
He says we're skipping.
Okay, I'll.
the way you
Aren't
think.
you glad, Jeremy?
Well, yeah, I'm ready to make a motion. For what it's worth, unless somebody like nods to me, I'm good with the combined alternate.
So we're doing the whole thing.
You can do the whole shebang, or you can just make sure to add in adjournment
I'd rather,
with what you do.
Is it okay, Russ? We talk about the next item in 2 weeks?
Well, yeah, Kyle won't be here in 2 weeks, so I'll probably push it a month. He's the one that did all the work.
Oh, make
on
him
it.
come.
Don't you need this for construction season
He'll
or
be out of
current
town.
permits?
There are some other things. Well, this for sure. I think Mike's talking about the next item, the standards.
It's gonna move to approve it.
There are some things that would be helpful for us to have that move forward. I don't want to take too much time here, but our standards, once they're approved, we get them approved by the State Division of Drinking Water. That once our standards are approved, then we can kind of act as our own approval authority on drinking water projects. Our current expiration with them, our current approval with the state has expired, and we're trying to get that back so that we don't have to send every development project
we
and
need to
anything
get
else
that.
to the Division of Drinking Water. So we want to do it, but we understand if we're not doing it.
I just pull that out. I'm okay with that. Drinking water stuff.
Well, we've got to
It's kind of
we've
scattered.
got to send the whole adopted standards to them. They've already reviewed them. They're just waiting to know that they're.
We adopt the standards and then discuss them and later in a month.
You can bring it back. That's
We
totally
typically, yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I want to help you,
I would love it if we could move forward with that. And
but I'd like
I'm
to
open
discuss
to
some
more
of them,
discussions.
just a few.
Okay.
I agree.
So, anybody?
I don't want
wanna
you
make
to
a
feel offended
motion?
like we're bringing it back. Let's do that.
Is that your motion?
Well,
I'll let Aaron.
No, he's got to cover the park too and the bridge. So anybody want to go
Okay.
forward with
Does
that?
anybody want to give me a shake head if you do not want the alternate before I make the motion?
Alternate was
Don't
no
forget the
bridge.
adjournment,
Right.
okay?
Right?
The alternate,
is the
trail
bridge.
connection.
The alternate includes the bridge.
Yeah, the
I'm not
alternate
seeing
is
any
the
shaking
bridge.
head.
The alternate is the bridge. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the contract award to Perco Rock Co. for the Coyote Springs project, including the base amount of $1.705234.20 and the bid alternate of $290,626, as well as I'm going to move that we approve the ordinance 2025-02, amending the Heber City Standards Specifications and Drawings, Stormwater Design Manual, and Standard Plat, as well as adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Mayor.
Thank you, Sid. You guys are setting a record here. I'm just saying. Okay, is everybody ready to vote?
I'm not sure yet. Just kidding. Let's go. Let's be
Okay,
done with this.
Scott, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. We're adjourned.
Thank you, council.